Yo, 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 how's everyone doing? What's up? Just really quickly before we start, I'm going to make sure my mic is working because last time we were having some difficulty, but otherwise, let's get right into it. Looks like it's fine. So, yo, what's up, man?
Yeah. What's up, brother? Are
What's
we
up? How you
on? We
doing,
live?
man?
We good, man.
Yeah, we're live.
All right, cool.
Oh, that's good to hear. All right, so
Yeah.
I just kind of wanted to chop it up a little bit about the welterweight division because I know it's a division a lot of people like. It's a very popular division. That's where a lot of the stars are, especially former stars. Like, that's where the money was made when the heavyweight division was down, kind of. With Mayweather, right now you have Pacquiao. It's kind of like the only fighter from the last generation currently holds the title after his victory over Keith Thurman. But there's just a lot to unpack there, and I think it's a pretty good division in terms of talent and actual skill. But I do want to talk about how I feel in some points it's a division with a lot of potential where sometimes it doesn't get fulfilled. Intangible, actual facts. What's up, guys? How you guys doing?
Good, man. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, of
What's
course.
up?
Normal.
Normal,
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just normal.
just normal.
All quiet. All quiet
All quiet.
on the eastern. All on the eastern front coast. On the eastern coast.
Yeah. Okay. So let's talk about the top 10, right? No order. Terrence Crawford, Errol Spence, Manny Pacquiao, Sean Porter, Keith Thurman, Yordenis Ugas, Danny Garcia, Kujatio Abdukakrov, Sergey Lipinets, Mikey Garcia. These are generally the top 10 guys. Is there anyone I'm missing?
Hmm.
Some people after this weekend would say Vergil Ortiz.
I'd
Yeah.
probably put him there. I mean,
Yeah,
just based on talent. It's based
Based
on
on who he beat
projection, but
too,
still talent.
yeah. Black Brown,
I
what's up,
mean,
man?
the way he destroyed. I mean, yeah, the way he destroyed Herrera and Solomon and all that, and yeah, you got to put him up there too, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so what I want to talk about in this division, not so much, I mean, the champions, I want to talk about them too in a bit, but I feel like there's some guys breaking in to the top right now that are cool, good fighters, good fights to look at, just kind of guys to notice whether or not they actually make it. You have, like the fringe top 10, the guys who aren't really there, but they're not going to be gatekeepers or anything. Um, I feel like the bottom part of the top 10 with Lipnitz and Abdukakarov, you can put Jamal James there, maybe Kai Velasquez, um,
Thomas Delorme.
Thomas Delorme, Vergil Ortiz Jr. now. Besputin before, but he tested positive and he got stripped. Right now we have Ray Robinson. Or not now we have, but we have Ray Robinson. You got a fellow prospect to Vergil Ortiz. I see a lot of people talking about them together. Is Jaron Boots Innes. Then there's kind of like the other fighters, almost be level fighters, not to sound rude, but, not top 10. Josh Kelly. Uh,
No.
who else?
Well, B-level fighter isn't an insult for me. My B-level fighter standard is high. I think Danny Garcia and Sean Porter, Keith Thurman, and
No. I disagree.
anybody
That's
up to the top three is a B-level fighter. Well,
uh,
B-level champion.
I wouldn't quite agree. I mean, Thurman, although he did lose to Pacquiao, it was at least a competitive fight. That was probably an upset in the odds, but Pacquiao is not really someone you want to take lightly. Sean Porter is a multiple-time welterweight champion. He's fought the best in his division. If you don't include wins or losses, and I'm not talking about Pacquiao obviously, but of the newer guys, I'd say he has the best resume in terms of he'll fight anyone and everyone. Right? Keith Thurman had a nice run before he suffered injuries. I wouldn't really call them B level. To me, B level is like 11 through 25, and then
Well,
A level is the other guys, and then the top guys like Crawford, Pacquiao, and Spence. Maybe you'd consider elite. I would even consider Porter elite to an extent, but
I
that's
say
just
that as
me.
in B-level champions. They're not dominant. They don't have an amazing career, and they're not at the top right now, but they can beat a legitimate champion for a belt, but not enough to actually dominate or become undisputed.
That's fair. Okay, I see that perspective. Soccer Training Club, what's up? Raider from LA, what's up, man? Let me know if you guys want to link in the chat.
Add on? Can I just add on to what Intangible was saying, that they're not there because, with PBC guys, and we just mentioned it, right? All the top guys, Porter, the Thurmans, they don't fight enough, right? And I think that's where, I think Intangible stands with how he feels, and I think I feel, and I think all of us feel that they just don't fight enough, and that's why I think Intangible has it like that, and I kind of I tend to agree with that notion. It's just, these guys aren't fighting enough, so yes, they're gonna be put to that scale, so to speak.
Mm-hmm. I can definitely see that. To me, I feel like this wasn't as much of an issue, admittedly, 2 years ago. I mean, Thurman, Porter, and Danny Garcia have all fought each other, and they all held belts at one point, right? Pacquiao, he's kind of been, he looked like he was on his way out, and now he's kind of back in the conversation after beating Thurman. Thurman fought Collazo, Porter, Danny Garcia. Danny Garcia's, those three have fought each other, and Spence is now kind of making that triangle into a square. After fighting Porter, now he's going to fight Danny Garcia. You have guys trying to break into that, like your Denis Ugas, obviously, right?
The issue is number 1 and number 2 don't fight each other. The last time the number 1 and number 2 welterweight champions have fought each other was when Floyd Mayweather and Manny Pacquiao fought, which was 5 years ago. I don't think any other 1 and 2 champions have fought each other, because when Keith Thurman was reigning, Kell Brook was number 2, or number 1 actually, in some cases.
Those guys were number 1 and number 2 in some order. Yeah, I understand. I don't know, man. I feel like the division's good. I think sometimes it's a little overrated. I feel like sometimes people kind of fanboy for some of these guys, whether it's in a good way or a bad way. To me, the Errol Spence Jr. fans, some of them are fine, some of them are unbearable. You could say that for any fighter, but the obvious matchup I think most people want to see is the Terrence Crawford versus Errol Spence Jr., which in the eyes of many people would represent the number 1 versus number 2, like Intangible was saying. But there's a lot of people who want to, for some reason, this is like a relatively new phenomenon from what I understand, but it's instead of saying we want to see the champion fight the champion, it's we want to see the champion fight the contender to prove he's worthy to fight the other champion, which doesn't really make sense to me. I would rather just see them fight each other and then as champions clear out the rest of the contenders. But I mean, the guys that I think can legitimately become world champions again in some aspect, whether it is beating a champion or winning a vacant title, something like that, right? I don't want to say vacant title. Guys who actually have a legitimate chance of winning a championship, even if they're not the favorite. I would say guys from like 4 through 8, 4 through 8, maybe like Sean Porter, Keith Thurman could win a belt. Maybe maybe Mikey Garcia. More likely, people I think would favor your Denis Ugas. Some people even felt he beat Porter. Danny Garcia is a weird one because I hear some people saying he might beat Spence, and I hear other people saying if he loses to Spence, he's a gatekeeper. What do you guys think about that?
I don't agree with that. Well, actually,
I don't think if he loses,
I think they're
sort of that at all.
They're sort of tiers. Yeah. You should put up your Angel Garcia thing, because that is some mad disrespect to your boy. Now, one thing though, Danny, there's like tiers of gatekeeper. Danny Garcia,
my boy. He's not my boy, but
yeah, Danny Garcia. There's like tiers of gatekeeper. I mean, there's gatekeepers for prospects like early on in their career. I don't expect Danny Garcia to become a champion in the welterweight division until maybe a vacant title comes by and he's still high in some ranking somewhere. I could honestly see him being used as sort of a gateway for maybe Vergil Ortiz or somebody to the champions. He's a second-tier welterweight. He's not a top-tier welterweight. He's a second-tier welterweight. And I don't think Spence beating him would change any of that. It just actually further reinforces that sort of idea.
What idea is that? Do you think the Spence Danny Garcia fight isn't really? There's no point to it.
No, what I said was that Danny Garcia is a second-tier welterweight. Spence is a first-tier welterweight, and Spence beating Danny Garcia would show the difference between a number 1 tier and a number 2 tier welterweight.
Let me kind of propose a question here. If Danny Garcia versus Errol Spence Jr. is a close fight, do we give credit to Danny Garcia, or do we say, Errol Spence? I don't know, actually. You know what I mean?
Give credit to Danny Garcia. Well, it really depends on how close because if it were close, if Danny Garcia were to stagger Spence multiple times throughout the fight and have Spence on wobbly legs in many cases to the point where it's controversial, yes, because that would put Spence's sort of recovery and vulnerability sort of in check, sort of in question. Is he more vulnerable than he used to be because of the accident?
Yeah. All right, that's fair. Now, would you say, let's say it's just a genuine, like the last Spence. Let's say the Spence we saw versus Porter shows up, and Danny Garcia shows up, and he actually impresses, but he loses a close decision, whether it be anywhere from 116, 112, 115, 113, or a split decision, majority, as long as it's a competitive fight. Do we give credit to Danny Garcia? Do we give Errol Spence Jr. flack? Personally, I would want to give Danny Garcia credit. I don't think he's as not bad as people think, because I don't think people think he's bad, but here, as
he's overrated.
As Black and Brown says, he's become a high-level gatekeeper, and I don't really like that, because I think you can be a solid contender while not having to. I feel like people don't really have an in-between. You're either high-level contender. Sorry, you're either a champion, high-level contender, or gatekeeper almost,
Right. Yeah, I mean, Danny at the 147 hasn't proven anything really. Every time he's lost, he's fell short against true 147 pounders at the weight class, and to me, he hasn't impressed me at 147 at all. So, to say he's a gatekeeper though, I don't know about that. Yeah, that's a little bit much right there, but
yeah.
If he loses to Spence, that's not going to make him a high level gatekeeper. No, he's not the upper echelon, but then again, he's not a stepping stone either, huh?
He's not a top tier welterweight. That's what I'm saying. Now, somebody could make an argument that he's in close fights, so if his opponents are not establishing much distance between he and them as far as caliber goes, then how is he not a top-tier welterweight? He keeps consistently losing to top welterweights. He has beaten no even C-level champion at welterweight. Not one. Robert Guerrero never won a championship. I don't even think he's beaten a single... Okay, he beat Brandon Rios. I don't even think he's beaten a single welterweight champion at welterweight.
Brandon Rios was a blown-up
lightweight
pounder, though.
Yes, he won the WBC lightweight championship. He was never a welterweight champ.
Yeah. I could see where you could say, I could see it now, you could say, maybe he could be considered a top. Depends on what he does. If he loses to Spence, if he fights Spence, and if he loses him, and then if he loses the next fight, then maybe you could say right then for sure, top tier stepping stone.
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense to me. I can understand that. To me, he's not really. I wouldn't call him a gatekeeper. I think he has a good skill set, one of the best chins in boxing, probably. Not that you can't have that and be a gatekeeper. I mean, we saw Samuel Vargas, right? I would consider him a gatekeeper. And Vergil Ortiz was just teeing off on him. He hurt him a couple times. Just because you have a good chin doesn't mean anything, right? But I feel the fights where he has come up short, it's been razor close. And these are guys who I would consider at the time to be the top of their division. Keith Thurman and Sean Porter, respectively, still probably in the higher echelon of their division. Porter is coming off of a loss, however, so There's that, and Thurman is as well to Pacquiao. I would say Porter's was the better loss, if that makes sense. I feel like his stock didn't go down a lot, whereas Keith Thurman's stock did go down so much so where people are telling him to retire. That Vergil Ortiz, who's probably I would say prospect contender. He's just a young contender, really. That's what prospect means nowadays, I guess. But he's a young contender, and a lot of people are saying he can beat Keith Thurman, who was a world champion just one fight ago.
And let's not forget, Keith Thurman was stripped on the WB street. Not he dropped it. They stripped him.
All right? Facts, bro.
And let me say this: if my son loses to Spence, we're gonna retire, right? We're gonna retire for sure. We'll retire, all right? It's not gonna be a question of a stepping stone. We're not gonna be a stepping stone. We just retire, and then we're gonna get on Dancing of the Stars, and then you're gonna see me, Angel Garcia, with Kim Kardashian on Dances with the Stars, and then she's gonna get with me, Crazy Angel instead of Crazy Kanye. All right, that's what's gonna happen.
Facts.
And that sounds like facts to me, to be honest.
I can't believe you proposed that Danny Garcia could possibly lose to Spence. That'll never happen. Danny Garcia will reign supreme over this division.
I believe it. If he does lose somehow, it's a robbery / gift decision.
/drugged /fixed.
/drug /fix / the ref.
It was
the Bible
stoppage. It was the extra.
Early stop. Yeah, man. I feel like Danny Garcia. I can't tell if I think he's good or bad sometimes, man. Sometimes I wake up and I'm like, this guy's a gatekeeper. And the next day I wake up and go, whoa, people are going way too hard on him.
Danny Garcia is a part of a group of 5 or 6 fighters that I just root against and hope they get knocked out every fight. Not because I hate him personally, but the unnamed Danny Garcia fan on this website has made me genuinely grow hatred for him. I hate him. I hope he gets knocked out against Spence. I hope he gets knocked out in like 20 seconds.
Listen, I've been wanting Danny Garcia to get knocked out since he fought Lucas Matisse, all right? I really thought Lucas Matisse was going to air out Danny Garcia that fight, and I ate major crow in the form of a few $100s for that fight. But my gripe isn't with losing money and betting against Danny Garcia. No. My gripe is with Danny Garcia getting old, past their prime fighters and saying that, hey, look at my resume. Look at the guys I beat. But when did you beat him?
He has at least 3 Hall of Fame wins.
Danny Garcia
and all the guys he beat that were significant, they were past their prime and they were beat by Tim Bradley.
For all of you guys in the comment section and on the panel who haven't checked out Danny's fire music, man, just go look up a song called Drew Brees by Danny Garcia, man. That song is very inspirational, very fire. I think he made the song after the Lucas Matisse victory, but it was a well-deserved gift for himself because that was a tremendous song. Incredible.
That shit is hype, B. All right.
Facts. Yeah, that song is tremendous. It's been up for 7 years and hasn't surpassed 75,000 views, unfortunately.
Let's keep it that way. That'd be cool. So another thing I want to talk about, there was just that bit with Danny Garcia. I don't know whether he's like top 5 or like top 10, kind of changes day by day for me personally. But another 2 people I want to talk about, although they're not connected, they were recently over social media, kind of. It's Terrence Crawford and Yordenis Ugas. I personally have been asking for that fight for a minute. I think that'd be a great fight. I think stylistically it'd be an entertaining fight as well. I think Yordenis Ugas is a legitimate challenge at welterweight, and I feel like the PBC feel he's expendable enough to where they would send him over. And then there were rumors of Terrence Crawford fighting him, and when Yordenis Ugas was announced to go the WBA route instead, people called it a duck, which I completely disagree with. It's just my personal opinion, though. Terrence Crawford never sent him a contract, so he didn't reject a contract. So how is he ducking someone that really he wasn't proposed to fight outside of Bob Arum just saying he was. By that logic, we can also say Manny Pacquiao is ducking him, Keith Thurman is ducking him, Kell Brook is like everyone is ducking Crawford. I like Crawford, but I feel like sometimes people go out of their way to defend him in a way that feels disingenuous to me, and then takes away from the actual issues of welterweight fighters and Terrence Crawford. Do you guys understand where I'm coming from?
Yes.
Right. Yeah. No.
I
No.
mean,
I
I don't.
understand.
If Crawford fights the right fight in that fight, the fight will be one-sided. But I mean, yeah, I see where you're coming from. I don't like the WBA regular more than I like the WBO, but Crawford probably the fight will never happen. Basically, is what I'm getting at.
It'll never happen, you
Yeah.
think?
Never. I would put my entire life on it. I will jump off the Potomac bridge if the fight does occur, and I'll jump into I'll jump off a boat in
No,
the
wait
middle
a
of the
minute.
Atlantic
What the
Ocean.
wait,
Pack of
what time of
sharks.
year? What time of year? Tangible. The Potomac. I mean, what time of year? If you jumping off like what I'm saying, November or through February, yeah, great. That's icy water. You know what I'm saying? That's ice right there.
I changed it to
Go
Atlantic
ahead, do
because I
it
realized
quickly.
there was no surface I would fall into, so I just changed it to a boat, and I jump into a pile of sharks. And I'm serious. I'll put my life. If that fight occurs, I will put my life. I'll bet my life that fight does not happen ever.
On what basis? Why are you so sure it doesn't occur?
What's the point of having Crawford do a co-promotional fight at welterweight unless it's for big money? Not only that, but both fighters, neither fighter has sent any remote offer to each other. There has been no remote anything. Unless they change
It's only a
promotional
big
companies.
fight.
That's
It's
the
only
only
a big fight
variable.
if Ugas wins the title. It's only a big fight if Ugas wins the title. He could generate some fun, like a big fight. If he wins the title, he defends it a couple times. He can show some numbers down there, like Miami or something like that, or even New York or Boston. And I can see a fight happening in Madison Square Garden. I can see that happening, and it could be a big generating fight to where it's worth them fighting each other, and it'd be significant. But again, he has to win the title. Can't just go in
I
there without a title. It's got to be a unification. It has to be. It's got to it's the width the risk got to be worth the while. You know what I'm saying? So it's
hmm
got to be a title for the title. You know what I'm saying? You can't come in there with empty-handed, no titles, no sir, not at this stage. So go by unifications for Crawford. So if it's a title that Ugas has, that's significance, like an IBF or whatever, then so be it.
I think the idea for the move from the WBA, and I think the reason Ugas went forward with it, is that the WBA regular championship, as we know, is vacant. He will be fighting Abel Ramos for that, and immediately have to defend against the mandatory Radzab Butayev, right? Butayev is a solid fighter. He lost to Alexander Bespun. Afterwards, Bespun popped. So in order to avoid any conflict legally, they're going to make Butayev the mandatory, right? From
Mhm.
there, I think I don't know if Manny Pacquiao fights either champion or he fights a contender in a big money fight. You know what I mean? But I think the idea is that the WBA title is going to go either vacant or going to get picked up by someone else, right? The winner of a Manny Pacquiao fight is going to inherently draw some money. Pacquiao is a big star, Hall of Famer, one of the best fighters of all time, blah, blah, blah. The resume is really long. Beating him, even at this point, he's a current active world champion at the very worst top three on people's list, right? Um,
Mhm.
he's extremely popular, probably the biggest pay per view draw outside of the young stars. I get like Canelo probably bigger if he did pay per view. Anthony Joshua, the Tyson Fury Wilder second, the rematch did more numbers in his fight, but even Errol Spence is not the money man of the division. Really, it's Manny Pacquiao. Errol Spence's two pay per views have reportedly done around 300,000 plus, right? So like 350, 325, 375, whatever. Whereas Pacquiao's pay-per-view with Adrian Broner for the regular title did 400,000 reportedly, and his one with Thurman did 500,000 reportedly, right?
If
So
if any of these guys fought anybody on the level of Adrian Broner, I'd assume pretty much none of these people would do 400K pay-per-view buys, except for maybe AJ. Although that's because the prices for pay-per-views are lower in the UK.
yeah, maybe I think Canelo might draw 400K. How
Possibly
much did this fight with Liam Smith do?
350K.
Oh, there you go. So like around there, probably do more now, but yeah, I see your point. Um, so to me, I think they're either going to try to get the Manny fight or pick up the belt after Manny loses it, drops it, whatever. If he fights Spence and Spence beats him, now he's in line to fight Spence. If he fights Crawford and Crawford beats him, now he's in line to fight Crawford. The crazy, wacky alternate universe thing is that Pacquiao beats Spence or Crawford, in which case the welterweight division is now on fire in a garbage can in the streets of New York. It would be a complete mess if he won. I think even him beating Thurman was unintended. I think that was supposed to be a passing of the torch moment, and it wasn't. Another interesting thing to note is that in the WBO rankings, I think recently Sean Porter and Keith Thurman have been added. So we could see potential fights with those guys.
Yeah, if I were any of these champions at welterweight, I'd go get my undisputed. Well, if I can't get an undisputed fight, I'd go for the prospects and I'd get them young. I'd get them young because if they go on to do nothing, I could just say I ruined them. But if they go on to do a lot, I could just say, well, look at my win now.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, if I were Errol Spence, I would fight Jaron Ennis right now. Effective immediately. I would pick up the phone, call Jaron Ennis, and just say, let's get it going.
Jaron Ennis would say, call showtime, and then hang up.
Well, I don't think Spence has an exclusivity deal, so that fight could possibly be made.
Yeah, it could. I think that'd be. I don't even know if Ennis is ranked in any of his sanctioning bodies. Is he?
He is. He's ranked.
Oh yeah, he's ranked number 14 in the IBF. Wow, that is not good. Like, I'm sorry. I just realized that is this guy should not be at this point, especially with the way people talk about him. He's also number 12 in the WBO. Thanks for kind of talking about Ennis, because I kind of wanted to talk about, I think, not three only, but there's some good prospects at welterweight. Especially, I mean, there's the champions at lightweight like Haney, Teofimo Lopez, Ryan Garcia, who I think will end up at welterweight. But for the guys who are actually at welterweight right now, the ones that just off the top of my head, obviously Vergil Ortiz Jr., who fought and beat Samuel Vargas in the 7th round, last second. You have Boots Ennis, who a lot of people rate his skill. He's has a lot of professional fights, but he really hasn't gone against anyone good enough for people to assess him properly, in my opinion. You have Rashidi Ellis, who I think has a lot of potential. He's probably approaching his physical prime soon, but I don't even know if he's ranked top 15 in any of the sanctioning bodies. I think Golden Boy have done a terrible job managing him, to be honest. He seems exciting. He has fast hands. It looks like he has a good style and skills, but they're just not putting him in there with anyone that would get him ranked or even promoting him well.
Yeah, honestly, if I were Jaron Ennis, he's what, 25-0? I would just fight 25 times next year. I would fight 25 times next year because I would give all the champions the incentive to come take my O, but I would also tell people I'm 50-0. Think about it. This dude is going to have such a padded record when he retires, but it could be. Hey, he could use that as leverage. It'd be pretty cool for him, I guess. Even though he's fought nobody.
Yeah, that's almost my problem with Ennis, is I haven't actually seen him in there with a live opponent in a way, and enough anyways to where I can say, this guy was a real challenging dude, and Ennis overperformed, or he had to face adversity or anything. His last fight versus Ayubov, he was coming off of the only loss of his career, and then he stopped him in the 4th round.
He's not like a very typical prospect, though, because most prospects you see have something glamorous about them. Some of them have an amateur career most of them have an amateur career. Most of their names can be linked to other top guys, like even guys like Haney, who didn't make the Olympics. His name can be tied to Ryan Garcia from the Olympics, but even he has sort of a padded record. Ryan Garcia's name can be attached to Devin Haney, but he also has a social media following. Jaron Ennis does not have a big social media following. Jaron Ennis does not even have a big following in general. And he's also started off pretty much at an American small hall level. He has not had any sort of amateur career. Or any real experience to get his name out there. Thus, no promoter is going to be eager to pick him up.
Well, I don't even. I do know that I believe him and his father, his manager, whoever, they did a deal with Showtime, and I think it's lasting a little too long. There's a lot of issues with that. He didn't have a manager for a minute. His record is definitely, especially in his earlier fights, pretty padded. Even up until now, he doesn't have a great name. But he also has, remember, he almost comes from a family of boxing, and he's from Philly, so you can advertise him like that. That's kind of why people know him as well, I would say.
What really has his family done? Who knows about, like, do people even know his father's name or what they call him?
That's kind of like the thing I was going to say, where I don't feel he's very well known, but when he is known, it's because people either follow boxing or it's just that little tidbit.
Yeah, there's very little to really promote him for besides his boxing skills. So it's much harder to get him out there as opposed to a Vergil Ortiz. I mean, at least with Vergil Ortiz, you can market him as sort of the good guy as opposed to Ryan Garcia. And I mean, he was with Golden Boy. He wasn't tied to a promotional company for too long. And I mean, also they can promote him as Ryan Garcia's victim since he beat him in the amateurs. I don't know.
I love the victim. What a good way to advertise someone.
I could have, I could have gotten it out a little bit better. Could have sort of made my delivery a little bit better. But
no, I understand what you mean, but it's just funny to advertise someone. Hey, look, this guy is so good. This guy's a victim. Like, he's been murdered by this guy already.
He was competitive with my top guy, I guess you can say. I mean, Vergil is not the most charismatic dude, but actually, he is pretty charismatic. I would
say he's relatable. I feel like he's relatable more than charismatic. He doesn't have like a persona. I feel like he's just.
Another thing is, though,
relatable.
He's a part of the Robert Garcia camp.
Yeah.
And Ellie Sackback is in the Robert Garcia Boxing Academy pretty much 24/7, 365. So he can get his name out there on YouTube as well. Whereas Jaron Ennis pretty much trains in a Walgreens.
I was gonna say he trains he trains in the Target pharmaceutical section.
Basically, he trains in a CVS.
Yeah.
He trains at the pastry. He trains at a pastry shop. There's not like Boots is. Maybe he has a relatable personality, but it's hard for him to get out there like that. To a certain degree, I do sympathize with him. I think once his contract is up with Showtime, I think promoters will be sort of clamoring to go after him.
Yeah, I mean, he has a good skill set. I think the issue is that he's like stuck with Showtime, so much so that he had to kind of indirectly turn that fight down with Maurice Hooker. I thought that would have been a great fight for both of them, to be honest. Maurice Hooker beats him. That's a solid win. It's a prospect, kind of like what you were saying. You beat a prospect. If they do good, then, oh, look how good my win is aging. And if they don't do anything after that, you say, well, I beat him to a pulp. He couldn't recover. Maurice Hooker also trying to break into the welterweight scene. I thought that would be good for him, but he couldn't because he's stuck on Showtime. And then you have Vergil Ortiz, who I think is kind of passing him up. In my opinion, I rate him higher. His wins over Herrera, Orozco, Solomon, Samuel Vargas, all notable names. They present their own challenges, and he knocked them all out before the 7th round, right? Samuel Vargas being the only one to make it to the 7th round just because he's a real durable guy. I know we've kind of talked in the Hangouts about this, but What are some matchups that you would like to see him in, and why do you put him in these matchups? You know, I feel like it's important for prospects not to just be put into fights, um, not to just be put into fights willy nilly, but to have a purpose behind them. I felt like Samuel Vargas was going to be tough, not a guy who's going to sit down, which is why I felt that even though I knew Vergil Ortiz was going to win, I thought it was a worthy fight.
Well, let me think about this real quickly. So, I think you could put him in there with maybe one of Ortiz's previous opponents. I think putting him in there with somebody like a Brad Solomon. Although Brad Solomon is, I think he had a loss after the Ortiz fight, and that fight was pretty close by. I think maybe he could fight Brad Solomon next. I think if you can fight one of Ortiz's opponents, that will help build up the fight. Because if you can beat him in more impressive fashion, you can brag on it, and you can say, look, Ortiz, this is what I bring to the table. And if you don't, that's something in Ortiz's favor. But you can take that opportunity.
Yeah, I see that perspective. However, I would argue that after getting KO'd, then losing a, clear decision loss where he got dropped to another undefeated kind of prospect guy, I don't know. Like Brad Solomon is for sure a gatekeeper now, right?
But that's a step. But I mean, look at who Jaron Ennis has been fighting recently. His last opponent was Bakhtiar Eubov. You know, he's not on Vergil Ortiz's level, not even remotely as far as level of competition goes. That is, if that's the first step you can take through the highest levels, I'm all for it, honestly.
Well, here let me kind of put it this way. I'm not saying a fight that is realistic, not necessarily. Like, let's forget the whole Showtime thing, because to be honest, I think that's just going to cripple him for a minute. But for both Vergil and Ennis, I feel like there's some B-level guys at welterweight who would present interesting challenges where they can still win, yet they would face adversity. To me, an example of this is Teofimo Lopez before fighting Richard Commey. If he hadn't had a difficult time, not difficult, but if he hadn't had to go all 12 rounds versus Nakatani, like if he just sparked him and sparked Commey, I feel like there would be more questions about him, whether he could go the distance, how he looks versus a tall opponent. I didn't really like how they reacted afterwards, saying, well, we won't fight tall opponents because that's not how you solve the issue. I know he had some stuff outside the ring. I don't know the details. But to me, him winning a 12-round decision is actually better than him sparking out Nakatani and then sparking out Commey, right? I'm glad he went 12 rounds and then sparked Commey. So for Vergil Ortiz and Ennis to maybe get some rounds in, not necessarily just against a tough guy like Samuel Vargas, I'm thinking guys like maybe, Thomas Delorme. I know Vergil Ortiz can't, but Josecito Lopez, even Omar Figueroa Jr. I know he's coming off of a loss.
Oh, Figueroa versus Ennis would be a solid because Figueroa is not going to pose any threat for him. He has little power at 147. His volume isn't the same as at lower weights, and he's very good at just taking big shots. So Ennis can use him as a punching bag, and he may learn how to pace himself a little bit in that fight. I think he could go a few rounds in that fight.
Yeah, I think that'd be a good fight for both of them, to be honest. I think the winner or loser of Abdu Kakra versus Sergey Lipinets, I think those guys present their unique challenges. I think Maurice Hooker probably wants a fight at welterweight that's, a solid name. He's a former world champion, only losing to Jose Ramirez in the unification bout. I think, honestly, I don't even want to see Amir Khan with either of them. I think Amir Khan is just completely useless. I think Jesse Vargas is probably too small for welterweight at this point.
I think Amir Khan. I think Vergil Ortiz should consider fighting Khan next because look, he's already been taken several rounds by many guys. He's already proven, in my opinion, at least. He hasn't gassed in any of the fights he's been in. I think Amir Khan would be a solid, just visual
name
for him to have on his record. It'd be a solid name for him to just knock out in like 2 rounds or so. Maybe 3.
Yeah, I was going to say, knockout in 3 seconds. You seen the punch that he hit Herrera with, Vergil? I just can't imagine Khan taking that. Like, Herrera went stiff standing. He got knocked out standing. I feel like Amir Khan would just dissipate.
That's also because Herrera got hurt earlier on in the round.
Yeah, he got dropped.
I mean, with a singular shot, Khan's taken some pretty huge. Khan is older now, so his punch resistance probably is not as good. But I mean, he took a tremendous right hand from Maidana and didn't get knocked out later on in the round, which is quite an accomplishment.
Yeah, but I mean, like you said, when was that Maidana fight? Like 10 years ago?
2010.
Literally 10 years ago. I didn't even mean that. But yeah, he's been sparked out numerous times since then. He got dropped versus Samuel Vargas, right? Then he got destroyed by Crawford, and he made big dough in Saudi Arabia against Billy Dib, who's basically a lightweight. But I think at this point he would just be a name. I don't even think he would present a challenge. I legitimately think Amir Khan should just retire or keep doing big money fights for himself in Saudi against random dudes. But
He should fight Kell Brook in a nursing home
that would be the ideal.
to end his career off. Like, they've always hated each other. They've always had this beef. If they can just go back to their nursing home in the UK and just slug it out to get those bragging rights before they retire.
Kell Brook is a good fighter. Don't do Kell Brook like that.
Kell Brook is washed up. He gets knocked out by everybody at 154.
He's washed up.
Yeah, he's washed up.
In his last fight.
Yeah, good job. Good job against Mark DeLuca. I don't even know who Mark DeLuca is. He didn't even.
Hey.
Mark DeLuca had only ever lost to Walter Ryan, a split decision, and he redeemed that loss. So,
but wait, Kell Brook, okay, he looked good against Triple G till he got his orbital bone broke. Okay,
that's kind of a difficult sentence to string along. You know what I mean?
I know,
he looked good until his face got broken.
But just wait, he jumped up 2 weight classes though.
I know.
He was pushing Triple G back. He was outboxing him, okay? Then he made the mistake to go back to welterweight. So when he fought Spence, he looked drained of all power. He had no power. He was always known for having power. That is why he lost to Spence, because he was weight drained.
I'll be honest, man. He didn't even... His periods of success against Triple G, like, they were honestly meaningless. Triple G was coming in face first in that fight, had no consciousness. He was just eating Brook shots. Like, he was actually dropping his hands at points and just sticking his face out, just eating punches from Brook. It was not some great performance. It was an inevitable breakdown and knockout, in my opinion.
You could call it what you want, but Kell Brook was outboxing the fuck out of him.
No, okay. I get what you're saying, man. But to me, this is the same thing that people say with Amir Khan versus Canelo, where they go, "Oh, he was doing great before he got knocked out." I didn't even think Amir Khan was winning on points before he got knocked out. And with Kell Brook, neither. He had some really nice combinations against Triple G, who's not really known for his defense. But when he got caught, you could see, like, I mean, they're similar in stature, but they're not similar in size. And to me, the Golovkin loss really messed him up afterwards. He fights Errol Spence, going down back to welterweight immediately to defend his title after 8 months, after being at 160 and getting his face broken. Gets his face broken again. He basically quits the fight. Sorry, I don't want to say quits. He stops himself from continuing very wisely because his face was again broken. He was gassing out, right? And then he has a period of time where he's a break. He's a comeback fight. He has Zarafa fight and the Mark DeLuca fight. The DeLuca fight he looked good in, but I don't even want to talk about him in welterweight because honestly, unless I can see him make the weight in a fashion where he doesn't look like he's literally dying, then
yeah, I agree with what you just said. He was gassing against Spence because he was weight drained. He got too big. He carried too much muscle at 160 pounds. We're not talking about a guy who looks like Errol Spence when he gains weight and he's fat. We talking about a guy who was solid, chiseled. Chiseled against Triple G. So whenever he took the weight off, he was taking off muscle. When you take off that much muscle, it fucking kills you. It takes away your endurance. It takes away your strength. You will not be the same. That is why he lost to Spence. If Spence would move the fuck up and rematch him, like Spence said he would, Kell Brook went and got that belt. Spence didn't want to get the rematch at 154. Like
wait, what belt? What belt?
Sorry,
I desperately want to see that fight, man. Spence versus Brook, the rematch is the fight I'm anticipating most in boxing today.
I'm not
You know what? At this point, dude, Ivan Baranchik would probably knock Kell Brook's head off at 147.
at 154 pounds, I guarantee you, Kell Brook knocks Spence out.
All right. Chill. Let's just. I don't. This is coming out of left
Dude,
field,
what?
Tony. I did not expect this at all. I'm not even going to debate the result of that fight. I am just in shock that this is happening. I've never heard anyone have that take. I've never heard anyone request a rematch, much less want a rematch at 154 after Kell Brook gets a belt. What belt are you talking about, man? The WBO Intercontinental Interim Junior Youth belt or what?
Bruh, I'm telling you, a good fighter. He went up. He made the mistake. He should have never went up in weight. That was his mistake. He lost to Triple G. Nobody really thought he was going to beat Triple G. All I'm saying is he was putting on a showcase until he got caught and got his face broke. You can say what you want, but you got to keep in mind there is weight classes for a reason, and Kell Brook learned that lesson firsthand.
Bruh.
Actually, he learned it first face. He learned it first face.
That was 4 years ago. He went on a 2-year layoff off of beating some guy named Michael Zarafa in a fight he didn't even look that good in. And I remember that
Michael
fight.
Zarafa is actually he's goated, and I don't think you realize he beat Jeff Horn in the 9th round by stoppage, and
That's
then lost.
biblical.
He lost a majority decision, so he's 1-1, but he got the knockout, whereas Jeff Horn got the majority decision. As we know, Jeff Horn has as Intangible would say, totally beat Hall of Famer Manny Pacquiao just a couple years before that. So put some respect on Michael Zarafa's name, bruh.
He got knocked out by Peter Quillen, but he was up 40-36.
Biblical.
And it was a early stoppage, rather.
Poison.
Yeah, Kell Brook, I'm done with him. I don't think anybody's going to give him a fight at 154 unless Bob just wants
a name on
I just don't know. I don't think he's going to come back to 147. He's going to look like a damn skeleton if he does. And if he goes to 154, he's going to get brutally knocked out and executed by whoever is the champion there. He'll get executed and destroyed by Charlo and Rosario. Well, okay, he versus Teixeira is a 50-50 fight.
I think people underrate Teixeira a little bit, but that's for a different stream.
He's decent.
Like I said, I think you are highly underestimating how good Brook is. I think you have some weird hate for this dude. He is a good fighter.
I don't hate Kell Brook. I just think he's washed.
He made a mistake. He went up 2 weight classes, got beat, then he brought his ass back down, and his body fell apart on him when he came back down. He's too big for 147. He did it to himself. He had 2 losses back to back. That was his own doing by wrong choices. Other than that, when he is 100%, he is a good fighter.
Look, man, I understand I'm a huge Kell Brook hater. I hate him with a passion. Kell Brook, I'm going to be honest, man. Let's look at his past performances at 154. He did really well in that fight against Carson Jones. For those of y'all who remember, Carson Jones gave him the fight of his life. Almost knocked him out late. I mean, I don't see him, and he's probably a lesser fighter than he was in 2012. Maybe around the same level. I don't see it happening. I just don't. If he faces Rosario, he's getting both of his eyes fractured, his cheekbone broken, few ribs cracked. He's gonna get knocked out. I don't even care.
Okay, so kind of to tag along what you're saying, Intangible. Get This Smoke says, what does Brook getting stopped 3 years ago have to do with him being washed in 2020? Brook loses to Lara, Rosario, J-Rock Hurd, Charlo Harrison, probably Lubin too. Yeah, I don't hate Kell Brook. I actually rated him a top 2 welterweight at one point, right? To me, the issue is that he decides to take a late replacement fight for Triple G, saves the card, entertaining fight while it lasts. However, he does get his face broken, stopped in the 5th round. 8 months later, drains his body. As you said, he's a statuesque guy at 147, and he was very muscular, right? So he has to lose muscle in 8 months as well as recover from a beating fights Errol Spence, competitive for the first part of the fight. Eventually, his gas tank runs out, his face gives up, his body is not capable of holding up. That is 2016 and 2017. Then he has 2 fights where he looks okay. I mean, he has one real just tune-up fight, right? He just knocks out some random guy. Don't remember his name. Then he goes all 12 with Michael Zarafa, as we said, biblical, likely going in the Hall of Fame. Not really. Michael Zarafa, not a bad fighter. I don't
He's
even think
just
he
a
naturally
C-level
fights
fighter.
at. Yeah, a C-level fighter. And then most recently, before COVID, he fights Mark DeLuca, and he looks more impressive. I'm glad he's had time to rest, but from what I can see now, he's not the same fighter as he was in 2015 when he was a world champion at welterweight. I'm not saying he's a bad win, a bad opponent, a bad fighter. I'm not saying any of that. I'm just saying at the age of 34, when you've had your face broken twice, you've been stopped twice, and that is 3 years removed, you haven't looked insanely impressive or fought a high-level opponent since, I can't confidently say, you know what, you're a fighter that's going to stand up to the competition now, especially when you're talking about him at 147, which is what the stream is about. Which he would be even more weight drained. His body's more fragile, and it would be him going down another weight class
Hold,
because that
hold
last
on.
fight he had was at 154.
I wasn't talking about him coming to welter.
Yeah.
I was making the statement when he said Amir Khan and Kell Brook should fight in a nursing home. I was just saying, bro, Brook ain't that bad. It had nothing to do with him going to welter. I don't think he belongs at welter. I don't think he could function, which was my point.
You know, Erickson Lubin, man, that dude would beat the chocolate brownies out of Kel's ass. He wouldn't even be competitive.
He beat the chocolate. Yeah, man, I just don't see Kell Brook being competitive with anyone in the top 10 at 154 or welterweight for that matter, just because he would be drained. Middleweight, he's too small. He's in a weird spot where he really just needs to prove himself. I don't think Intangible was genuinely proposing that they have a bout in a nursing home. I think he was just saying that that fight could have been good years ago, but it's so long overdue that the marination, he just checked the date and it turns out it's expired.
Well,
now they're trying to dry age it.
I don't even think it's a case of an expired marination date. I just think they're old, they're past their primes. Neither guy's on the championship level. I mean, the fight makes sense. It could probably occur at a catch weight between 147 and 154. I think it makes sense.
That fight never happened. That fight never happens. I'll do what you said you would do when Crawford, if Crawford is ever to fight Yordenis Ugas. I'll do that while juggling fire and knives and strapped with shark bait, jumping into a pool of sharks. That's literally what I'll do. That fight does not occur.
Well, Kell Brook will never go back to welter, in my opinion. I know they were talking about Bud Crawford fighting him, and I don't believe that'll happen because I don't believe he'll go down to 147.
All right, I'm currently calling Eddie Hearn. I'm going to propose this fight to him. So, give me 1 second. All right, the fight is officially on. IBT, you got to make it happen. Yeah, but honestly, Ezekiel Langston Xavier, or rather Ezekiel Xavier Langston Brook. I don't think he's championship level anymore. I disagree, and I don't think he would just 100% guarantee beat Spence. I think that's the far-fetched thing that led us to this topic. That's a far-fetched statement, in my opinion. You'd also have to consider, what if Spence is better at a higher weight? What if he's stronger at a higher weight? What if he punches harder? Because he's cutting a lot of weight to make 147 in the first place.
Yeah, Intangible, this is what I look at. I looked at how many clean shots Kell Brook was getting through on Spence. I looked at how well Kell Brook was exploiting every weakness he had. And I truly feel like if Kell Brook would have never went up to 160 and he would have stayed at 147, he would have never lost to Earl Spence.
That's fair.
I was watching him pick him apart too well till he ran out of gas. And I don't think Earl Spence can beat him. I don't think he's a better boxer. I think
that is a fair statement. But now the fact is that did happen. He did go up to 160, and he did take that time off without being able to make 147.
No, I agree. I agree. I'm not trying to take away the past. What I'm saying is though is, in my opinion, he is a very good boxer.
I agree.
That
Yeah, Ezekiel XL Brook versus Amir GX Khan. Let's make it happen, fellas. And let's make it happen in the middle of Qatar or something like that.
Yeah, that fight would never happen because Amir
It
Khan
doesn't happen.
Brooke his entire career because he knows once Brooke knocks him out, his career is over. So he's gonna keep milking all the money he can get.
But yeah, now that we've, I guess, finished up and reached a conclusion on the topic of Ezekiel Xavier Langston Brook and Amir Gregory Xavier Khan, let's move on to some real 147-pound topics. Sean Porter, man, I got a question. How do you guys think a Sean Porter versus Pacquiao fight would transpire? Because while I think Sean Porter is still a second-tier welterweight, you know, he's lost to Keith Thurman and Spence in such inconclusive fashions, and I think he's an improving fighter to the point to where he's a little bit better than, and he beat Danny Garcia as well.
Yeah.
So, do you guys think he could beat a guy like a Pacquiao or a Crawford?
I genuinely, I dread the day. I dread this conversation even. I never want to wake up, check Twitter, and then see Porter versus Manny Pacquiao confirmed. Look, like if I see that, I will simply have a day of mourning for the legend that is Manny Pacquiao, because that is just a terrible fight. That is a terrible fight.
Pacquiao has always struggled against guys who are rough with him. You have Jeff Horn, you have Agapito Sanchez, Timothy Bradley in spots, even though Bradley was mostly boxing him. You know, he doesn't like guys who get rough with him. Even Morales was wearing him down in the clinch.
Intangible. Don't forget, Kell Brook also beat Sean Porter. But I think Sean Porter will finish Manny Pacquiao's career. He is going to be on top of Manny. I don't think Manny has the power to hurt Sean Porter, and I think he would put him away. I think that would be the end, and then Sean Porter would get a title back.
Yeah. Kell Brook to me has only ever lost competitive, even contentious fights against the elite. Kell Brook at the time, majority decision, although that's probably the most clearly he's ever lost. And then afterwards versus Thurman, where he won 5 rounds in my opinion, but still came up short. And then you have the Danny Garcia fight. He won that one. The Denis Ugas fight, very close, but officially he won that one. And the Errol Spence Jr. fight, where one judge had him winning the fight, and he was highly competitive. To your point, Intangible, I don't feel he's on the decline. I actually feel he's improving. He's a guy I like a lot, and you called him a second-tier welterweight, but I would argue, despite not being a champion, despite coming off of a loss, in my opinion, he's an elite welterweight. He's probably the last elite welterweight. I would say the champions and then him, just because he is a multiple-time welterweight champion. He's fought the absolute best in his division, and he's only come up short, ever so slightly short, against the other elites in his division at the time. So,
yeah,
I would absolutely hate for him to fight Pacquiao. I think that would be a terrible retirement fight for Pacquiao stylistically. Sorry. We would just see Pacquiao get bruised and mauled, in my opinion. And Porter would become a champion again, which that's cool, but I just feel like Pacquiao would be more suited fighting a boxer, which is why I felt like a Keith Thurman, despite him beating Porter, I feel like that was an easier fight for Pacquiao than Porter would be. I think Porter versus Terrence Crawford would tell us a lot, despite Porter coming off of a loss. Like I said, highly contentious, highly competitive, elite welterweight in my opinion. I'd give him full credit. I think Porter has a very special skill set that makes people look bad. He just like fights are just ugly. You know what I mean? Not in a way of like I don't enjoy viewing them. They're tough to score. There's a lot of nuances with the inside fighting. His reach is long, but he's stocky. He's built.
Well, the main thing with Porter that, in my opinion, is just unstoppable. You cannot take it away from Porter. You can mitigate it. Spence did, but you cannot stop it. Is his burst? It's his athleticism. It's his first step. He's so fast at being able to take a single step. He's so quick on pivots. He's so explosive. He's able to get from point A to point B in the blink of an eye. He's probably maybe the fastest welterweight in the world right now. He's so fast. And especially with his foot speed, but he can also box now. So now he's able to fight on the outside and create angles for himself. So unless you're strong enough to where you can wear down Porter and push him to the back foot, you can't really stop him.
Well,
Yeah.
A lot of tenacity, and
Yeah.
he coming. Even after Spence put him down, he got back up and just kept coming. So I mean, it's not just with his inside-outside game. It's the durability of him. That's what makes him so. Like every fight, like IBT said, he's had has been very close. It could go either way. If he would not have got dropped to Spence, it would have been a draw. I believe it would have been a draw if he had not fell out. So that's
My
super
opinion, too.
tight. I mean, every fight he's lost is super tight. And even if you want to go with the Ugas fight, where some people say Ugas won, still a super tight fight. The dude has never been beaten badly. He's never been outboxed. It's razor thin every time with him. So I agree. I would really like to see him against Bud because he is the measuring stick of the welterweight division to see how good you really are.
Yeah, I mean, just to go back all the way to, he's been fighting good opponents since 2012. Really, this dude is not really, in my opinion, I don't think he's afraid to fight anyone. I think he's open arms. If it comes down to it, right? I know him and Crawford had said they don't prefer to fight each other, but
There was one point before the Spence and Porter fight where I sensed some sort of anxiety from Porter. I'm not going to lie. I don't know what it was, but he had this sort of fearful sort of excitement that you see from – I don't know if it is just naturally him. He's sort of a pretty happy-go-lucky type of a person, but it seemed nervous. But that dude gave Spence his toughest fight by far. It was hell. He's not afraid of anybody, I will say.
oh, sorry, I didn't realize my mic was muted. But yeah, certainly, I think Sean Porter, one of my favorite fighters in the welterweight division, easily. The dude fights the best opponents he can, and if he ever loses, it's highly competitive. Um, definitely someone who, despite them coming off of a loss, I give them credit as being, completely legit. A win over Sean Porter is a good win. I don't know how good, maybe not pound for pound like the way it has been for Spence, in my honest opinion, but I do rate Sean Porter very highly. Some people who I've seen this discussion today online with Keith Thurman, a lot of people are saying he's washed, retired, Vergil Ortiz would beat him. How do you guys feel about Keith Thurman in the current welterweight climate?
Coming off of a Pacquiao loss, right? It was a relatively. It was a conclusive but very competitive fight. I had it 7-5 for not Keith Thurman, Manny Pacquiao. And I've pretty much scored it the same way every single time I've watched it. First 5 rounds for Pacquiao, 10th and 12th rounds for Pacquiao. Keith Thurman was able to come back with his strength. And, typically out of just that performance, if I were to take it at face value, then I would say, you know what? Keith Thurman's still a player in the division. He can still compete with some of the top guys. But the body language from Keith Thurman, I don't see a guy who's motivated anymore. I really don't. He does not have the same dog he used to have. He doesn't stay in shape. He blows up. He seems more interested in playing the flute in like India or Thailand rather than actually boxing.
Yeah. Keith Thurman to me. Sorry, you can go, Tony.
I mean, I don't want to cut you off. It's your show.
No, you got it. I'll let you go.
All right. So, as far as Keith Thurman goes, against Manny Pacquiao, I deemed the fight ring rust versus dust, and we found out dust was greater than ring rust. But I don't know. It's a double-edged sword for me. It's two-folded how I look at it. One is I know how inactive Keith Thurman was, and I did see spots to where he looked like he was shaking off the rust. However, when I looked at his actual fight style, his mobility, agility, everything he did in the ring against Pacquiao, he did not look like the same fighter he used to be. And I don't know physically if he's the same. I didn't see the same in and out type
Agreed.
move, getting in, tag, get out. And that's what I thought he was going to do to Pacquiao. I thought he was going to pretty much snipe him, sharpshoot him, jump in, pop, get out. Pacquiao's too short to get in range. That's how I saw the fight going, and that's not what I got. I got a guy who was slow on his feet, who was forced to actually fight Pacquiao. And if he was to lose to like a Ortiz, then his career is officially over, in my opinion.
Yeah, he fought a bit crude against Pacquiao. His foot speed was not nearly the same he used to be. He just doesn't look quite as coordinated. Everything about him just screams a guy who doesn't stay in the gym. You know, his fast twitch left him, his speed left him, his coordination somewhat left him. He looked a lot more sloppy, and the injuries, of course, took a toll on him. You know, like I was saying previously, just a regular welterweight losing to Pacquiao, a regular top tier welterweight losing to Pacquiao, fine. I mean, take that. That guy can still come back and compete again. But Keith Thurman is coming off of 2 years layoff, struggles against Josecito Lopez, severely breaks his elbow, loses to Pacquiao, blows up in weight in between camps. Just too many variables and too many different things to consider for me to actually say, you know what, he can beat these top guys.
Yeah, I can definitely see that perspective, and that has also been my greatest criticism of him recently. I know he wants the Manny Pacquiao rematch. I highly doubt that happens. It was a good fight. However, like you said, I thought it was highly competitive, but it was very clear who won, in my opinion. 115, 112. Some people even say 116, 111. I think that's a little too much, but it's only one more round. Really, I don't want to discredit him or Pacquiao in that fight. He did not look as good as he possibly could have. He's also admitted that he's failed with self-discipline regarding with weight. But I want to know, do you guys believe that, let's not saying that the current habits he's had, but do you think if he were to stay in shape, if he were to be in the gym, if he were to take care of his body, do you think he could come back in terms of the skill set that you guys do feel he has? Or do you think that
Um,
what we see is what we're going to get, or he's going to actually decline, or maybe he becomes a gatekeeper or something like that? Or do you think he can rise back to title contention or possibly championship status?
I don't know. I think everything points to him probably just declining from here. Now, don't get me wrong. I still think he's competitive with the top guys. He's going to give guys issues. He has the skills. He has the physical gifts. He'll definitely give guys issues, but he's not going to get any better from here. He's reached his ceiling already. I do not see him making any great strides as far as his lifestyle goes. He's been paid. So, I mean, unless he just blows all of his cash away in like 2 days, starting from today, I don't see him recapturing that hunger. I really don't.
I don't even know. Like, my thing is this, okay? He's in his 30s. He had a long layoff. He doesn't look the same physically to me as far as his foot speed goes. When you get old, the first sign of aging is you lose speed. And normally when you lose speed due to age, you never get it back. The thing with Keith Thurman is he's never really been a high IQ fighter to me. He's been more athletic. So unless he can be a high IQ style fighter to really learn the craft more, I think he's on a decline that he's not going to get out of. I think every day, every week, every month, every year, he's just going to get worse and worse physically.
Okay, so you're saying he's an athletic-based fighter who, as his speed, reaction, fast twitch, all as that diminishes, his skill set will remain relatively the same, and that his performances will continue to decrease, hence him declining. Do you guys think that the result of the fight not his actual performance. I do think he did pretty. I mean, all things considering, he didn't do bad. He didn't win though. Pacquiao's a great fighter. But do you guys think he rushed his comeback year because 2019 was supposed to be his comeback year, and then in the middle of 2019 he fights Manny Pacquiao, who's not a comeback fighter by any means, right? Do you guys think that maybe he had to just take the opportunity while it was there, and you know, kind of hope he would be in top shape, or do you guys think that you know maybe if he hadn't been offered a Pacquiao fight, he could have made a comeback and returned to form? Is it a physical aging thing combined with injuries, or is it a hunger thing with work ethic?
I don't think
Or
going in against Pacquiao. The thing is, when you got a 40-year-old plus man, there is no rush going into that fight. He already had his tune-up fight, so he was good to go. And I feel like he felt that I wouldn't say it was a rush thing, but it kind of is in the sense that Pacquiao doesn't have a lot of fights left. So when it is offered to you, you take it because you know you might not get another shot. And with Pacquiao being the age that he is, I mean, that's really Keith Thurman's time to shine. But again, especially at the beginning of the fight, he was getting outspeeded by a 40-year-old. And speed was his name of the game of the in and out. So I don't think he rushed it. I just think, again, it's physically he's falling off. I think it just comes down to his physical self. I think his body is weathered, and you know everybody ages different, and nobody knows when Father Time is going to come. But I think Father Time has already came for him, and I just don't think you can get out of it.
yes, I agree with that. Now, I really believe it's a culmination of all four things: hunger, determination, injuries, out of shape. Really, the whole package, in my opinion.
Discipline and hunger. You're saying
Yes.
it's actually three things. It's discipline, hunger, and the physical toll, right?
Well, I think it's all four, honestly.
What was the fourth one again?
I can't remember. I just came to that conclusion after you said it.
All right. Get the smoke says I think Thurman needs to get an active. A Broner fight is high reward, low risk.
I
I
don't really
think.
think it's high reward. I think it's low reward, low risk. But simultaneously, it's pretty. I mean, it's a. Hey, what really is there to gain though? I mean, you beat a guy who's probably 250 pounds, cutting about 100 pounds to get down to 140 pounds, 147 rather. You know, not really much there, but the name at least would be somewhat meaningful, and you could use him as a punching bag. I think he would easily beat Broner.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think even like the Keith Thurman from the Josecito Lopez fight beats Broner now. Broner is a name. He is good at press conferences. He is bad inside the ring. His own mother was telling him to take a knee versus Pacquiao. The guy is washed. He only presents marketability, and he does not bring the skill set. I think he's low risk, lower. Sorry. He's low reward, even lower risk. I feel like it's a free win.
See, and here's the thing with Adrian Broner. I look at right. I would say he is very low risk, but an even lower reward, like you said. But the only thing that worries me about a Broner is if Broner beats you, you are officially done. And the thing is, if you look at Broner like against Jesse Vargas, right? He was losing the fight, but then he finally let his hands go and he was able to squeak out a draw. The problem with Broner is he doesn't throw his hands, but when he does throw his hands, he comes on. Now, if Broner shows up to actually fight and not stay Floyd Mayweather Philly shell but never throw a punch back, then yeah, it's an easy night. But if I still think that Broner can fight if he lets his hands go, because every time he lets his hands go, he looks good in them moments. But they're so rare that's why he's considered a has been. If
He,
that makes sense, what I'm saying.
I promise you, Broner will not give him much difficulty. Broner not only does he not let his hands go, but he's probably, this guy's a full-time rapper now. He's a full-time rapper, 340 pounds. I mean, the guy is he's what, 5'6" and about 6 feet wide. He's slowly but surely becoming his father nowadays, and Thurman's going to beat him easily. And he's in good physical condition, but that's really his only tool. I mean, the fact that he can take a great ass whooping, he punches pretty hard, has relatively quick hands, but I mean his fast hands is it's completely depleted at this point, I would assume.
But my only question is, am I not right in the fact that when he rarely lets them hands go, he looks good when he does it in them very rare occasions?
Well, he looked solid against Jesse Vargas, I will say, in some spots when he did let his hands go. When's the last time he's looked good in a fight?
You have to keep this in mind, too. His corner is like the worst corner in the world, because whenever he was fighting Pacquiao, there was times when they were focused in on the corner and you could hear them talking, and Broner was like, I'm winning the fight, right? And his corner was like, yeah, champ, just keep doing what you're doing. You're winning the fight. And he was asking them. So it's like his corner is trash.
The last time I've seen Broner actually let his hands go was against Marcos Maidana in a fight where he had to let his hands go or else he was going to get brutally knocked out of the ring. Probably he was gonna get brutally knocked out of the ring on some Kermit Cintron type shit.
Well, that's the last time he really let his hands go was against Maidana. After that loss, he never was the same.
7 years ago 7 years ago against somebody who barely got past Josecito Lopez in his previous fight.
Yeah, I mean, that's some serious. I mean, this guy is a beast, is what you're telling me.
Maidana's one of my favorite fighters. I think he is a beast. Well, Broner.
No, I'm not talking about Maidana. I'm talking about Broner. The fact that the last time he truly let his hands go, it's the fight that caused him to stop letting his hands go.
Adrian, yes. Well, yeah, I would actually say that's actually a pretty solid point. But I think Adrian Broner, as long as he is under the guidance and tutelage and teachings and from Steve Cunningham, he's done. He's finished. If Steve Cunningham, this guy Broner is going to be getting his head just beaten around the ring. He could be on the ropes with his head basically snapped back, unconscious. And yet Steve Cunningham will tell him, bro, you're winning the fight. Nice picture.
real footage of Adrian Broner.
No, thank you for providing us with this footage of Rick Ross. I'm very thankful for this picture. Thankful for you providing this. Rick Ross apparently is in the boxing gym.
He got the Santa Claus colors on, got the Santa Claus gut.
This is actually live footage of Adrian Broner minutes before signing the Manny Pacquiao contract.
Live footage of Rick Ross in the process of training, doing his morning workout before recording Teflon Don late night. Tremendous.
All right, I'm done.
Yo, he had a lot of bouncing and stuff right there. You saw him bouncing?
That was more movement from Adrian Broner than you'll see in real life.
I can't believe that Adrian Broner is just. I can't believe Adrian Broner isn't just. I can't believe Adrian Broner used to be constantly skinny. I mean, look at his father. No disrespect to his father, but that dude's father was like 4 feet tall and like 6 feet wide. Like, how are you that skinny, honestly? Him not being as fat as him, honestly, is an accomplishment. Him being that skinny as he was in that picture is an accomplishment.
Oh, my God.
I'm sorry. Whatever his father's name is, I sincerely apologize to you.
Look, your son is a tremendous athlete. He's washed and would get destroyed by any prospect.
Look, your son's a great athlete, but he's severely out of shape, and you're very fat yourself. No disrespect, though.
No disrespect. Yeah, so not disrespectful. Yo, Raider, how you doing, man?
Hey, what's up? What's cracking, guys?
What's up, man? We're just talking about welterweights. The elite top welterweights such as Adrian Broner and Ayubov.
And
You know what, though? On a serious note, I want to see Ennis or Ortiz in there with Mean Machine. I wrote that in your chat way earlier. But, I mean, the reason why I want to see it is because you had a lot of Bud haters saying Mean Machine isn't even good. So Bud Crawford's not good because of how he looks. So let's see a prospect go against Mean Machine and find out how good either one of them really are.
Yeah, Vergil Ortiz is a guy who sort of has to get into his rhythm. I think that Kavaliauskas would catch him early with something. He's not going to knock him out. I think Broner would end up breaking him down and stopping him late in a similar fashion to how Crawford did. However,
You mean Vergil or Broner?
Vergil, not Broner. Vergil Ortiz.
I was like, you think Broner would beat Kavaliauskas? That's actually amazing.
Broner would knock Kavaliauskas out. Easy work.
Flat on his back.
Yeah. Thanks, big bro.
Spazzing like Spielka. That's what we're going to call it.
Yeah, thanks, big bro. Yeah, I think Ortiz would beat Kavaliauskas, but Kavaliauskas is very good as far as timing goes. He's got good technique overall. There would be some small issues he could cause him early on in the fight. I think that's the fight to be made for Vergil Ortiz next up. Unless Eddie Hearn, if Josh Kelly gets by David Avanesian, if Eddie Hearn wants to take David Avanesian and just sacrifice him to Vergil Ortiz, basically commit a ritual human sacrifice, I'm all for that too, but I think Kavaliauskas is a good step up as well. Or a wash champion like Amir Khan.
I think Aegis, I think Avanesian, I think Josh Kelly, I think Amir Khan. Okay, let me take Amir Khan out of there. I feel like Amir Khan is literal, like you said, human sacrifice. The walkout music would not even be a pop song or anything that people recognize. It would just be a sacrificial ceremony. It would be some evil stuff happening out there. But I think Aegis, one I'm interested in seeing, and I think is going to be his next fight, is Ray Robinson. I think Aegis, Ray Robinson, Kavaliauskas. Oh, I already mentioned Kavaliauskas. I meant Abdu Kakrov or Sergey Lipinets. I think those guys are great opponents for Vergil Ortiz because I actually think that they would give him trouble in some capacity, and I don't want to see him struggle. I don't need to see him like losing a fight. I need to see him face adversity, right? And I feel like those guys would represent not only recognizable names, but legitimate challenges in their own right. Kavaliauskas could test his chin if he does land. Ray Robinson tests his boxing ability. I feel like Lipinets tests the dog in him. We know he has a lot of dog, but there's nothing wrong with seeing that. Abdu Kakrov brings a really consistent pace. He's a young guy as himself.
Yeah. I think that'd be a solid guy for Ortiz and get a little bit physical. He'd probably just try to beat him on the inside.
Yeah, and I think we have out of all three ranges being long, mid, and close, I feel like we've seen the least from close range. When he does knock dudes out, it's usually from mid range, actually.
Yeah, I think that Amir Khan, if he were to come out to something against Vergil Ortiz, if that fight were to manifest itself, he'd probably come out to like a verse from Anton LaVey's Satanic Bible.
yeah, that's exactly what I envision.
Yeah, but I mean, regardless, Abdu Kakrov, well, yeah, I think somebody like Kavaliauskas or Abdu Kakrov is a fight to be made. There's not a lot of guys at DAZN. Maybe Maurice Hooker. Maurice Hooker supposedly he wants to move up and fight Ennis. Well, why not Ortiz instead? They're both with the same company, so
because Ortiz would maybe knock him out. Maybe because Ortiz presents a more danger. I think.
Yes.
I think especially since that camp already has the game plan against Hooker, where Jose Ramirez knocked him out.
Yeah, I still do think that's a good fight. If I'm Eddie Hearn, that's a fight I'm looking at making. It's very realistic. It's a relatively safe opponent for Ortiz. However, Hooker's a pretty experienced guy. Hooker has a lot of heart. He does like to take it into the trenches, even though he has a reach that he just fails to use a lot of the time. I think that's a good fight for him.
One thing I'm kind of confused about is you keep mentioning Eddie Hearn, but Vergil Ortiz is under
Golden
Golden
Boy. Well, DAZN.
DAZN. Okay. I don't know how interested Eddie Hearn would be in risking Maurice Hooker versus Ortiz.
Well, what's he going to use Maurice Hooker for? Other than what really is he going to use him for? I mean, that's probably a solid guy for Hearn to sacrifice. And if he fails, move him down to 140. Get him some fights against. I think that's solid. I don't know.
Who is Prograis with?
He's with Lou DiBella.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Hey, who do you guys think should be his next opponent? Most likely opponent.
I think Ray Robinson. Legitimately, I think that's a very good fight.
For Vergil?
Yeah.
Ray Robinson?
Or feed Josh Kelly.
He gets to get a all-time great halt. Never mind. I'm done with trolling.
What about Lipinets? You don't think that's possible?
Well, if Lipinets loses, maybe
He has an exclusivity deal with Fox and Showtime, so I don't think that's quite
Yeah.
realistic.
Lipinets Abdukakharov. That's actually it's a good fight in its own respect for the IBF. A mandatory, correct, an interim title, or is it just interim title?
I don't
Yeah.
know.
Be-
Look this up.
I would like to see, if I could have my choice, I would like to see him against Thurman. I would love to see that fight.
that's a big step up in my opinion.
Yeah,
No, it is a big step up for sure.
Raider. As much as I say that I think Thurman is over the hill, I think he's too seasoned and he'll expose Ortiz for just being too green.
Look for if David Avanesian versus Josh Kelly doesn't happen, look for David Avanesian to fight Ortiz next because he's number 7 in the IBF rankings.
I'll tell you this much: if Vergil was to catch Thurman, like
Or rather,
that's
than
a
the
big if.
WBC rankings.
That's a big if. If he was to catch him
Well,
and hurt him, I think Vergil is the kind of dude that'll capitalize on that and take him out.
I think
And
Thurman.
Vergil,
Sorry, go.
no, go ahead, man. That's it.
No, okay, so I agree with you. I actually think if he does catch him, it would be very dangerous. I feel that's almost why. I don't know. I don't know if Thurman is too experienced or if, the fact that Josecito Lopez fought Thurman, so they at least have a game plan developed, right? He was hurt to the body by Pacquiao. The thing with Thurman is he's always been very good at reacting to being hurt. He doesn't, for example, guys who I would say weren't good at reacting to being hurt were J-Rock and Adam Kovnatsky. Perfect examples of guys who kind of got a chance, oh, that was a slip or whatever, right? The fact that Thurman is so good at just maintaining his defense, moving around when he's hurt, not going down when he's hurt. When he got hurt to the body by Pacquiao, he did like a very long squat kinda, and then realized that his body hadn't recovered in that little time. He spit out his mouthpiece, caught it, and was able to parry punches as he was moving backwards. That kind of experience. The fact that he was able to do that with so much pressure on him, I think is scary for Vergil Ortiz in the sense that it's not going to be like other guys where you rock them and now they're really vulnerable.
That's cool. He does he can weather the storm well, but another thing about Thurman though is that sense of vulnerability is an issue for one thing, and second off, he doesn't hide the fact that he's hurt very well. He doesn't have
exactly.
a face in the ring.
You're
gonna if you hit him with a good body shot, you're gonna immediately know to charge right at him because he shows that he's hurt.
Yeah, like you said, Pacquiao and Porter hurt him too with a body shot. Thurman hurt him in the face. I mean, those could if those guys would have probably capitalized a little bit better, like trying to finish him off. Even though he has experience, Thurman has experience. It could have been bad because Josecito, if he would have had like another 20, 30 seconds on that clock, I think he could have took him out. It was real close to taking him out.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that's his point right there, that if he would have had more time on the clock, why didn't he have more time on the clock? Why couldn't Pacquiao do it because he's very good at surviving. He's
Mhm.
very good at using the ring and creating real estate not to get put out, to get his composure completely back. And I agree. Like, I just find a guy with only, I believe Ortiz is what, 18 fights? I don't think he has enough
16.
experience. Yeah, with
16. 16.
16? Okay,
Yeah.
6. Sorry.
Even more so to your point though.
Yeah,
And,
yeah.
and
He
and not
hasn't-
only that, I mean, if Josecito was able to do that, you know what I mean? Nobody gave Josecito a shot. You know, that was supposed to be like a little tune-up for Thurman, and that ended up being a close fight. And I just think Robert Garcia, dude, that fool's game plans are excellent. And Virgil being with Garcia, that's a recipe for a good fight, in my
Against guys
opinion.
who use excessive
how-
movement, Garcia creates great game plans.
How many real power punchers has Ortiz ever been in there against and actually had somebody crack him?
That's another good point, and that's one reason why I think it would be compelling to put him in there with Aegis, because Aegis does have heavy hands, but
Yeah, I mean, my bad. Go ahead, IPT.
no, you're good. I'll just continue after you're done.
Sammy,
Oh no, it's not, Sammy Vargas doesn't hit hard, but when Virgil hurt him, Sammy fucking caught Virgil with a clean ass shot to the chin. That kind of like, oh shit, you know. But Virgil just kept coming forward. So I mean, it's not about how much power you have; it's how you hit the opponent. How accurate are you? Like Mikey Garcia doesn't have that much pop at 147 because of his power, but it's because of his accuracy. He knows how to fucking land that punch right
Yeah.
on the money.
Sergio Martinez was not a very powerful puncher, but that shot against Paul Williams was just perfect. It could not have been placed better, and his opponent could not have been in a better position for him to hit him. You know, it doesn't always just come down to how great you are in terms of how heavy your hands are. It also comes down to how well you set them up.
Exactly. Where you
Yeah.
place him at.
I mean, that is true. A well set up punch, like a soft punch, can put somebody out, whereas a hard punch might not put them out, especially if you got a fighter that knows how to move with it. But the point that you're missing is Thurman knows how to place his punches, and he can pop while placing them. So it's not like if Ortiz gets caught, he's getting caught by somebody who just wings him out there like Deontay Wilder and relies on power. No, Thurman has skill. So when he pops you, he's popping you in the right spot. So that's what I'm saying. How many people like that has Ortiz ever been in there with? To my knowledge, none. So I think it's too much of a step up all the way around.
I'm trying to remember. Has Thurman ever hurt anybody?
Yeah, Thurman has very heavy hands. I
Yeah,
think people like to.
Hurt Pacquiao pretty bad. I think it was like in the 8th round. He caught him with some very nice, clean right hands to the button, especially.
You got him in combination. People. Oh, sorry. I think recently they've kind of forgotten maybe or they don't realize because he hasn't got like a nasty KO or even a stoppage victory over anyone big recently. But this is a guy who was able to keep Sean Porter off of him for long enough. This is a guy who was able to keep Danny Garcia. You know, Danny Garcia's got a good chin, but Danny Garcia wasn't just plodding forward, walking through his punches. Thurman has heavy hands. Pacquiao himself said that the hardest puncher, right, the person who's hit him the hardest in a fight, that probably Marquez would be the hardest single punch, but the consistent power throughout the fight. He said Margarito's punches he felt long after the fight, and he said that Thurman had similar power in the sense that his hands were just very heavy.
I actually think he said that Miguel Cotto, his power is very comparable to Miguel Cotto's. Because, he has that consistent power. He can hurt you anywhere. And, as far as Marquez goes, I don't even think he remembers getting hit by Marquez. So he can't really come to a conclusion as far as that goes. But, yeah.
That's another well-placed punch.
Yeah, Marquez had very good pop, but he wasn't a guy who was just knocking everybody out.
Yeah, he wasn't known for power. He was known for excellent counter-punching skills.
Yeah, he also hit puberty before he went into that fight, too.
Yeah, his traps. He looked like a cobra in that fight. I'm not saying he was on something, and if he was on something, then Pacquiao should have followed suit. But no proof though. But yeah, that knockout was very nasty. Yeah, Thurman has heavy hands, doesn't quite have the speed anymore, so I don't think the suddenness from his punches is going to be the same. But the heavy hands is still going to be a factor. I don't.
Do
think
you
he should
do you
step
think Virgil will be able to? Because Virgil knows how to cut off the ring, but against these guys that he's fought, I want to see how he can cut off the ring against a more experienced fighter. How he would do,
Yeah, so you have a guy like you can get a guy like a Kavalauskas who has legitimate one-punch pop. Then you can get somebody who can box fairly well. Thomas Delorme is a decent boxer, although I think the order of Thomas Delorme then Kavalauskas is probably more appropriate, but something like that.
Yeah, I
Hey,
agree. I
what
think those
about
two guys punch hard enough that we can, if he were to go against them and take some shots and he didn't react, I think that we could see that he's got a good chin. He doesn't have to go in there against Spence to find out, against Crawford to find out, Pacquiao, etc. Right? He could find Aegis or Thomas Delorme, and I think if they land cleanly, we would learn how good his chin is.
what about Jeff Horn? You think that'll be a good fight for Virgil?
Jeff Horn will not come down to 147, dude. He stated he was going to vomit like before the Crawford fight. So I don't think that's realistic, honestly. And if that does happen, Jeff Horn will probably die of like a brain hemorrhage on the night.
Wait. I thought Jeff Horn was fighting Tim Tszyu at welterweight.
Yeah, he's no. That's middleweight.
Is it? I
Yeah,
thought
he's a middleweight nowadays.
I didn't know Tim Tszyu.
He's
was
all the
at-
way at middleweight now.
Yeah, he's been at middleweight.
Yeah, he'd probably
Fuck.
have a stroke on fight night if he were to fight.
Oh yeah, never mind. I thought
147.
that fool was at 154 and he'd probably come down. But
No. I was telling Tangible earlier he had a fight versus Michael Zarafa, who Kell Brook had beaten before he had that hiatus, and Michael Zarafa actually stopped him, and in the rematch he won a majority decision.
The god Kell Brooks leftovers was able to stop former WBO welterweight champion. How does
At
that?
middleweight? Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. I actually traveled to the future very quickly, to different timelines, and I found one where Vergil Ortiz fights Amir Khan. And I couldn't bring a lot of evidence back. I might get in trouble, but I did manage to snag this one picture, so you guys can kind of see how the fight ends if Vergil Ortiz were to fight Amir Khan.
I think so.
One word: biblical.
Biblical, astronomical, whatever the biblical term equivalent is for any other religious scriptures. I guess so.
Get this, Smoke says Amir Khan walks out versus Vergil Ortiz to Gregorian chants and pallbearer.
Jesus was nailed to the cross in Pakistan, and Jesus never forgave the Pakistanis since.
Yeah, he decided to put all of his revenge in this one bout.
Yes. Yeah, that fight. Maybe Khan could be that sort of maybe guy with a little bit of movement, because Khan is not a guy you can just knock out just immediately. Unless you're British Prescott. It's if you look at all the guys who've knocked him out, they had to figure him out because Khan only has one gear, but it's very tough to go against on a consistent basis. So you have to get your timing down before being able to beat Khan, unless you're British Prescott.
Well, Bud Crawford. I think Bud Crawford is the first guy I've ever seen outbox Amir Khan. Normally, Amir Khan's up on guys until he gets knocked out.
Yeah, that dude was destroying Danny Garcia, beating him down. Well, not really. Danny Garcia was it was sort of similar like to his Khan's previous opponents. He's the type of guy to where his volume, his aggressiveness can be overwhelming. It's not something it's not gonna hurt you too badly if you are able to take it through a short period of time, but it can overwhelm you.
I didn't feel he was up versus Danny Garcia, British Prescott, or Canelo.
It kind of looks like Amir Khan doesn't
got out in the first round, so I mean that's not saying much.
Yeah, someone was trying to. I had not at like a debate, but it was just over Twitter. Someone was telling me that um, Terrence Crawford is the only guy to ever beat Amir Khan on points before stopping him, and they said he won every round versus Canelo, and they didn't include Breedis' press
Every round?
conference.
Yeah,
They
I
had him winning every round, or like Canelo won only one round. I don't even
Yeah,
really feel
stupid.
he was up on the scorecards versus Canelo. I
I
don't, not
had
that it matters anyways, because he got knocked the hell out, right? But
I had
No.
Canelo
Well,
up in the fight, but I had
The problem with Khan is that he doesn't adjust. Like he keeps the same game plan, and he's always just like the other dude said. He's always up in the cards, kind of in the beginning, and
and,
then he lets. He starts. They start timing him.
and Danny
Then he gets
well,
caught.
yeah, you got to
and
think.
Danny fights so undisciplined. Is rather Amir Khan fights so undisciplined. He doesn't select his shots very well, and he overcommits way too much to his combinations. And his combinations are at the exact same sort of cadence.
yeah,
Well,
yeah,
it,
he like you said, he has
that
one gear and it's fast, but once you've timed it, it's over.
his style is horrible for not having a chin. Like
You
he's
know,
got a style that you don't do if you don't have a chin. Like he's always there to be hit, and eventually he gets hit, and then he breaks.
Another issue with Khan, it's not even just his chin, right? Because let's say Danny Garcia or Canelo or Triple G, if they're taking the equivalent of those shots, I don't imagine they shrug it off. Like the punches that he does get knocked out by, excluding the Crawford one, are legitimately good punches, like strong counters, strong punches. But the fact that his defense and chin are just both so terrible, it adds to a catastrophic end result where he's face down or flat on his back on the canvas. It's just really a
I'm not
bad
gonna lie, though.
combination, like you're talking about.
Amir Khan, guys like Amir Khan will never have boring fights because if you're a guy who has a horrible chin, horrible defense, but good pop and fast hands, I mean that's the great mix for just a super entertaining fighter.
Yeah, entertaining. That's um that unfortunately I feel like up until recently I could have said, well, at least win or lose, he's always in an entertaining fight. But versus Crawford, that wasn't really entertaining. He also, like, oh, they say, well, he doesn't duck anyone, and he fights good opponents, and he doesn't quit. He ducked Kell Brook and he quit versus Crawford. Like, really, that Crawford was just the nail in his coffin.
Yeah, that dude has been pretty much even when Ezekiel Xavier Langston Brook was past his prime, he still didn't want to. He still was like, I'm not receiving enough money to fight him.
Well, to his credit, I mean, he might be right. He got $7 million for beating, God, I'm forgetting his
Actually,
name right
he
now.
received 15 million in U.S. dollars against.
Billy Dibb. Billy Dibb. He got $7 million for beating Billy Dibb, coming off of an embarrassing stoppage loss to Crawford. Not even a bad loss, just embarrassing. He got $7 million.
It's a lot of money. Hey, well, he should just fight in Saudi Arabia the rest of his life because, I mean, just drag guys up from like fight Miguel Burchell's last opponent, fight Zhou Shiming, and
Fight the victim, the Kosei Tanaka victim.
basically, yeah. Bring up like Sho Kimura or something like that, and have him, yeah,
Sho Kimura. Wow, that's kind of far down.
like Yemen.
Hey, any news on Canelo versus Smith yet or not?
No clue.
I thought you were
Hope it
talking
happens.
Cam Smith for a second.
Remember
Not really.
remember I was telling you yesterday about what was holding up that fight?
Yeah, they want a pay cut because of the pandemic. I doubt the pay cut happens. I think it's a legal mess, honestly. Like, you can't guarantee someone money and then unguarantee it later.
But it says specifically on Canelo's side, the zone wants a steep discount was the words from
Yeah,
Canelo,
no.
and that's holding up the fight basically.
The only thing that kind of sucks about the Callum Smith fight happening now would be that I think it would have been cool for Canelo to fight in Britain versus either Billy Joe Saunders or Callum Smith, and there's no point to that if there's no crowds. So yeah, I feel like the atmosphere would be good, and I know he's been wanting a fight in Britain and Japan.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but if you're Canelo, wouldn't you be like, all right, fuck it, I'll take this little discount, even though I don't think he is, but I mean, I mean, he already lost a fight already in May already. That's already one fight that's gone, and to do another one, miss another one in September, that's a
Yeah,
whole year.
and him going to the UK to fight a William Joe Saunders or a Callum Smith with no fans, that's not the sort of entrance to the UK that you want.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Like to fight a UK fighter in the UK, you want the crowd there, and they can't have that. So it's not that I don't want to see the fight. I think that's my most wanted fight at 168 that he can make right now. I don't think Plant or Benavidez are on the table, and Billy Joe Saunders is retired, according to himself. So
Hopefully.
Yeah, see, I mean,
hopefully, yeah.
these fools should negotiate that shit. It should be like, all right, we'll pay you guys whatever. Let's make the fight happen in September, only upon the fans are able to attend. If the fans are not able to attend, then just postpone it to like a month later or something. Just do something.
Host the fight on some Emirates cruise ship and then allow like 70 fans or something like that. I don't know.
I'm about
70
to,
billionaires?
There was talk of
tested.
him fighting out in
Hold on.
Alcatraz.
I'm about to get off. I'm about to eat these sloppy Joe sandwiches that I just cooked. But I want to say this. I want to see the light heavyweight champion Canelo fight Better Beef. To where for once in his fucking career, he's not the weight bully and he will be weight bullied. Let's see how good he really is.
Daniel Jacobs.
Yeah. Triple G.
Thanks for coming, Tony. He's
Triple
also
G.
not the light heavyweight champion right now, but I get what you're
Right?
saying, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, Danny Jacobs came into the fight at like 190. He comes
Basically,
in most of his fights
basically
like
what he's saying, he wants Canelo to fight somebody that basically is not is favored against Canelo.
If Canelo does not fight Anthony Joshua or Deontay Wilder, he is ducking and he is off my pound for pound list effective immediately. If Canelo does not fight Marius Briedis or Glowacki, then he's just hardcore ducking.
a true
Hey,
I'm out.
notice
like Canelo.
notice he didn't say anybody at 160, at 168. It has to be the best guy at fucking 175, where he
Unified
doesn't even
champion at-
yeah,
at
where he
75.
doesn't where he doesn't even campaign at.
A
Yeah.
true pound for pound fighter like Errol Spence would fights good counter punchers. Canelo doesn't, all right, which is why he's ducking Junior Dorticus.
Facts. That is
He's
just
ducking
facts.
a guy from the Cuban school. Very horrified of him.
Yeah.
He will lose in Arislandi Laura fashion, fellas.
He's scared of a 6'3", 80-inch reach cruiserweight champion, Cuban school, just a straight beast, and someone Canelo is ducking. That's fact.
Yeah, nobody ever applies those arguments to anybody else who's in that sort of big four of pound for pound fighters. Nobody's telling Inoue, go up and fight Gary Russell Jr. Nobody's telling
Nobody
better fight Josh Taylor.
people are saying that Jose Ramirez is way too big for Loma. And people are saying that Crawford, nobody's telling Crawford to go move up to 154 to fight anybody. People are telling Canelo to go move up and fight Artur Beterbiev.
And nobody's telling Jamal Charlo to fight fucking Better Beef, right? So but they're happy for a Derenchenko fight.
Yo, I'm happy for. I want to do another. Maybe I'll talk about that tomorrow. I need to look into the schedule.
Yeah,
I've
but it's
seen
not about the
picture.
standards. The standards that
Yeah,
they have.
yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah,
Like, come
yeah.
on, Canelo's got to fight Better Beef at 175 because he's ducking everybody.
The-
I mean,
the
ducking
first-
up,
he said
ducking
the
up
first
there.
time-
But
something-
Charlo is at 160 and he's not fighting any champion. But
Tony, you know how much I like Tony. He's a cool guy. Let him on my streams all the time. I went to his stream. Nothing but respect. If this comes off as rude, I'm very sorry. We're not trying to make fun of you, but it's just kind of funny.
no, I am. Don't trip.
No. Tony's cool. It's just funny that you say for the.
No, I
first
know,
time in
I
his
know
career,
he's cool, but to go
not
off
being a
on
weight
that note,
bully, and Rocky Fielding was bigger. Daniel Jacobs was bigger. Sergey Kovalev is physically bigger. Triple G is physically bigger. Chavez Jr. is physically bigger. You know what I mean? When's the last time he fought someone actually smaller than him? Liam Smith, 2016.
Think so. Golovkin was bigger. Yeah, I think that is the case.
Yeah,
Liam Smith.
you can
Yeah,
make
he
the
needs to
argument
stop
that
weight
Triple G
bullying these
doesn't weigh
guys.
more, but I think everyone else, quite literally, a larger human being.
I give Canelo credit though because I mean he's a guy who used to actually have trouble making 154. So I mean, if you want to say he's bullying 154 pounders, go ahead. But there was a point where people saw him as way too small to compete with 160 pounders because his frame was not there, and he's moving up to 175. So I mean, he must just have good genetics in terms of vascularity because
Yeah, he think about this. He wasn't even fighting at the full 160 weight, and people were fucking saying he was already ducking Triple G.
It's very peculiar to me the relationship between Triple G and Canelo because it's almost mirrored by the Triple G and Andre Ward relationship, but I don't hear a lot of people talking like Triple G was ducking Andre Ward. Same way I don't really feel Canelo was ducking Triple G. They did fight twice. I wouldn't say Triple G is ducking Canelo just because he didn't accept the fight. I do think he's postponing it probably strategically in terms of garnering money, but I don't think he's like scared of Canelo. You know, you go 24 rounds with someone. I don't imagine suddenly you've developed a uncontrollable fear. You know.
yeah,
Yeah, I don't think these fighters are scared of each other. I mean, they're fighters, you know. I just
Yeah.
sometimes looks like it because whatever, you know, they might it may not benefit them at that point or something, you know, financially or
Yeah.
career wise. There's always reasons, you know. But
Let me
yeah,
I don't know.
actually give credit to Get to Smoke for a bit because I did for a while feel like not necessarily that they're scared, but I felt like Errol Spence was avoiding Terrence Crawford, and I still feel like that fight is being unnecessarily delayed almost. It's like a marination thing, but I'm sure these guys in reality would want to fight each other, but there's just a bunch of dumb negotiation, money, politics, garbage getting in the way. Where, in my honest opinion now, even though I favor Terrence Crawford, and although I'm a fan of both, I'd probably say I'm more of a fan of Crawford. I do think that Errol Spence Jr., if there is an A side, I don't think there should be. If there is an A side, it would be Errol Spence Jr. because he does have the financial pool and the belts. He has more belts than Terrence Crawford, and he also brings in more money than Terrence Crawford.
yeah. I think but with the whole Canelo Triple G situation, they're trying to marinate the fight. But it got to a point after about 2 years of trying to marinate it, where they were just like, you know what, we've run out of complete options because neither guy has an outgoing personality, and Triple G does not identify with North Americans whatsoever. I mean, the most the guy knows in terms of English is probably "I want the fight" or something like that.
Who?
Golovkin.
Who?
Oh
Oh
no,
no, he knows English.
he knows big drama show. Um,
Yeah.
Oh
Hey,
yeah.
no,
what
guys, you
says,
know.
hey guys, guys,
No,
come on, guys.
yeah,
Oh,
hey, hey,
my cousin.
hey, no, guys.
Guys, Mexican style, guys. No big drama.
Hey, no, come on, guys, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Triple G, Canelo, both those guys are great. Um, okay. Really quickly, go back to the welterweights for a little bit. Unless you guys want to move on, I'm cool with that too. Is there anything I missed? I talked about Danny Garcia, which I want to. I want to talk about Keith Thurman. I want to talk about Ugas. I want to talk about Crawford. I don't think I got to talk about Spence a lot. Talked about Pacquiao and Porter briefly. Um, we indirectly spoke about Abdukakharov, Lipinets. What do you guys think of that fight, by the way? Abdukakharov versus Sergey Lipinets.
I'm picking Lipinets to win the fight. Not that high on Abdukakharov.
I don't know yet. I gotta do some
And
film study.
also another thing I wanted to say is shout outs to my boy Coco Tyler MXBC. Shout outs to you, bro. Hope you're doing well. But Abdukakharov never impressed me. I honestly had Collazo winning that fight. It probably sounds weird, and I told people this afterwards, but I had Collazo actually winning the fight.
You felt the decision should have gone to Collazo?
Yes.
Oh, that is interesting. Uh, I don't agree, but I can see the point you're trying to make. I think. You just feel like he didn't impress.
Yeah, Collazo was countering him too easily, and it felt like he was sort of wasting his shots. He was using too much volume at times, and it took him a while to actually get hot and win rounds. Collazo was just the sharper fighter.
Okay. So are you favoring Lipinets by a wide margin, by knockout? What do you think?
I got Lipinets in this fight, probably winning by a decision. Something like 116, 112.
So competitive but clear.
Yes, that's how I
Okay.
see it.
Hey, how many fights did you guys miss on that prediction?
I missed. Okay, so a lot of them got canceled, unfortunately. I missed one fight, Mahmoud versus Boruk. I don't know how to say their names. I'm sorry, but it was one of the last ones, and I just got the prediction wrong. The one I'm kind of sour grapes about is I got the Vergil Ortiz round off, and then because I missed that one fight at the end, I'm in 10th place right now, which isn't bad, but it's the worst I've done in my predictions so far, like in terms of placing.
Yeah, I think I got only one fight wrong.
Yeah, me too.
I think it was that whatchamacallit. One of the last ones too.
Apparently, I'm tied with two KO victories being correct on what round they occur, which adds to the like me being salty about the Vergil Ortiz. I like Jack Reese normally, but he was acting up on.
I honestly don't like Jack Reese. I honestly don't. He's just not a consistent sort of a guy as far as how he does. He's inconsistent. There's way too many sort of ticky-tack. There's always some type of controversy going on when he's in refereeing fights.
The one that I got wrong was Stepien.
Oh,
Madi Jaya, whatever that is.
yeah. I know.
That's the only one I'll get all the other ones right.
Smoke was proud that he predicted split decision for that guy. That was I picked unanimous decision for Stepien, but yeah, I mean that's a good one. But Smoke's number 1 this week, I think.
Yeah, he was. I mean, we're not too far behind. We're there.
Yeah. I mean, it's really like 10 points or whatever. So one prediction I get, Smoke doesn't. It's kind of switches, but
Washes.
intangible. What about you?
And I forgot to fill in 2 fights while I was on the road. So, yeah, I'm fucked. I'll probably do badly this year. If I do badly this week, I'm quitting. I'm resigning. I'm retiring from predictions. It was a brief stint, but I'm finished.
So what you're saying is I retired you.
Under a condition, I could.
Got bodied. Okay. I'm just kidding. No, Tony. I wasn't talking crap. I just said that, but I just thought it was not entirely accurate, and also quite kind of random.
Well, weighed in at 187. Are you talking about the rehydration?
187 pounds.
Did he really rehydrate from 155 to what?
Oh, 55, you're right, yeah.
Yeah, 155 to 187. Did he really rehydrate 32 pounds?
In one day?
Yeah, I don't know.
Is that even possible? Like, what can you eat and what can you drink? Like,
I think cool. Oh, H Money is backstage. Yo, what's up, man? All right, he's muted.
Yo, what's up with it? What's going on with it?
And what's up? We're just talking about
what's cracking?
Man, chilling. What up, Intangible?
Salute, H Money.
Salute, man. It's a pleasure to be on the panel with you guys. Intangible, IBT, Raider. What's going on, man? What's the topic at hand?
Welterweights, basically.
We all know who's the only current unified welterweight champion in boxing. Earl the Truth Spence Jr. I think he's the best welterweight in the world. According to Ring Magazine, he's ranked number 1. He obviously has the best resume at welterweight, by beating Sean Porter and Kell Brook, a much more impressive resume in the welterweight division than Terrence Crawford. Terrence Crawford, who just fought Mean Machine, and he beat Joseph Benavidez and what's the name? Jeff Horn and Amir Khan. I mean, it's obvious Earl Spence is number one, leading the way. What do you think about that, IBT?
I think it's fair for people to put him at number one. He is unified. He probably has the best wins at the moment at welterweight. I don't think it's a dominant number one though. I think it's very close.
Close with who?
I think that especially after the car accident, I don't know how to rate him after that. But if you
Well,
want to talk
I
about,
mean, no, we're just going by resume. We're just going by resume. Not the car accident doesn't have to do anything with what he's accomplished.
Well, as far as what he's accomplished goes, that's one piece of the criteria, but some may use that car accident as a sort of referendum as for the concept of what's the question behind him. Is he going to come back as the same fighter?
Well, boxing has been postponed due to this pandemic, so we're just going by body of work right now in the welterweight division. If you look at, go ahead.
Yeah, I said body of work. That's fair, but as far as the criteria of how you can rate fighters, as far as just opinion goes, some people may project that Spence does not come back with representing the same performances he did in previous fights.
Well, sir, that is the unseen. That's by going by the unseen. Now, let's just go by records and resume and what he has proven in the sport of boxing, what he has proven in the welterweight division. He has accomplished much more than Terrence Crawford, and that's what I think. And what about you? Just going by resumes, intangible. Not we going by what he's done in the ring, not what happened outside the ring.
I think at 147, Errol Spence has proven more than Terrence Crawford. Thus, I would put him at number one. And I think as far as recency goes, I think that he is still the better fighter than Manny Pacquiao at this point, even though Pacquiao's 147 resume in totality is better. As far as recency goes, his latest opponents, as far as who's beaten, has been Matisse, Broner, and Thurman. He lost to Jeff Horn as well.
And who are you just talking about right there on that resume?
You were saying Pacquiao has a better welterweight resume than Spence, but if you want to talk about recency, then Spence would probably be number one because Pacquiao is like 41, 42 years old. He's already cemented Hall of Famer, all-time great. I don't think it's really fair to compare Pacquiao's entire body of work to Spence's entire body of work because Spence is like 29 or 30, whereas Manny Pacquiao is already like 41 or 42, and he already has his own legacy, right? Spence could retire right now and have more to fulfill, whereas Manny Pacquiao could retire right now, and people would totally accept that.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree with what IBT just said, and I agree with the intangible. You know what I mean? Raider, what about you? What do you think about the welterweight division? Who do you have number one?
Like ranking them, like 1 through 5, or just like
who you got number one? Who's the top dog right now on welterweight?
Damn, I don't know. It's got to be between Spence and Crawford. It's like 1A, 1B. It's one of those two guys. I don't have an exact who's in first yet. That's a tough one.
Okay, I got a question for the panel. This is for everybody. What do you guys think about Terrence Crawford fighting Ray Robinson next? Timothy Bradley was on ESPN recently, and he was saying that Ray Robinson is a worthy opponent to fight Terrence Crawford. I want to get you guys' thoughts.
I rate Ray Robinson. I think he's a good fighter. I think he's kind of been, I wouldn't say robbed, but they've kind of given Aegis and Josh Kelly respectively gift decisions. I felt he'd done enough to win those fights. I rate him highly. However, I think it'd be more appropriate for him to face, like I said, someone within the top 15, 20 area. I think he'd be a good fight with Vergil Ortiz, where I feel as Terrence Crawford is too advanced at this point, too much skills. I don't think it'd be. I think it'd be a good win, but I feel a lot of people would find it easy to discredit, saying Ray Robinson is coming off of a TKO loss and then 2 draws. Right, his last win is technically 3 years ago against Breedis Prescott. So despite how I feel the official results are in the past 3 fights, he is 0, 1, and 2. Right.
Correct. Okay, intangible. What about you? What do you think about Ray Robinson as Terrence Crawford's next opponent?
No, that's my answer.
Okay, short but sweet. I like that. Raider, what about you, my brother?
I don't want that fight. Fucking Crawford should be fighting a top 5 fighter. I don't think he should be fighting Ray Robinson. Come on. That's why he's getting flack for that, fighting nobodies. So if he starts fighting these dudes again, he's gonna go down on that pound for pound list. He might not even be on the top 10 pound for pound list if he keeps going that way.
Yes, of course, Raider. He just fought against Mean Machine. You know what I mean? Now he wants to fight Ray Robinson. This is terrible, man. This is terrible. You know what I mean? Earl Spence Jr., like they just said, is coming off a serious car accident, but he's returning back to boxing and he's going straight for a former world champion, Danny Garcia. You know what I mean? I want to see Terrence Crawford against a former world champion or somebody in the top 5 or a current champion, man. You know what I mean? I don't want to see him fight Ray Robinson. And I don't think any of the fight fans should support that, bro. You know what I mean? That's a terrible decision. Why not fight a former champion like Kell Brook? A former world champion like Sean Porter? Nobody wants to see Terrence Crawford versus Ray Robinson. And go ahead, IBT.
I just wanted to say I feel like Terrence Crawford is a pound for pound level talent. He's a 3 division champion, a former undisputed 140 champion. I don't feel like Ray Robinson is going to give him a lot of credit. I feel the way he's been acting during this pandemic has not been what I want to see out of him. He's saying he wants a pay raise during a pandemic when everyone knows you'd be lucky to get the same pay, much less a pay raise. Most people are actually saying a dock in their pay. Fighting lesser opposition is okay as long as we're under the preface that it is a tune-up fight. Whereas for Terrence Crawford, I don't feel like he needs a tune-up fight. I feel like he can actually use a step-up fight, like you're mentioning. Even though I don't think Kell Brook is capable at fighting at 147, he would still be a better name and opponent than Ray Robinson. I think Sean Porter would be an excellent opponent. Legitimately a great win for him. I think Errol Spence, despite him just losing to Errol Spence, Sean Porter's a tough, at this point, contender, but he's a former 2-time world champion at welterweight. He's only been in tough fights. I don't know who else is on the docket for Crawford. If they had some way to fight Pacquiao, that would be awesome, but I don't think that fight happens. To me, Crawford is in a tough spot because he has the skills to pay the bills, but he doesn't have the attraction to pay the bills. So I mean, Jeff Horn, Jose Benavidez Jr., Amir Khan, Kavalasquez, those aren't bad opponents, but he at this point needs a signature win at 147 because in many people's eyes, he's not losing his skill or talent, but he's slowly dropping off the top 3 of the pound for pound list when you have guys like Kosei Tanaka, Estrada, Chocolatito coming back, possibly fighting Estrada. You have Inoue, right? Inoue is kind of creeping his way up there. He's now unified. He just fought a Hall of Famer. He had a great fight. People have recency bias to an extent, and the fact that people don't really rate the opponents he has been fighting despite the fact that they have been good. You need a notable name up there. Someone like a Danny Garcia, a Keith Thurman, Yordenis Ugas, I think would serve better, especially Yordenis Ugas, who I think would be an entertaining fight, a worthy fight, but I just don't see Crawford sending out the offers, or I don't hear about the negotiations, so I can't even comment on that, really.
For sure. You made some great points right there, man. This is great boxing talk. IBT, thank you for allowing me on your platform. Thank you so much. I'm just here to talk boxing, despite what you guys hear, you know what I mean, about me. I came to YouTube to talk boxing. You know, Intangible been to my channel when I first met him a while ago. That was on a Luis Ortiz, Deontay Wilder rematch, and we had a great show with each other. And I see that people turn Intangible against me. And Intangible, you know what I mean? I felt like I was one of the first guys that found out who you was. And you know what? I appreciate you, man. And, you know, if it's any type of beef between us, let's squash it and let's talk boxing. You know what I mean? Let's keep it boxing. My brother Coco Tyler is in the chat right here. And I see Durden in the chat. These guys are here to support your channel, IBT. You know what I mean? Coco Tyler, he's a young guy, just like Intangible. And you know what I mean? We just here to show support right now. You know what I mean? I'm not making no comments about anybody else. I didn't mention no other YouTubers on the channel. You know what I'm saying? I could see people in the chat trolling me, you know what I mean, making comments, but I'm just here to talk about the sport. So I want to ask the panel real quick, what did you guys think about Vergil Ortiz's performance on Friday? You know what I mean? And he just improved his record to 16 wins and 16 knockouts. Intangible. I want to hear what you have to say about that.
Hold on. Say that one more time. I'm sorry.
Vergil Ortiz Jr. He just won by knockout on Friday. He beat Samuel Vargas. He just improved his record to 16 wins and 16 knockouts. Samuel Vargas, who I feel like is a credible opponent, who been in the ring with Amir Khan, and he dropped Amir Khan twice. So, and he fought against Earl Spence, if I'm not mistaken. What did you think about Vergil Ortiz in his performance? He's only 22 years old.
I thought it was a pretty good performance. I thought there were points where, there was a little bit of confusion on the part of Vergil Ortiz, because I thought Samuel Vargas pretty much showed every single gear he had in his game. He showed, improvising. He moved a bit, and there were points where he sort of changed his style up and sometimes approached him up in the high guard and used his strength. But I thought overall, Ortiz did a good job adjusting. It took him a while too, but he was able to do so, and you got rid of him. So I think it's a good overall performance.
Okay, what about you, Raider? How did you feel about Vergil Ortiz and the way he looked on Friday?
I feel looked good. Vergil did what he had to do. He didn't have Garcia in his corner. He probably would have took him out maybe a round or two earlier. And that's what I picked too. He fucked up my thing. But no, yeah, dude, he did a good job. He had to do what he did what he had to do. And as far as Vargas, he's one fucking tough ass motherfucker. He that fool didn't know when to quit. The referee could have stopped it earlier. I don't think anybody would have said anything. But yeah, it was a good performance. And Vargas was a tough guy. That's what I had to say.
Okay, IBT, what about you?
Sorry, my throat's killing me right now. Yeah, I thought it was a good performance. Samuel Vargas has only lost against welterweights who have been, I believe former champions or would become champions. So this is promising for Vergil Ortiz, especially since he won so dominantly. Samuel Vargas is a very tough guy, very durable guy who, will refuse to go down. But I do believe an unofficial knockdown occurred when Samuel Vargas performed a wonderful takedown against Vergil Ortiz. But Vergil looked relentless in there. He had good volume and good footwork. I like the way he was creating angles. Although Jack Reese was acting up a little bit, in my opinion, especially with the way he made those angles and started calling him out. Stopping him. I don't think he stopped him the way he would want to, but he did stop him nonetheless. People want to compare this to the performances of other fighters, but if you want to look where Vergil is in his career compared to where other guys was, I believe I heard people saying that maybe his power is overrated because Spence finished him off sooner, but Spence was a 26-year-old welterweight, whereas Vergil Ortiz is only 22. He continues his knockout streak. I think his past four opponents have been legitimately good opponents to where I don't even know if I can call him a prospect anymore. At this point, he just seems like a young contender. I was very pleased with his performance. I feel like some people who were being critical of the performance were being overly critical. I don't think he lost a round. He looked very impressive. He showed a wonderful offense, ability to, like I said, create angles earlier. I think his offense is going to be something to look out for. Hopefully we can see more in the defense department as he goes on. But this is a young guy who is impressing in every performance against actual quality opposition for someone his age and at the stage in his career. I'm looking forward to what we see from Vergil up next. Let me very quickly introduce L-Dog into the stream. What's up, man?
Hey, what's up, man? Hey, you guys talking about Vergil Ortiz?
I'm talking about the whole welterweight division and Vergil Ortiz at the moment, yeah.
Man, Vergil Ortiz is the future. That guy is a seriously great prospect. I know, people tend to overhype prospects, but I'm going to go ahead and say it. Vergil Ortiz, is the future of boxing, or one of the future stars of boxing. The kid is very talented, and by the looks of it, he's very dedicated.
Yeah, I would agree. He definitely looks like he's stays in shape, disciplined, working on his craft. His personality, like the way he gets like a draw, I don't feel it's the same way as fellow stablemate Ryan Garcia. I feel like he, attracts people with his performances and the fact that he just seems like a pretty regular guy. Outside of that, doesn't have a big ego. He isn't really trying to act spectacularly. He performs spectacularly and then acts normal afterwards, which is something I think will draw a lot of people in the future. I definitely agree with you on that, L Dog.
Yeah, he's like he's a humble guy, but he can put up numbers, and like he can put it up in the ring. So I want to see him fight a someone like Besputin or Ray Robinson next, because all the champs at welterweight are southpaws.
Okay, let me say one thing. Shout outs to L Dog. How are you doing, my brother? Thanks for coming to the show. How are you doing?
Hey, what's good, H?
What's up, L? Hey, I just want to say this, man. Vergil Ortiz landed 240 punches in only 7 rounds. That's insane. That's incredible. He's currently ranked number 2 in the WBO. Go ahead.
And almost at 50% too.
Exactly. Very accurate puncher. You know what I mean? He's landed damn near 50% of his punches. He threw over 600 punches. He landed 200, and I believe 240 of his punches. You know what I mean? Very technical fighter. People, overlook his skills because he's such a knockout artist. 16 wins, 16 knockouts. But the way he sets up the power shots is amazing. And he's a contender, guys. He's ranked number 2 in the WBO to fight Terrence Crawford. Number 1 is Danny Garcia, and Danny Garcia is supposed to fight Errol Spence Jr. So Vergil Ortiz is the next one in line to face a Terrence Crawford. I think we would all rather see Vergil Ortiz versus Terrence Crawford than Terrence Crawford versus Ray Robinson.
Hey, and people call me crazy when I say this, but I actually think Vergil Ortiz will be Terrence Crawford's hardest fight in his career. I mean, think about it.
I agree.
Who at welterweight that Crawford has fought would you favor against Ortiz? He's definitely his toughest welterweight opponent, and when you add in the size, like this guy would have a big size advantage over him. I'm not saying he beats Crawford now, but I'm saying it would be his toughest fight.
I agree with that, and part of why I agree with that is because Terrence Crawford, when he gets hit or knocked down, or get stunned or whatever you want to call it, he wants that get back. And trying to get that get back with Vergil Ortiz and trying to exchange with him, I don't know if that's a good idea.
Yeah, Vergil Ortiz has an opportunity to knock out Terrence Crawford. And I think even if they fight next, I think Vergil Ortiz can stop Terrence Crawford. We've seen Terrence Crawford get dropped against Mean Machine. We've seen Terrence Crawford get hurt against a lightweight in Gamboa. You know what I mean? I think, like L Dog said, I think Terrence Crawford, his best opponent will be pretty much Vergil Ortiz. Vergil Ortiz will be the best fighter Terrence Crawford has faced right now. You know what I mean? And I think all those guys that Terrence Crawford has beat, like Vargas, well, not Vargas, I guess Amir Khan, Hank Lundy's, Thomas Delorme's, Victor Postal. If you would have put Vergil Ortiz against those same guys, I think Vergil Ortiz will be able to do a better job. You know what I mean? I think he would have been able to knock out a Victor Postal. I think Vergil Ortiz would have done the same thing with Amir Khan and stopped him. You know what I mean? I agree with what you said, L-Dog.
Yeah, Vergil Ortiz is a serious talent, and I'd like to see him fight Ray Robinson next, just because Ray Robinson is awkward. He's a southpaw. He fights like very negative, on the back foot, just trying to survive. It would be cool to see if Vergil Ortiz can get him out of there.
Hey, I got a question real quick for you guys. Or is it Tanji left or what?
Yeah, I think he dipped out for a second. I'll send him another invite.
I got a question for you guys real quick. mostly everybody has Terrence Crawford most likely in the top 3, right? Almost everybody in the pound for
Top
pound.
4 at the very least.
Yeah, yeah. So everybody most likely has Canelo and Lomachenko, right, as in their top 3. If Inui was to be Casimero and become a 3 belt holder in that division, and Crawford fights a Ray Robinson, do you take out Crawford at top 3 and put Inui there?
All right, that's a very interesting question because that's actually why I said top 4. A lot of people, not maybe not a lot, but there is a vocal group of individuals who already feel like the the accomplishments of Inoue, the speed at which he's doing it, the way he's doing it, knocking these guys out viciously as well. Um,
Hey, it's what Intangibles part of, man. It's what I call them, the weeaboo boxing community.
no, no, I'm not saying. I'm not
Hey
saying
yo,
the boxing community.
I got to keep my voice down. I got people sleeping.
Yeah,
Hey,
it's
yo,
like
yo, dog. I got beef with you, bro. I got beef with you. Don't you put no disrespect on Tanaka name, bro. I'm gonna knock you out.
Bro, it's the weeaboo boxing community, man. All these Americans just obsessing over Japanese boxers. Like, come on,
no, no,
guys.
no. Look. Inoue has a very, his accolades at this point are tremendous. He's a young fighter. He's in his prime. He just came off a win off of a Hall of Famer, first ballot Hall of Famer, right? Um, Terrence Crawford still has, I think, the intangibles over Inoue in terms of, I think, on the eye test, he probably looks more versatile, right? The main issue with that is that Inoue is proving it, whereas Crawford fighting Ray Robinson, I think that would receive a lot of criticism, even though I rate Ray Robinson. Sorry, it's a lot of R's. He needs to fight an opponent that'll truly capture the boxing fans' attention in terms of being someone they actually think will be competitive or he might lose to, which is why, like I said already, you have even these like Kell Brook. I don't think he makes 147, but if he can make 147 healthy, that would be a good fight. Keith Thurman would be a good fight. Danny Garcia would be a good fight. Sean Porter would be a good fight. Yordinis Ugas would be a good fight. All of these guys are top level welterweights who I think pose a genuine threat to Crawford in some way. Whether or not I think they'll win, they are well respected names, well respected welterweights with good skill sets. He doesn't need to be fighting guys like Ray Robinson, who on paper don't look as impressive as they really are. But this would be, I don't know how many. Okay, what's his resume at 147? You have Jeff Horn, Benavides, um, Amir Khan, and Kavalaskis, right? A lot of people were calling Kavalaskis a bum. He's not a bum. He's a top 10 fighter, but he's probably on the lower end of the top 10. Probably not top 10 anymore after that loss, right? Um, Amir Khan passed it. The pay per view did very poorly. Amir Khan quit. It wasn't necessarily entertaining. Jose Benavides Jr. Detractors will say that he has been shot in the leg and that he was literally shot. Jeff Horn, some people don't even think he won the Pacquiao fight. There's a lot of issues with his resume at 147 where I think some people overrate it and some people underrate it. At this point, he doesn't just need a name that's good like Amir Khan. He needs an actual opponent that's good. And although I think Ray Robinson's good, it's not the caliber that he needs to, remain pound for pound.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
Someone coming off 2 draws, one against Kavalauskas and one against Josh Kelly, is not good enough.
yeah, and Inui being a 3-weight division, and a unified right now, and he's gonna fight Casimero. That'll
And
be the 3 belts. You know what I mean?
Three belt unified in a stronger division than Crawford went undisputed in.
Oh, dog, though, which American boxing fan is a fan of a Japanese fighter the way I am with Tanaka?
You're
I
still
don't know.
stuck on that.
Naoda?
Now,
Hey, Intangible, who do you like more, Tanaka or Lucas Brown?
Please, no personal questions. No personal questions.
you see,
Hey.
I think Tanaka is the greatest boxer of all time, but I think Lucas Brown is God. So I'm going to have to go with my boy Lucas Brown.
I got some breaking news on the Charlo card. I think a heavyweight is going to be making his PBC debut on that card.
And who is that?
Filip Hrgović.
Ah,
I think he's left his own. Because he's fighting on September 26th.
Dude, that would be
again.
biblical.
I
He
would
should
love to
fight
see.
Tony
Hey,
Yoka. That's
man,
the third
Bro,
fight.
you know now I'm going to become the
Hey.
biggest PBC fanboy.
hey, to be honest, I would love to see Hrgović versus Wilder. I'm not
Thank
lying.
you, Al
I'm
Heyman.
not. I'm not lying.
I'm not even kidding. I'd pick Hrgović to beat Wilder. I would.
So
I'd
would-
pick
so
him
would
in
I, dude.
probably 5 rounds.
I don't know about 5 rounds, but I'd pick Hrgović to win.
But hey, that's just what I saw today. He's fighting September 26th, and all the names he mentioned were PBC names. So I'm thinking maybe PBC signed him. I'm not sure. But it wouldn't shock me because PBC lost a lot of heavyweights, so they need to get someone.
even if they're just okay.
Yeah. But back to the main topic, man. The welterweight division. Look, full of potential, but I've kind of over the last year just given up on it because I haven't seen the fights I've wanted to see. Like I'll say Spence Porter, great fight, but aside from that, you usually get maybe one good PBC fight a year in that division. The rest are just trash, and it's a shame because there's so much potential in that division. I mean, imagine if we got imagine if we had Spence Crawford, Crawford Ugas or Crawford Porter and all these great fights, but we're just not going to get them. So, I mean, that's why I've kind of given up faith on that division.
Yeah, I mentioned this at the beginning. I think it's full of talent. Unfortunately, it takes a long time for the good matchups to happen, and sometimes they don't happen. There was a point in this division not too long ago where Keith Thurman versus Kell Brook would have been for the clear number one of the division, and now at this point, Kell Brook is looked as a shot fighter, and Thurman is looked as on the decline, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, injuries both played a part in their careers. Like, let's not forget Kell Brook was stabbed in the leg, and he suffered injuries in the Golovkin and Spence fight.
Yes.
So I mean, and Keith Thurman has sustained numerous injuries, so they were injury prone. But I mean, just in general, the division has good fights, but it's only like every so often. I need to see more,
Yeah.
That's a shame because this could be boxing's premier division. But at the moment, I'd say it's not. I'd say the heavyweight division is.
Even then, I mean, you have fights not happening there. Luckily, there's figures, at least in the heavyweight division, that are clearly dominant, clearly superior to the rest. Guys that are just
Bro, we're getting
really,
great
really
fights in the
beasts
heavyweight
in their own
division.
right.
What are you on about, man? We're getting Lucas Big Daddy Brown
That's right.
versus
That's what I'm
Joseph
saying.
Parker, man.
We have
A
guys.
clash of the Titans.
We have
A
guys who
tattooed
are.
penis versus Joseph Parker, man.
We have guys to lead the heavyweight division, right? Whereas welterweight, no one. I mean, you can say Pacquiao is like leading it, right? But who knows how long he's going to be there? Whereas we know Lucas Brown has a long and lengthy career. He has a Hall of Fame victory.
Hey, who does PBC have in the heavyweights?
Wilder.
Deontay
They don't
Wilder.
have nobody, huh?
Well,
Yeah.
Deontay Wilder is a nobody, honestly. So I mean,
They have Wilder, they have Gerald Washington, they have Jermaine Franklin and Chris Areola,
Charles Martin.
Luis Ortiz, Charles Martin,
Nobody.
Andy Ruiz.
Oh yeah,
Because
Andy Ruiz.
these
Never
are the
mind.
names they've offered.
They got
Hrgović.
Andy Ruiz. I forgot about
Right.
Andy Ruiz.
They're offering him. Man, stop that shit. But they're offering Hrgović to fight Jermaine Franklin, Gerald Washington, or Chris Areola.
So is that fight gonna happen or what? Wilder and Fury or not? Gonna happen this year or not?
No, this is Charlo undercard. But I mean, I doubt Wilder Fury will happen this year because they want site fees for that.
I thought they were gonna do it at the Raider Stadium, the new Raider Stadium. Probably at not full capacity, obviously, but have like maybe like
That's
12,000.
too hard to do, I think, man. There's a lot of like, I don't know, that could just fuck up easily and people could get it, like the virus.
Yeah, probably.
Live footage right now of Lucas Brown flexing on the haters.
Hey, I'll tell you this much though, man. If you look at Dillian White's glove, you can clearly see his fist was in the wrist portion in the Lucas Brown fight. And even so, you could also see there were like brass knuckles on his fist.
You could also see that Lucas Brown's pupils were dilated, therefore he was drugged.
But hey, what I'm saying, man, this is my big prediction here. Now,
he got the Jesus juice or what?
When Brown knocks out Parker, the first man ever to knock out Parker, he's going to rematch White, knock him out. He's going to fight the winner of Wilder Fury, knock him out, unify against AJ. Then he's switching back over to the UFC, and he's going to beat Miocic or DC, man.
I think he beats them both and Francis Ngannou.
Yeah. Hey, what's up? Get the smoke.
Yeah, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, people?
It worked.
So,
hold on real quick. Smoke, hold on real quick. It worked. I was talking about like, let me get Smoke up in here. Let me talk about the PBC, and it worked. Perfect.
No, I'm not even. It's not even about PBC for me. It's about this idea about Crawford's opposition.
Smoke.
I'm just pulling your legs, Smoke.
Okay, I think I know where you're going based off your last comment as well. I would like this pound for pound. Are you talking pound for pound? Is that what you're gonna say?
Yes.
Okay.
This whole methodology that people are using for their pound for pound list seems weird to me.
We can do this tomorrow if you want, because I do think this is an interesting conversation, and I kind of that's something I was thinking about with Raider, where I was like, well, I think at this point Inoue is more recently doing the better work, whereas I feel Terrence Crawford by the eye test has the better skill set.
Let's chop it up right now. Shit.
I just wanted to do this one welterweights. But
I can say this, though,
I can say for welterweights.
Make some valid points on like what pound for pound is, and it's got me thinking like this whole resume thing. I mean, think about this: Dillian White, decent resume, but when you think of his skill set, I mean,
Tanaka is the number one pound for pound fighter. I mean, if you just look at the 4 criteria: ring generalship, defense, effective aggression, and landed punches, he is the number 1 pound for pound fighter. Easily, not even a close second.
So, what do you guys think about this? Like, a pound for pound should be. Let me just say this: how your skills translate in other weight classes, your weight class and in other weight classes.
The issue is it's not necessarily an objective thing. I think that Estrada has superior defense to that of Deontay Wilder, but but Smoke disagrees and says Spence and Wilder both have better defense than Estrada, right? So
what?
I can't just say like, oh, this is a thing and we all agree on it, because we're not going to agree on it. And then, okay, well, how do you measure someone's skill set? Well, their skill set is, displayed against their opposition, right? Vergil Ortiz fighting 150 Tijuana cab drivers is going to look like a god compared to where, let's say, Canelo or Spence fight the top middleweights, super middleweights, and welterweights respectively, right?
Yeah, first of all, it's not just about defense; it's skills, all of it, offense, defense, the whole thing, right? And it should be against top level opponents in that weight and whatever weight class you're fighting.
Yeah, the only issue is that isn't the same across divisions, right? So it's not like every single division has the same level of talent, and it's easy to. I mean, it's not easy, right? So there are defensive moves, right? There's catch and shoot, there's parry, there's slip. Estrada, I feel like he uses his legs really well, but there's not really a lot happening outside of him controlling the distance with his legs defensively, right? It's not like he's out there, He's all right with rolling shots, but he's not. Anyway, he's fine. I'm just saying that there is a objective metric about defensive skill sets, right? You can look at it and say that guy knows how to do this, that. You can do any number of things, right? We saw. Anyway, that's it. That's just my point.
Yeah.
But
Well,
the
okay.
problem with rating defense. You go, Raider.
Well, I was thinking about this too, right? Like just like Smoke said, there's not the same amount of talent in every weight class, right? So I was thinking about this. So if you say like Canelo, right? He's like way above everybody's weight class, like his skills, right? Mostly above everybody else's. So if you were to take Canelo out, does that make that division talented now? Because everybody is at the same level? You know what I mean? Like
This is kind of the
like if you're like miles above the level of competition in your own weight class, right? Like, and everybody else sucks. Is it because everybody else sucks, or because that guy is so good that if he leaves, then it's
each individual boxer, right? So they all have their own skill sets and they all have their own careers, right? So Canelo can be better than everybody else, but that doesn't negate what everybody else brings to the table in the comparison.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Okay, let me give you a real example of that, Raider. In my opinion, there are, I think, at the very least 2 elite welterweights. In my opinion, there are 4 elite welterweights. In my opinion, there are 2, maybe 3 elite middleweights. In my opinion, there are no elite fighters at 154. Do I think it's a bad division? Not at all. I just don't think that anyone is proven enough and or superior so much more than the other fighters at 154, where I can't see Lara beating Jermel, or I don't see Jermel beating Rosario. I don't see Rosario beating Jermel. I feel like these guys can basically beat each other on any night. So, in my opinion, there's no elite fighters, not because I don't favor them, just because I think their skill sets aren't quite as well rounded.
If Charlo beats Rosario, he deserves to be classed as an elite fighter.
I agree. I'm saying right now.
Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing.
If Rosario won, would you be surprised if Jermel won? Would you be like? I'm saying these fights are so much of a toss-up that until they happen, I don't think that there's an elite fighter right now. I think depending on results later, it can, right? Just I feel like there isn't a large enough separation between Pack A and Pack B, where it feels like it's all Pack one.
I see what you mean. It's like Spence,
here's the thing about
Pacquiao,
that,
Crawford, Porter, and then there's other guys.
Exactly.
IBT, here's the thing about that, though, right? So there's not a clear cut elite fighter in that division, according to you, because they can all beat each other at any given time, right? Is what you're saying. So what about if you got down to 135, where you can say you have like 4 maybe elite fighters or a good ass top heavy 5? Those guys can beat each other at any given time too.
I think I favor Lomachenko versus all of those guys. Even though like Teofimo, I think he has a solid shot, I would still favor Lomachenko. I'm gonna be rooting for Teofimo, but I think Lomachenko's gonna win.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're always gonna have choose somebody over somebody else, even though it could be 50-50 fights. David Haney versus Lomachenko is a tough fight. Teofimo versus Haney over Teofimo.
A big
Black
thing.
and Brown. I agree with Black and Brown. 154, as far as a weight class, like they fight each other more often than others, and that's something you do have to credit. But as a division, talent-wise, I just don't see it. It's honestly probably in the bottom, probably 5 divisions in terms of talent.
I'm not about that.
And that's the thing. And I think that Lara is one of the most complete fighters in boxing, right? And was he ever on anybody's pound for pound list or very high on people's pound for pound list?
He should have been. Because he should have had a lot of wins that were ruled as losses or draws. Let's be real.
And if he would have been a multi-division champion, it probably would have been on the pound for pound list.
In my opinion, I don't know. He won every fight, but he won.
That goes right back to that whole idea about multi divisions. But what divisions are we talking about, right? And then what level? What actually level of competition are in those divisions.
I
And
think
then also, what
that-
about the other guys who are multi-division? What about the other complete fighters who are multi-division champs that we never mention in pound for pound, like Leo Santa Cruz?
that's why like one of my main criteria is how beatable are you? I told you guys this before. You know,
Bro,
that
Leo
that, that
Santa
shit.
Cruz is
how-
not a
it-
complete fighter.
I mean,
okay, let me explain
No.
why being a 4 division champion doesn't directly equate. Why Mikey Garcia is pound for pound, but Leo Santa Cruz isn't. Leo Santa Cruz is very good at the one dimension he does, but I feel he's a either a 1 or a 1.5 dimensional fighter. He has one game plan he's going to employ versus every fighter, and that's going to be high volume. Full stop. It's high volume, right? Mikey Garcia doesn't have one game plan against every fighter, and also he isn't just a 4 division champion. He's also a former unified champion, something Leo Santa Cruz and Adrian Broner never did. So to me, being a multiple weight world champion is great, but the fact that, for example, Terrence Crawford went undisputed, right? Lomachenko is unified, Inoue is unified, Canelo is unified in multiple divisions. That kind of stuff is like the 4-weight world champion is a good blanket, but it doesn't actually tell the full story, where I think the unification does. It means you fought another champion and you bested them.
Yeah, I agree. That you
Yeah.
got paper champs like Tanaka.
Okay, chill.
I mean, like
Yeah,
think
the only
about this,
problem is
like,
that Leo
Yeah,
Santa Cruz
hold
did.
on, bro.
Leo
I'm
Santa Cruz
challenging
did
you to a
unify.
fight,
Leo
bro.
Santa Cruz. Leo
I'm
Santa Cruz did
challenging
unify.
you, bro.
Leo Santa Cruz did unify
When?
against Abner Mares.
No, I don't think that was unification, was it?
Maybe
I
like a
don't-
ring
I
mag.
don't know.
Check right now.
Challenge you to a fight. I can't resist anymore. I want to fight, bro.
Like all these top 5 pound for pound guys, those guys are all mostly favored in a lot of fights.
Oh,
They're like almost unbeatable. You know what I mean?
Smoke is correct. He was that fight was for the WBA Super World Featherweight title and the WBC Diamond Featherweight title. So, yeah, Diamond. Yeah. So unification or not?
No, that's not.
That's not
No,
recognized.
no. Yeah, he's never been
only
unified.
count Big Four, man, and I'm not counting like regular or even maybe I'll consider counting a lineal if it happens. I don't know, but what I'll say is, the top 5 pound for pound, they're guys who should be able to translate to any division. Really, I mean,
Exactly. That's what it is.
that's why I still have Usyk in my top 5. I honestly believe at his best, when I saw him fighting at cruiserweight throughout that WBSS tournament, I thought, you know what? If you shrunk that guy down to like 147, he'll be competitive. He'll probably even beat a couple guys.
Yeah. The only
But
issue with that is
it's in and around you're in and around your weight class is what it is.
Yeah, so I think if you shrunk him down to 160, I think Usyk would beat Canelo.
Yeah, but that's not
but
feasible.
I think that's
though.
a hell of a fight. If
That's
you
not
shrunk
gonna
him down.
I don't think so. He did lose to Sean Porter, the GOAT. No,
No, but what I'm saying is if you shrunk him down, imagine a middleweight Usyk versus a middleweight, like, you
a
shrink
middleweight
him down.
Tanaka.
But what I'm saying
Middleweight
is like,
Tanaka would destroy Triple G, make Triple G quit. The fight would not be competitive for one round.
Yeah,
But
it's like
Estrada.
if I brought Jose Ramirez up to middleweight, what would that look like? Like, you
so
can't.
he gets
You
No, I
can't
don't
make
think
these
he would.
comparisons, right? It's just
That's what I'm saying.
gotta
It's
go
gotta-
up there.
it's got. That's what I'm saying. It's got to be in and around your weight class.
Yeah,
can't
like
be
Manny
fucking
Pacquiao as a
20,
heavyweight
30 pounds.
is the greatest heavyweight of all time. Humans are
But
not
that's the
physically
thing, that's
capable
the
of being
thing,
that
right?
No,
size.
but here the thing is that fighter has to fight in that weight class. You just can't be like, oh, how is your skills translate to the next weight above when you're not even fighting there? You
That's
have
going
to
to be
fight
my.
there.
That's going to be
And-
my
and-
next
and win.
talking point. If your favorite fighter fights at 147 pounds, I'll just say that Tanaka, if he was at an even weight, would beat your guy.
Like Lomachenko, right? At 130, who's gonna beat him? The only one that's probably has a chance is probably fucking
Burchell.
Burchell.
I
At
disagree,
135,
Kevin-
at one,
Kevin
at one,
Farmer-
hold on.
Kevin
At
Farmer outscored
135, probably nobody's favored to beat him neither. Canelo,
Okay,
nobody's
so-
favored. Hold on. At 160, nobody's favored to beat Canelo at 160. Nobody's favored to beat Canelo at 168. And at 175, you probably have maybe Better Beaver Bivol. That's almost 3 weight classes where you're favored. I mean,
Hey, come
That's not
on, man.
almost
Let's
three.
be
It's
real here.
it's
If
not
you're
almost three. It's
unbiased,
two. It's not almost three. It's two. And then
No, two for
also
sure. Two for sure. With a lot. With
Almost.
two for
Almost
sure. That's what I said. Almost.
well,
three.
hold on. What are we?
But
'cause
But in the
also,
case of
also,
one or two fighters.
also, I think that Shakur has a good shot at 130, and also Tank would have a good shot at 130.
I don't.
If you
disagree.
if you go to all the pound for pound lists of all these years, look how many of those guys at the top were favored to win at that class and in and around the other weight classes. They're almost all favored all the time.
I'm gonna be honest, Smoke.
But-
Shakur doesn't have the power to stop Lomachenko. Lomachenko would just blitz him. I think
Yeah,
he would have full
I
confidence.
can't say a guy like honestly. I don't even who has.
I'm not gonna. I don't mean
Right,
blitz as in like.
exactly. So the issue is the point is the resumes don't fight each other. The fighters fight each other, right? And I don't think
True,
Shakur
true.
Stevenson has to stop Lomachenko, but I do think that Shakur Stevenson has a shot to beat Lomachenko, right? I think Berchelt has a shot to beat Lomachenko. I think Tank Davis has a shot. I think Tank Davis actually has the best shot, not Berchelt. But that's a different. But that I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that Loma isn't favored to beat everybody at 130. I'm just saying there's more names than just Berchelt. That was my only point.
And
I
here's the
think
thing.
130
This
Lomachenko stops Davis, bro. He'll just work him to the body, and Tank his body will fail him at that weight.
And this is why you just can't put skills for pound. I mean, look at like Shakur Stevenson. I mean, what kind of flaws does he have? He has arguably better defense than better defense than Floyd. He gets hit less than Floyd does. He's got good offense. His skills are superb, and nobody has him in the pound for pound. So you can't really just put skills on your pound for pound list. You can't do that. You have to put in everything.
Right, but it's not just skills; it's skills and resume. That's why the whole thing about Floyd falls down. That's why the comparison to Floyd falls down is because Floyd has shown a vast variety of specifically defensive skills against way better competition.
And it's just not that neither. You got to put other things in there too. Like how are you in your prime? How good are you against other fighters? Like how right at the moment, how favored are you against other fighters? Like Pacquiao.
Yeah, exactly.
Pacquiao has the skills. Hold on, Pacquiao has the skills and he has the resume. He's not number one.
Right, and that's my issue. See, for me, he is my top 5, and that's why I don't understand this whole resume thing. Like people are being selective when they're starting to pump the guy that they like. Let me just finish. Just finish my thought. It'll be quick. The idea that it is skills only doesn't work, and the idea that it's resume only doesn't work. The pound for pound is supposed to be primarily about skills and then supported by resume.
And now it's
we
not just that too. Neither it's got to be.
Boxer.
Hold on, it's got to be on how beatable you are. I'll go back to that again. Why is Pacquiao not number one? Because who else in that division can beat him?
Right, but it's all a fantasy matter. We don't know that they're going to beat him, right? We don't know that they're going to win. Firstly, and then also when it comes to Pacquiao, when it comes to Pacquiao, it's not about whether or not Pacquiao is in his prime. It's about how he stacks up against the other guys.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what it.
But he just went. But right. So is Thurman is being a champion right now with his resume and not only the way and also how he looked with his skill set. That his ability, the skills that he showed in his last fight. Shouldn't that make him a pound for pound? I think so.
No, yeah,
but other people don't.
No, well, because
some people think what Nui did with Nonito Donaire should put him over Pacquiao. I don't. I'm not one of those people, but that's what other people do.
Well, it's because he's not favored to win against Spence or Crawford. I can guarantee.
I mean, that's fine, but I get it. I get that he's not favored against other guys who are arguably on top pound for pound list also, but. To be favored against guys who are not on pound for pound list is a completely different thing. Is a completely different metric. That's why I'm not a big fan of this whole idea about divisions. Not all divisions are equal.
Yeah, that's why. It doesn't have to be. That's why. That's why myself personally, I go on how beatable you are. How you're favored. How much?
But if you're beatable against two other guys who are pound for pound. Like, Lomachenko, who else is a pound for pound? Like, how many pound for pound fighters are at 135?
Okay, so let me tell you this. So
One.
if you're not favored against other pound for pound fighters, how are you going to be ahead of them then?
I'm not saying that here. I didn't say I don't put Pacquiao ahead of Crawford or Spence on the pound for pound list, but I do put him ahead of Monster Inoue because Monster Inoue doesn't have the same kind of. He does not have to run against. He doesn't have to compete against two other pound for pound guys in his division.
Yeah, but like I said, it goes back to how favored you are in every fight. If you're beating everybody and there's no competition for you, I mean, and you're going through weight classes, I mean, come on, you know.
Most people have Josh Taylor ahead of Ramirez. Why?
Yeah,
right.
He was
or don't have Ramirez on their pound for pound list at all.
Yeah.
Some people
some people do, but the majority of people favor Josh Taylor just because he beat Regis Prograis. I understand where you're coming from, definitely, Smoke. But my only thing is, I feel like because it is a glamorous division, there are more people that are pound for pound. To say, maybe you want to say bantamweight isn't as stacked, right? Whether or not the fights are happening, you can say the talent is better at welterweight. That'd be your opinion. That's fine. But to me, I don't know that if welterweight had the same popularity as bantamweight and bantamweight had the popularity as welterweight, I don't know if Spence would be pound for pound. You know what I mean?
I do think 147 pounds is better than 118.
I think the
fact is, though, resume validates skills. I mean, I could look skillful beating up a toddler, but if I get put in there with a pro, I'll get murdered.
You could also look not as skilled, right? Like I said, like Ryan, everyone is drooling over Ryan Garcia's, dismantling of Fonseca and how great he looked. For me, I saw the fact that his chin was in the air while he's throwing combinations the whole time. So even though he's looking impressive, I still see the skills flaws. So I mean, regardless of, even though there's a level of talent thing, you can still see whether a guy has deficiencies.
Sure, but
okay,
some
Smoke,
guys
let me ask you this.
Some guys just go back to something they can just remember.
If he leaves his chin up, right, and he doesn't get hit, is that a flaw?
They can use
again.
If he leaves his chin up in the air, like how you said, right, but he doesn't get hit, say because of his reaction speed, is that a flaw?
Yes. It's the same thing. Yeah, it's like an excuse that you make. Let's say you step out in your relationship, right? And you make an excuse about where you were, but your mate never asked you. Was the excuse you make up a waste of time? It wasn't a waste of time. Like you said, that the issue is whether or not what you're doing is incorrect, right? And what he's doing is incorrect.
Okay. Let me. The only issue I have with that,
But
right?
If it's working for him. I mean, I don't know.
Wait, hold up. I think that goes back to the level of competition thing, but there are some guys who are just anomalies like that, right? Let's look at, for example, Roy Jones Jr. in his prime. That guy, you can say, had a bunch of deficiencies, but they didn't get exposed until he was well into his 30s and weight drained and all of these issues, right? In his absolute prime, he had, hardly used his jab. He would leave his chin out there, but because his reaction time and just his athleticism and his sense for boxing and the style that he had, it didn't matter that he left his chin or didn't jab because he could left hook just as fast as he could jab, and he could get out of the way before they could even reach his chin, right? So I understand what you're saying there, where
That's what I'm saying.
This guy keeps his chin up, but you can
if
say
he doesn't get hit.
but for now, that guy
that argument means why isn't Tank on people's pound for pound?
Because Tank hasn't fought the opposition. We're talking. I'm not saying Ryan Garcia is pound for pound, but I'm just saying that the way people hype him up, right? Maybe they think that he has this athleticism and this reaction time where he can avoid shots like that. Tank isn't pound for pound because while he does show that sometimes, he also shows that he's very undisciplined. He shows, for a guy who's known for his power, he showed great difficulty in trying to knock out a shot one-legged Gamboa, knocking out, not struggle.
I'll be honest.
He showed struggle in trying to knock him out, and he also isn't facing the high-quality opposition that people would rate him as pound for pound for.
Tank has weaknesses, man. Look at his footwork. He's flat-footed. He
Right.
dragged
So,
his feet.
right. So the
Tank-
issue is the
I'm
issue.
sure we can
The
all
issue is
agree
the
that
issue that
at
I
one
have.
point, I'm sure we can all agree that at one point, Carl Froch was a pound-for-pound caliber fighter. If you were to watch him in his early days before he stepped up and fought Jermaine Taylor, you would have thought that he'd probably just be a journeyman. There are some guys who don't have a great all-around level of skill, but something in them is so far above the rest of their
It's
opponents that
called
they can get away with that.
It's
For
called
example,
fundamentals.
with Wilder, power. With Carl Froch,
No,
heart and stamina.
it's called the
called
subjective
fundamentals.
list. It's called the subjective list, and people pull whatever the hell they want out of it in order to justify it. Like
exactly.
Listen, Monster Nui has been on some people's top 10 for years. It has nothing to do with what he's done with Donaire. Like he's been there. And 2 years ago, I saw even more flaws against the guy. But people like the way he knocked people out. So he's a little guy. He has exciting fights. Put him on pound for pound. I'm not necessarily saying that being able to knock somebody out isn't a skill set, right? But it's a competition, right? So there's other guys who also are knocking people out. And Tank, for me, if you look at Tank's resume compared to Inue's resume 2 years ago, there's no way that guy shouldn't have been pound for pound, right? I don't know. That's to me.
Yeah, but it's the same thing like with Tim Duncan, right? Tim Duncan is like nobody liked that dude, but he got the job done. He had the fundamentals. That's all you needed. He had a lot of deficiencies as well. But I mean, if you're getting the job done, I mean that's all that matters. If Ryan Garcia leaves his chin up, but he never gets hit, I mean, then is that a flaw? I don't think so.
I mean, it's a flaw. It's a flaw when you're comparing to guys who don't leave their chin up and are also getting knockouts, right?
But it's a
comparison.
He hasn't been knocked out, or he hasn't had that flaw exposed against the opponents he's faced. But he hasn't faced every possible opponent. Until he does and beats them all and that flaw is never exposed, I can't say it's not a flaw, because hypothetically someone could expose that who he just hasn't even fought. Like, I guarantee Vasil Lomachenko or Teofimo Lopez would be able to expose that flaw because they have the hand speed to match Ryan Garcia. Not the same hand speed, but the same level of hand speed to where they could match it.
Correct. I agree with that too. And also too, I mean, the guys that don't leave their chin up is because maybe they don't have the reaction time, or they can't afford to leave their chin up.
But
or there's just a proper way to throw a punch, and you're supposed to tuck your chin.
Yeah, because when you throw a punch with proper form, you will be protecting your chin, because that's just how the proper punch technique works. When you throw the right hand, for example, straight right hand, your chin is going to be safe if you throw it with proper form. It's not going to be right up in the air. That's just a fundamental principle in boxing.
Also, another fundamental is you move faster when you don't have your hand in next to your chin, and when you're blocking your chin, you don't move as fast as when you have your hands out. You're way faster as far as your head movement when you don't have any hands next to your head.
Yeah, yeah. For me, my I start with, can you fight every distance and everywhere? Like, what are you on the 4 criteria of boxing? Where your offense or defense? Can you fight every kind of style, every kind of distance? Right. That's like kind of just a sort of my boilerplate starting point. And then I just look at fighters' ability to do that. Right. And then after that basic test, then I start looking at their resume, right? So for me, a guy like Gary Russell Jr. is a supremely talented dude. Like, for me, I have a hard time looking at with skills as a measurement, putting Monster Nui over Gary Russell Jr. Now, if you talk about resume or accomplishments or all this other stuff, I have no issue with it, right?
Hey, but this is a good question, like, related to this. Would you guys say Dillian White, based on resume, is a top 5 heavyweight?
Yes.
Would you say, based on skills, he is a top 5 heavyweight?
No.
Not necessarily.
No.
Yeah, see? So that's the thing, like, pound for pound. We can have guys with good resumes who just happen to out-tough guys. But you know,
That's a different thing though, because I would also argue that Deontay Wilder doesn't have a top 5, but he's probably number 3, number 4. You know, number 4 at the lowest.
If you have an
resume?
overwhelming skill set,
I wouldn't.
sometimes
I would.
more
Number 4 ranking, I would say his actual skill set is
If-
not top 5, but I would say
No,
his resume.
If
hell
you
no.
have,
Who
if
we
you have
talking
an
about?
overwhelming,
Who we
if you
talking
have
about?
an overwhelming skill set,
I think Christian Hammer has a better boxing ability than Deontay Wilder, right? But that's it. That doesn't
Smoke
actually translate to the results in the ring though, because
Exactly, that's the
what Wilder
point.
does actually results to getting it actually culminates in results in the ring for the most part, right?
yeah, bro, he's just got that
that's
one.
The point. That's the point, though. Some guys have such an overwhelming skill set that it outweighs the maybe greater plethora of skills that their opponent has.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
where do you
so-
put that? So how do you compare that on a pound for pound? And that's what I'm saying. Pound for pound should be about that. It should be about your skill set. It shouldn't be about whether or not Wilder's able to knock somebody out. I mean, that's fine that he can and he does what he does, but you when you're looking at skills, you have to compare that to everybody else, right? Not just so you said, yeah, right. He has a really good right hand, you know, decent hand speed, whatever the hell else. But you know, his footwork, offense, defense. You see all the skills deficiencies. So
That's
on
what
a
I
skills
like.
list, on
Definitely,
a pound for pound
I
list,
somewhat-
regardless of the fact of him being a heavyweight, he wouldn't be very high on the skills list, right?
Well,
Smoke,
I
do you
generally
rank?
go by
Do
what the
you
impressiveness of
rank
the
the division in skills also, or no, or just pound for pound?
Do I rank the what?
Like in the same division, do you like how you rank a division? Do you rank them
Top
per
five
skill set
welterweights.
also?
No,
Yeah.
I mean I take the division into consideration, right? But that's just a blanket statement. Like that's just a general thing. I also do look at their opponents, right? Because while you may have a weak division, you might have 2 or 3 killers in that division. And if you fought all of those 2 or 3 killers, then what's the I'm not gonna
Look,
start
I think he
talking
means
shit because you're in a weak division, right?
Look, I think he means your divisional rankings based on like resume or skill set.
Yeah,
Like
correct.
for
Okay,
instance,
okay,
you,
so-
you rate the top 10 at welterweight based on skills or resume.
Exactly.
Let me put this in the easy way to understand, right? Do you rate Spence higher as a welterweight or higher pound for pound than Terrence Crawford, or is Terrence Crawford higher on your pound for pound but maybe lower on your welterweight, or is he higher on your
Okay, yeah,
welterweight,
no,
lower on
yeah.
your pound, you know?
Yeah, no, I got it. So within the division, I rate thing on who I think would win the fight, right? But I can understand if somebody
what is
is
that
more
based
accomplished,
off of?
right? So I have Spence as the number 1 welterweight because I think Spence beats everybody else, right? But as far as pound for pound, Terrence Crawford is definitely higher on my pound for pound list than Spence. I think Crawford is actually a more complete fighter than Errol Spence.
You don't think Crawford would beat Spence?
No.
Okay. I mean,
You
that's
don't think he'd
interesting.
beat him, or you just don't favor him, right?
Right. I don't favor him in the fight. I think if Errol Spence is the same Errol Spence that we saw, I think he stops Terrence Crawford.
Oh, okay.
Whoa. That's
Yeah,
a bold prediction.
Mm.
Me
I don't really think
personally,
any top 147 pounder stops one another, unless maybe Pacquiao, unless he ages on the night. I really don't see them stopping each other.
Smoke. So you think Crawford has more skills than Spence, but you favored Spence to win that fight?
Yeah. I think that Crawford is the more complete fighter, but I don't think. I think that his temperament is all wrong for Spence. I think his style is all wrong for Spence, and I don't think he's going to be able to hide. So I think it's going to be a slugfest, and he's not. I don't think it's going to be. I don't see it. I don't
I
see
see that.
Crawford being able to.
If the top
to,
fight in the
to win.
division is just as you described a slugfest, does that mean that the division is as good as you would say? Because I feel like if they were both very, very skillful, it would be a mix between. It would be a high action,
egos.
like technical
That's what I
boxing
think.
fight, right? But I feel like
Now-
are you saying their egos, temperament, just their styles will end up in a brawl?
Yes, exactly. Like there's some guy like Sean Porter. It doesn't matter what your technical ability is, you're going to get into a brawl with that dude. There's no way that that's not going to happen. Period. It doesn't matter how good. Like that is just what happens because that's how good he is at that.
Okay.
And that's it. And those 2 guys, Terrence Crawford, Somebody talked about his get back. I've been saying the same thing for years. Like his temperament is the wrong kind of temperament for Errol Spence. The way that he wants to be competitive and the way that he wants to dominate is not the right mentality to go into the fight to begin with. And then also, I don't think he has the footwork in order to stay away from Errol Spence for 12 rounds to just beat him off the jab with movements or something. I think at some point he's going to have to go into these exchanges, and he's going to have to go into these exchanges without the idea that I need to get some get back.
See, I think the opposite, man. I think Terence Crawford's footwork is too good for Errol Spence, and that'll cause Errol a lot of problems.
I think he has maybe the best footwork in boxing, honestly. Well, behind Lomachenko.
Who?
Behind
Crawford?
Lomachenko.
Crawford?
Bro, I gotta say, I think Usyk.
I knew he was gonna say Usyk. I knew it.
Because Usyk has completely dismantled an opponent with his footwork.
I think there's a ton of guys that have better footwork than Crawford. I think Gary Russell Jr. is better. Whatever. It doesn't matter.
No, not Russell. I disagree with that. But
right, the issue. So to me,
Brandon Rios is better footwork.
All right.
Yeah,
all right.
I mean, it's just I see Terence Crawford is getting into these fights. I think the reputation that Terence Crawford has for great footwork is all based on the Postol fight. Like, it's not based on the Klimov. It's not based on that fight. It's not based on the Gamboa fight. It's not based on the Butte. Like, it's not based on these fights where these guys are touching him up and fucking him up, and he has to figure out something out. Like, even Amir Khan was touching him. Like, I don't see this footwork that people are talking about.
I also think it's a stereotype with like African American fighters, because I mean I've heard people just straight up say, the Charlos are slick boxers like Floyd Mayweather, whereas Daniel Jacobs is like a flat-footed fighter. Yeah, I've heard people say that. I think there's a lot of stereotypes with fighters. Like, if we are to break down the stereotypes in boxing, you typically think like the Mexican style brawler, the stiff Eastern European robot, and the slick American boxer. I think that's maybe why people overrate Crawford's footwork, because they'll stereotype him as like a slick American boxer.
Yeah, I think Spence would fall more into the category of that Mexican come forward fighter than Crawford.
But if you ask a bunch of people, they'll say, Spence, Charlos, they're slick boxers,
Spence is not slick. Spence is not slick at all.
I've heard people say Spence is slick a lot.
No way, dude. Spence has one of the best 1-2s in the game. That's what makes him so good.
He also has a not very good ability to move his head off the center line, and his defense isn't fantastic. I wouldn't call him slick at all. Someone I think also falls under this kind of category you're talking about. Maybe it's because they're a defensive fighter, but I don't think Demetrius Andrade is a slick fighter, and you hear people describe him as such all the time.
But this is what bothers me. Like, with regards to the Canelo debate we had last week, the same people who have the Charlo narrative, they'll say, yeah, ever since the Lara and Floyd fights, Canelo has avoided those slick black boxes. And it's like,
no,
the Charlos don't quite fit, the first part of that category.
Chris Eubank certainly doesn't.
Eubank has Canelo Spielka spazzing on the floor. Facts.
But, I think that's maybe where some of the Crawford things comes from. Because some people, they just like to categorize boxers basic like that. The Cuban fighters, for example. If someone doesn't know shit about Dorticos, they'll probably class him as like a slick fighter who likes to box off the back foot or something. It's just because of the stereotypes.
The Cuban school of boxing.
The Spence and Crawford fight, I could see Crawford outlanding Spence, but I could see Spence hitting him with the harder, cleaner punches. I don't know. That's what I envision for some reason. Just because Spence is 1-2 and going to the body, he knows how to place punches really well. Spence.
Yeah,
but Crawford has
good. He's busy, but he places his shots well.
Exactly, and simultaneously. And Crawford has just that skill. He knows how to come in, when to come in at the exact perfect moment, judging by footwork. He learns the other person's footwork. He knows when to come in, how to catch him off balance. He comes in, hits that 1-2, comes in and out, comes to the side. Man, that's gonna be an awesome fight, dude.
Well, when I talk
You
about
know,
footwork
Crawford actually.
I think Crawford's footwork is going to be a factor as far as him being an orthodox. If he's going to switch to orthodox, when he's fighting a guy in an orthodox stance of him being a southpaw, he's so good at getting lead foot position. That's typically what wins him fights, when he's able to get lead foot position, and then he's able to break his opponent down.
Oh, he does that by catching the other guy off balance.
I think Crawford
footwork works so good.
I think Crawford lives off of having faster hands, right? And when you see him struggle, it's against guys anyway. So I think Spence's size, the fact that he comes behind a jab, and his hand speed and his punch placement is going to be a problem for Crawford. I think what's going to be a problem for Spence is Terrence Crawford's combinations and his elusivity, right? I think that's what's going to be. That's going to be Crawford's bread and butter, is picking his battles. But yeah, I don't think there's going to be a lot of battles for him to pick.
Crawford it doesn't beat guys off of speed. He beats guys off of timing. Gamboa was a guy who definitely had faster hands and faster feet.
A little bit of both.
Crawford.
Yeah, and he was booking Crawford's ass. What happened to Gamboa was he was a 4-round fighter because he was an amateur guy. And so by the 5th round, that's when, as soon as the amateur rounds are over, Crawford started taking over. But before that, Gamboa's success was because of his superior hand speed. He was fucking Crawford up.
And too, like the footwork that you guys are talking about, say like with like Lomachenko and Crawford, right? These guys' footwork is not because they have, not solely because they have great footwork, but on how the opponent's footwork is. They kind of catch them off balance, kind of like, I want to say, kind of like when you're playing basketball and you cross over somebody else. You cross them over when they have bad balance. You get them off to a bad balance, and then you go out to the other side. So that's how you kind of catch them off balance. That's why Lomachenko is able to go around and turn around and turn guys over because of the balance of their foot, on the opponent's foot.
You guys all think Lomachenko is the best footwork in boxing?
I'd say you can say that, and I wouldn't argue with you.
Who else?
He has one of the greatest footwork of all time. That's not even a debate for me. It's one of the greatest footwork of all time.
Who else?
But he has a unique footwork.
I would put Kosai Tanaka, and I'm struggling to think of I'd say probably Usyk and Kosai Tanaka.
Yeah,
that's the thing. The thing about footwork, right? So you take a guy like Lomachenko who's dancing around the ring, but then you take a guy like Fury who just knows where to put his feet, right? And that's all you really need in boxing, is to know where to put your feet. You don't actually need to do all that dancing around shit that Loma does.
Yeah, I would say at one point, in my honest, genuine opinion, before Mikey got put on ice, I thought he had the best feet in boxing.
That's what I was gonna tell you. But at 135 though.
At 135, even at 140 and 140,
140 was okay.
He has more precise footwork, but at 135, his ability to go in and out with such the way he cut off the ring, the way he could go in and out with such little effort was genuinely a thing of beauty. He was really good footwork.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. You beat me to the punch. I'll say Mikey at 135 is. Hey man, that would have been a good fight, dude. Mikey at 135 and Lomachenko. Woo,
yeah, Mikey's footwork was so his thing was balance, which was because of his footwork.
Exactly.
And because of his footwork and his balance, he was always in a position to punch.
Yeah. So much so that he would be almost behind guys and punch them from there.
Yeah,
he could deliver his shot with speed, power, and accuracy.
And Mikey's 1-2 was fucking good as shit at 135.
Easily top 3 best in boxing. In my opinion, number 1. I know Smoke says Wilder. I can accept that.
Wait, what's this?
A degree.
1-2.
Best 1-2, just a 1-2 punch. I think Mikey's is really, really good.
Charlo has a good 1-2
I thought
also.
Mikey's was good too. I think at one point it was for me it was Wilder, Kovalev, Mikey.
That's fair.
You know who has a really good 1-2? Jorge Linares. Not the best fighter, but his 1-2 is extremely good.
Yeah, there's a lot of fighters that got good 1-2s.
Yeah.
A lot of PBC fighters goes for that 1-2 a lot.
I'm trying to think the best 1-2.
It's gonna have to probably be Wilder.
Kovalev is
Wilder.
Close number 2. I think Kovalev still has the best jab in boxing. Easily.
Yeah, I mean he has a really, really good jab. Yeah.
Hey, Vergil
that's
Ortiz
the
got a
only
good
reason
jab
for
too,
these
man.
fights.
Vergil
But
Ortiz got a
Kovalev,
stiff ass jab.
Kovalev is very limited physically. He's not really that strong. His gas tank isn't that good, and he doesn't even have much of a left hook, honestly. It's just the jab and the right hand, and he maximizes it to its absolute fullest potential.
I wouldn't say he's not strong. He has power, but if you mean like physically imposing, I don't think he's a fighter who'd do that. You're right.
Yeah, that's what I mean. He's not going to fight you on the inside at all. That's exactly what he's going to avoid.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah,
just
I'm
completely
gonna
maximized.
say Jorge Linares is the best 1-2 in boxing, or
Mm,
maybe Inoue. He's
in a way, it's got a really good one. I would disagree with Jorge Linares though.
Inouye's got
Yeah.
Mostly a combination. He's
Yeah,
not
I
too
think
much of a 1-2 guy.
Monsters 1-2 is all right. I think his Bradman,
Body.
he's a left hook guy. He's just a left hook. Yeah, I mean not just a left hook guy, but I think that is his best attribute is his left hook.
What
I'll
about
say
Spence?
Top
I
top
said- I-
body
surgeon, though.
punchers.
I
The
think
best
Spence.
1-2 we've seen recently was Klitschko.
The best body punchers in boxing? Well, Kosai Tanaka is.
I think
top three.
my top four. My
Yeah,
top
Canelo,
four is
dude.
Kosei Tanaka.
And
No order.
Monster.
No order. Monster, Kosei Tanaka, Canelo, and Spence. Those are my top four.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say Lomachenko.
I would not put him in my top
I know.
four. I don't think he
But
has
he's dropped.
devastating.
Hey, what
He's
about
dropped
Vergil?
Lomachenko's
his
nice.
opponents with a
Lomachenko's
body
nice
shot.
with it. Though.
Hey,
Yeah,
what about
I mean,
Vergil?
top four though. I think like those guys are just a step above, like on the stairs, on the stairwell. I think they're one step above.
So yeah, the left the hook to the body. Yeah, Spence is good. It's a right, not a left. Monster and Dillian White actually has a good left hook. And, but Canelo,
yeah, he does.
you know,
You give Dylan
Best
White
left
top
hook.
smoke?
yeah, man, that's what I'm gonna give him is
I'm
dude, his left
That's
hook.
it, huh?
You know what?
That's it.
Even though I'm not even trolling when I talk about Tanaka's footwork, or rather not his body punching, I think his body punching is genuinely some of the best in boxing. I will fully convince the whole YouTube boxing community that he has the best defense in boxing. Film study video coming out in 3 or 4 days.
I'll say this.
Monster
brother.
Inoue.
Kosei Tanaka.
Oh, Jose Tanaka. So sorry.
Best left hook.
Left
I'm-
hook.
I'm gonna say Canelo, man. The way he throws that shot is beautiful.
Yeah. You know
I-
who has a really underrated left hook? Tamanu Niamtrong, the WBA strawweight champion. That dude wins fights
The
just off
fuck
of
is
left
that
hook.
guy?
I thought that was smoke for a second. It's hilarious that it was L Dog.
I'm not even kidding though. That dude completely wins fights with left hooks. He doesn't have a lot of power behind it, but its variation is great. One of the best in the sport.
Who'd you say? Who'd you say? Tank?
Okay, I'm going back on mute. Okay.
He said Tukum Takum.
It says smoke
AKA
loves Dillian White's left hook. Confirmed.
Fresh smart.
I don't know if you.
That's what he's known as.
Yeah. Don't give him his real name. They're not gonna have any clue. That is just rude.
They're not gonna know what
Hey,
fucking
you guys
knockout
heard
Fresh
about
Marty
I'm
that?
is.
sure they've heard Knockout CP Freshmart way more than they've heard his real name.
Hey, you guys heard about that Japanese kid on the come up? His name's Tukum Takum. He's 38-0 division world champ.
What the hell? Where in
Yeah, you
Japan?
guys are real boxing fans,
He's
man.
on the come up. I love that you said he's on the come up 4 division champion 38.
Nah, bro, you guys
38 and 0.
are just fake boxing fans.
Bro,
If you-
that's how I feel when some of these guys bring up these like real lightweight guys, man. They say these names, I'm just like, man, who the fuck is that guy? And they say, like, he's so good, man. And then they get destroyed the first time they're actually on TV, bro.
That's not true. That's not true at all.
You're a fake Roman Gonzalez fan.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I bet you
Bro,
said. the
I'm a
same
big
thing for
Chocolatito fan, bro.
Chocolate.
Chocolatito.
Who are you referring to? Are you referring to
I'm gonna be taking bets on that, by the way. From all you
Bro,
fools.
the
Anybody.
only guy I've seen like
What bet,
that is
what bet?
Roshi Warren. I was hearing all this shit about Roshi
Gallo.
Warren and how he
Oh,
would
yeah,
have
no,
beat
Gallo.
how
Bro, don't be comparing Roshi Warren to a long reigning strawweight champion. That dude I don't think has even won a title. He won like one title before.
Intangible,
But I
did
mean-
you change your pick already from Chocolatito to Estrada, or you still
I saw Gonzalez blow up in weight, and honestly, I'm kind of torn right now. I wouldn't even take bets on
You
that.
saw that? You saw him walking around at lightweight or
Yeah, he was
lightweight?
walking around at like cruiserweight. Like that dude.
No. It was not cruiserweight. It was like super lightweight or
Like,
welterweight.
he looked like Junio Dorticus' long lost cousin.
He said he blew up to lightweight, huh?
I think you guys are like
blew up to lightweight.
overreacting to that, bro. Weighing 135 ain't even that bad for him. I mean, a lot of fighters sweat out 20 pounds of weight the day before a fight.
Yeah, we don't want them to be sweating out 20 pounds.
He ate a burrito and he moved up 3 weight classes.
Generally, Roman Gonzalez is not the most vascular type of a guy. Like, if you look at him at weigh-ins, he's not as ripped as you'd think. Generally,
Bro, this guy looking chubby. They're gonna call him Chubby Tito now.
Where's the picture? Can you
I'm just at his Instagram, bro. Oh my goodness!
is it on
Holy shit!
Instagram?
Yeah, there's that.
Alright, go on his Instagram.
Screen share it.
What you do is go on his Instagram and it will say like posts or tagged. Click tagged and just scroll down because some people will bump into.
Screen share it, guys.
Okay,
I want to see.
I'm trying to do it. I'm trying to do it.
Oh my god!
that dude's about to turn into chocolate tits. Too big.
Wait. Okay, I'm completely garbage at Instagram. Please assist me.
How does this guy move up to his
tagged.
4th weight class and he's looking fat in his 4th weight class, man?
He's just got those eating habits, though. But I think he's showing Tank Davis how it's done.
Bro,
I don't remember
who
it being
gets the
that
fattest
bad.
in between fights, bro? Like, which fighters? Because, I mean, Tank, obviously.
Little Manny
Chocolatito.
Fresh to the T.
Who else?
You know who Manny Fresh is, L Dog?
Nah.
All right, look him up. He's one of those hip hop guys.
I was gonna say I don't think he.
That's not hip hop language. That is an actual hip hop artist.
Bro,
Yeah.
Bro, I listen to fucking metal music, bro. I'm not listening to this trash. No, actually, I'll admit this. I used to listen to Nas, Wu-Tang, Biggie. Those guys, man, I respect them. They made amazing music, but this new school stuff, man, nah.
Well, you're like Lamb of God. You're out there.
No, dog is hip.
Nah, I'm listening to deathcore.
No, hey, when you get a chance, L Dog, look up Manny Fresh. He looks like Tank Davis.
Bro, he looks like Burchelt, but kind of fatter.
What was the post that he just looks really chubby for no reason?
You go in his tagged photos?
Yeah, but which one?
Scroll down scroll down to the 10th row.
Manny
one
Fresh,
on the left.
Manny Fresh looks like if Tank Davis and Larry Holmes had a baby.
It's by a guy called Jose116. And I'm not going to say the rest of his name.
Yeah, I see it.
Bro, he's looking chubby.
I'll put this up in a second. Let me just crop it and everything. Oh my god.
I should be given credit for that comparison, fellas.
What was the comparison? I'm sorry.
Tank Davis and Larry Holmes having a baby, although that's probably not the context.
I don't really feel like giving.
You know what
a
garbage pail kid is?
Who?
A garbage pail kid?
Yeah, they don't know about that. They're too young for that.
Look
How
that up.
old
That
are
looks
you,
like
Raider?
Davis. Huh? Me?
How old are you, Raider?
I'm gonna be 40.
Bro, what? For the longest time, I thought you were like a close friend of our Jefe's or something, bro. I thought you're like a twin brother.
Oh no, I'm not that young.
Okay.
Damn.
I'm gonna work some magic right now. Yeah, so feel free to join Team Gallo Estrada anytime you want.
So yeah, Estrada. So to me, Estrada has definitely one of the better defenses down there. Like Rigo. He turned old. I would like to see the guy fight some more. But I loved Rigo's defense. Loved Loma's defense. Estrada, he can take a step back at least.
Exactly.
That's what I was going to say.
He's one of the few guys down there that actually comes in and out, actually steps out.
Bro, watch
I'm
how
gonna say
Tanaka
this, though.
systematically dismantled Moises Fuentes on the back foot. You don't
When
even
we
see
rate-
Becaire Weights do that.
When we rate defense, like you got to consider how much of a front foot fighter they are, because there will always be a trade-off between aggressiveness and how much you get hit. Like Lomachenko, yeah, he gets hit a lot, but he actually blocks a lot of punches and slips punches quite a bit. But he will get hit more than someone like an Andrade, purely because he's just more aggressive.
Also, counterpunching is.
But he'll also
counts
get
as
hit
defense.
more than Andrade because Andrade is fighting Luke Keeler. So.
Walter Cotton Dakwa.
Right.
But
You
bro,
know how long it took me to get the guy's name was Walter? Like, you can forget, you can say his name, his last name as much as you want. It will be years before I get it. I'm not going to remember the guy's
I'm
name.
just waiting for the day that it happens, really.
I'm telling you the worst of Polish last names, bro.
Unedited image of Chocolatito.
Nah, give him the real image, bro.
Nah, show the actual real flick.
All right, yeah. Let me
Actually, I haven't even seen that.
Bro, I found an
picture
even
of him in the
better
gym.
one, man.
I saw that picture of him in the gym. It looked like he has some very bad dieting habits.
He's always blowing up in weight, though.
Yeah, he's always had that issue, but he's got to show Tank Davis how it's
All right,
done.
unironically, this is the image.
I don't like this.
Bruh.
He
Look at
needs
his face.
130 something for sure.
Yo, he needs to go on ahead and just fight like Burchell or something like that, because I don't know if he's gonna cut down no more.
Okay, how can I zoom in?
Slacks and a button-down shirt? Really? That's how it's coming?
Bro, he could pass for like I don't know, a 15-year-old cousin or something.
Yes, he could.
Bro, he looks like a child.
And he's 5'2". I could just introduce him as like my 11-year-old cousin.
Bro, you know who looks super young? Luke Campbell. That guy's like he's 32 or something. That dude looks like 20.
I thought he was maybe late 20, like 27 was my guess. That dude's like 33.
Yeah.
This is the guy you're picking to beat Estrada. I mean, no disrespect to the Hall of Famer, right? But yeah, Estrada's gonna.
I don't have my official pick in yet.
Well, before it was Chocolatito, so the fact that you're regressing is already promising.
I'm picking Chocolatito still.
Some people never learn.
He's gotten fat his whole career in between fights. It hasn't seemed to change his performances. That's my opinion.
Yeah, that's fine.
And a lot of I think it's healthy for fighters to gain weight in between fights, just not too much, you know.
Yeah. I mean, my main issue with the fact that he looks heavier, is just that it goes to his face, so it looks real bad. Black and Brown says Chocolatito versus Oscar Valdez.
Bro, Chocolatito would probably whoop Valdez. Valdez is a bum, bro. Did you guys see that Jason Velez fight, bro?
I did.
Yeah, he was horrible in that fight. The guy was getting touched up.
If there was,
he basically tried to fight like a poor man's Canelo, and he just got touched up. I mean, he was horrible. He wasn't horrible.
I feel like people are exaggerating a little.
Like
all I'm gonna say is he leaves a lot to be desired.
I think Burchell ices him in 3 or 4 rounds.
You mean the guy that struggled to take out the whose victim was it?
Kosei Tanaka.
The Kosei Tanaka victim.
He translates through all weight classes. He transcends just the 115, 112 pound.
He transcends the measurement of unit known as pounds.
Yeah, exactly. That's true. So there's no shame in struggling with a Tanaka victim, because a Tanaka victim is he makes guys look so silly. But anyway, seriously though, I still think Burchell ices him. Burchell is the type of guy to where he needs to get into sort of a rhythm. He starts off fairly slow most of the time. He's not going to get you out early. He's going to get touched up a little bit early. But once he gets into that rhythm, Valdez is going to be he's going to have to run for his life. I don't see him beating Burchell in any way, shape, or form.
I-
Valdez,
I'm glad Valdez had an interim fight, so we can just kind of you know, have more time practicing the things she's trying to incorporate. But at this point, yeah, I would favor Burchell. I do like Valdez as a fighter, but I just don't think he has the size or skills to defeat Burchell at this point. If he does, that'd be awesome
He's-
for him.
he's
But
a
I just
poor
don't
man's Canelo. I'm telling
Hey,
you.
look,
guys.
I
He's a
hope-
poor
That's
man's
what he
Canelo.
looked like he was trying to emulate, huh?
I'm gonna tell you guys this. People were telling me Valdez would beat Lomachenko before this fight.
I don't know what people are you talking to there. I called Jamal Charlo slick and say, like what? Maybe I don't know,
Listen,
man.
I
Maybe it's the
listen to a
people you're
lot of-
going to.
I listen to a lot of stupid people because it makes me feel good about myself.
Yeah, man. New Zealand boxing is not in a good place when you start talking, L dog. Like you're embarrassing.
You know what?
Oh, that was a pretty crazy statement.
Can also seriously raise people's self-esteems. You know, anytime I feel down about myself, I just go listen to an ego video, and I feel like I'm Albert Einstein.
Oh my
Bro,
god, that was
try
hilarious.
listening
Smoke.
to a JFL video.
You know, every time I listen to a JFL video, I just feel so stupid for how much knowledge is just being presented to me.
It really that's like I'm subscribed, right? I'll thumbs up, but I don't watch the whole video because I really just feel terrible about myself afterwards because I'm just being given so many factual facts that I know I won't retain. But luckily,
My
he has a
favorite
great-
is score the factual rounds. Like, as if, which rounds are not factual? Like, fucking hell.
I think the rhetoric is my favorite part.
Rounds 13 to 15 in 2020 are not factual rounds.
No.
The ninth round is an 8-round
Tommy
fight.
Hearns was never defeated by Sugar Ray Leonard. Factual rounds, factual facts.
In my opinion, the person who loses the round actually scores more points. There's no official set criteria for boxing, so you can't actually do that. You know?
But this is what I don't. This is like some of the things I hear on this YouTube boxing community makes me really laugh, man. Like, score the factual rounds. Like, well, were the rounds I was scoring not factual? Like, this is just what I don't get. Were they fictional? You know,
Maybe. Who's to say they weren't? Go find me footage of Gary Russell Jr. versus Lomachenko, not on a Russian website. I dare you.
Well, I mean, maybe it's like a deep fake or something.
I need factual. I need a factual website. Sorry.
But another one I love is he's got Savage Mode. Like,
Oh,
what is
Pretty
Savage
Boy mode is my favorite. Pretty Boy mode.
Hey, L Dog, all these things that you've been hearing are those all LDBC guys channels?
Bro, I'm not commenting on any clicks anymore. I don't want to have beef. I respect everyone. They can do their thing.
Thank you. Don't disrespect LDBC, bruh. Smoke and I will come after you, bruh.
Well,
Hey,
it
look.
depends on how you disrespect, right? If you disrespect in a way that is actually based on something that's factual, then I got nothing to say. But I will say that JFL heads is not LDBC. That's
No,
all.
he doesn't claim to be either.
I like JFL, man. Look, I
Me
like his
too.
enthusiasm. I like his passion.
I like him a lot. I just don't think Big Baby Miller is a top 5 pound for pound
Look,
guy.
it's all
It's-
subjective.
I just
It's all
don't.
subjective, Smoke. Don't be
You know,
hating.
It is. It's definitely subjective. And Milas doesn't even have heavyweights. But if it wasn't, I don't think that even if there was an objective list and you did include heavyweights, that Jarrell Miller would qualify, no matter what metric.
I can't
Hey,
even
didn't they say that he
I
didn't
can't
take any drugs?
I can't even lambaste the guy for how he scores fights because really think about it. There's generally somewhat accepted ways on how people score fights. There's no official criteria on how to score a fight. I could go into any fight and just score any round imaginable for one guy.
I mean, there's
There's
dudes on here. There's dudes on here, and this is crazy. I know you won't believe it.
There you go, talking about the LDBC again.
There's people on here that will score Lomachenko versus Gary Russell Jr. in slow motion 11-1. Can you guys believe it?
I'm still telling you, I cannot see that fight any other way than 10 rounds to 2 or 11 rounds to 1.
I actually agree with that. Lomachenko just played with Russell for good portion of that fight.
Nah, stop being
Yeah.
sarcastic, man.
He wasn't playing with him at all. He was just trying to win the fight, and including the round he got dropped in that the ref didn't call.
Nah,
Well, what
because
about
if you
the
watch the
Salido
start of
fight,
that
though?
round, he said there's water in the middle of the ring. Like,
So what happened with the Salido fight then?
Yeah, there's water in the middle of the ring. It got knocked out his head.
Yeah, it's called red water, right? And blood.
But I had Salido 7-5 for Vasyl Lomachenko. That's a
Oh,
fair scorecard, I feel.
You had
And-
Salido winning though, right?
No, I had. Look, he won the fight, but in my opinion, he didn't deserve to.
That's a good way to put it.
Well, it's
I
not
think-
my
I
opinion.
think-
He won the fight. He
he
did win the
deserved
fight.
that. He deserved that one. He beat the hell out of Loma's nuts.
Bro.
And not only did he do that, he did it when he made sure he used the hand that the ref on the opposite side of the ref. Like that was a very calculated
Veteran.
But they
veteran
talk about
strategy.
these veteran
He came
tactics.
in overweight. He came in overweight and used every trick in the book to get that victory. I think
Bro,
he
this is-
definitely earned that victory.
This is what I don't get. They talk about veteran tactics, right?
Yeah.
This
they- I
dude
mean,
was hitting Loma in the side of the ref where he could see it, bro. The ref just didn't give a fuck.
Lawrence
veteran
Cole,
tactics.
referee, like you can't just say that. So it was a competent referee that Salido was just using so many great tricks on. I mean, that dude Lawrence Cole is just naturally incompetent. His brain.
You know why
Cole
he's
is one
still
of the
got his
greatest
job?
to ever
His
do it in
dad is the
boxing.
head of the Texas State Athletic Commission for boxing. I'm pretty sure.
Hey, if you're saying he did it in front of the guy, I'm not going to argue that. I'm talking about when he was doing it away from the guy, right?
Well,
It's not like he was getting a headbutt called a knockdown, right?
But do you score those low blows? Because I feel like that was the focal point of how you were trying to prove Salido's victory, or in your opinion.
I'm saying that when you say he doesn't earn it, that for me, what you're saying to me is he fouled too much, so he shouldn't have got the victory. I think that he also was beating Loma the fuck up, but the earning part of it, even with the low blows, I thought he earned that whole thing. I think he did everything, and he, like I said, came in overweight, had used every trick in the book in order to gain that W.
I agree
Hey,
with that.
IBT.
Edge the
Hold
man.
on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we just found our next rescore.
No, please, man. No.
Bro, I'll say
I
this.
don't.
We gotta do
don't want to
Loma.
rescore that. Like I legitimately, I feel like I would be having a miserable time
What do you want to rescore?
watching Salido Lomachenko. I simply don't want to view that.
I'll be honest. It wasn't a very entertaining fight.
It wasn't
Lomachenko
entertaining
did
and it
too
was
much.
so dirty.
So for me, right after the Loma fight, that Loma Salido, you should put on Ward Abrams, so you can see how you handle a guy if he tries to go dirty on you. You go dirty back.
Abraham.
That's how you do it.
Yeah, Abraham.
Oh, what about the Kovalev?
I've actually got an interview
Kovalev never
coming
did
along
anything.
with Sergey Kovalev for my documentary on racism in boxing. It's documenting how Eastern European fighters have been unfairly treated, and for some reason, they have a big bullseye on their balls for other fighters to hit.
Really, he's the only guy I've ever seen get hit in the nuts and not react. Instead, he just like fold over, started touching his toes. That's a really weird reaction, getting hit in the nuts.
Yeah,
He legitimately was grabbing at his crotch, but it didn't matter. I think the issue there is that they don't have. Well, I can only think of two fights. Please refresh my memory if I'm wrong. Lomachenko versus Salido and Kovalev versus Andre Ward, right? But what other Eastern European?
I'm joking.
Okay.
yeah.
But
I'm gonna say this. In all honesty,
I will-
Kovalev was looking for a way out in that second fight before
Yeah,
the low
I
blows.
actually read.
He did get hit with a low blow.
I may be
but-
reaching here, but I may be reaching here, but I read Kovalev's lips 1 second, before he actually had him on the ropes, and he was yelling at the ref, "Help me!" From what I heard.
In
I
English.
legitimately
He was
did.
yelling at the.
Yeah, he asked the ref to call the police.
Oh my god! Jesus Christ!
Damn.
Man, Kovalev is a savage, bro. Kovalev, that man is like, bro. Look, if Kovalev, if I saw him in like a club, drinking some vodka, I'd just stay the fuck away from him, man.
Hey, Elda, let me ask you a question.
I
How
think-
would you see a Canelo versus Ward. How would you see that fight?
I think Ward beats him.
I think I see all I can actually see in my brain is people yelling and controversy. That's all I can see.
But
Well,
actually, I gotta say this though: Canelo has that special privilege to where Ward won't get away with the dirty stuff. Because
That's
we all
true.
know Andre Ward was a dirty fighter.
I
Not
would
taking
say,
Andre Ward was
anything
not
away
a dirty
from him.
fighter.
yeah, I would
Kessler was a complainer. Is
He-
really what it was.
had-
And Kovalev don't know how to lose at all.
Yeah, he
There's
had
always an excuse when Kovalev loses.
a really dirty fighter is Klitschko, honestly. Klitschko is a dirty fighter. Andre Ward had dirty tactics, but generally he wasn't dirty. A lot of the holding
Vladimir
tactics he was
Klitschko
using was actually legal.
pile drove Alexander Povetkin.
Dude, Vladimir Klitschko used to pick you up and just fucking RKO your ass. WWE style.
I
that's
can't
really
even hate Vlad, man. Vlad is one of my favorite boxers of all time. Just because when I started watching boxing, he was the man.
When Vladimir Klitschko was fighting, Oscar De La Hoya was the man, and Floyd Mayweather was the man. That whole division was straight garbage.
At heavyweight, he was the man.
He was your man. That's what you say.
Yeah, exactly. He wasn't even the man then. It was like Vlad. It was Vitaly or Lennox no. Actually, there's a bunch of guys. There's actually a bunch of guys.
We don't actually know when L Dog started watching it, so he could have just been like 2014. No, he could have been like 2012.
Take a guess when I started watching boxing.
2013. I've heard you say it before. Your first fight was Mayweather Canelo.
That's true.
Yes, sir.
So there you go. So
Damn, I remember that fight. That was your first fight?
he saw Vladimir.
Yeah, that was
Klitschko
the first
pick up
fight I
Povetkin.
watched.
Damn,
He
how old
saw-
are you? Like 20?
That's for me to know and you to wonder.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I saw that fight in
Okay,
Westwood, Raider. I was hella screaming. I was in this bar full of Mexicans, right? And then like Danny Garcia was on the undercard. So like I was just screaming USA the whole time. Right? That was it. Oh, they hated me. At the end of that night, when Floyd put that clinic on Canelo's head, they were mad. I had to get to my car real fast.
Let me guess. They said they were saying that why is he running? And why can Floyd was a runner?
He's a woman beater.
Oh
He
no,
ran.
they're not with me calling the fight. I was like, "Fuck him up right now!" Bam! Then Floyd hit him in the head. Fuck him up
Yeah,
again.
he dodged Floyd during the fight because he's a woman beater, man. God,
Yeah, you definitely gotta go outside the ring in order to beat Floyd.
you know what?
Because
I'll
inside the
have to
ring,
say
it's not
this,
happening for you.
Even though that time of like 2013, 2015, even though I wasn't even into boxing at the time, man, that was a much better time. Very nice.
No,
I
it
mean,
wasn't. No, it wasn't.
you know, I remember
I
when
think the 90s were the
L
shit.
Dog
Dude.
fell into depression in 2015.
The
when
90s were
Fury
the
beat Vladimir
shit.
Klitschko.
90s and early 2000s. were the
Bro, I'll
shit.
tell you this. Back in the days when it was like, you guys remember, like, before the Mayweather-Pacquiao fight, like from the Maidana fights to the Mayweather-Pacquiao fight, the divide between the Pactards and the Flomos was so strong.
bro, it
Like,
was
dude,
fun
It
sitting
was a
there
thing
on
of
the side.
glory.
Dude, it was fun just looking on social media and just seeing them go to war.
You wouldn't guess, bro, but I was actually what most people would consider a Flomo.
How would I not guess that?
I mean, most people, because the natural evolution of Lomachenko fans is they were Pacquiao fans, then they were Golovkin fans, and now they're Lomachenko
okay,
fans.
that makes sense actually. Actually, I see the evolution. You're right.
Because as soon as Pacquiao lost, they wanted Golovkin to beat Mayweather, but then they just chose Canelo as the next guy to hate. When Golovkin couldn't do it, they all gravitated towards Lomachenko, and now I guess the guy to hate is Tank Davis or something.
Yeah, the two active fighters that I've seen live are the two stars are Loma and Triple G. Those are the two guys that I actually paid to go watch them fight.
Bro, did you see like the same?
Oh, that
people
was in
turning
LA,
up
right?
to the fights?
Yeah, I saw
Okay.
Loma at the Microsoft Theater, and I saw Triple G at the Forum.
Even when I was a casual fan, I didn't know, like in 2016 and like 17 rather, I just didn't see what people saw in Triple G. Like, even when I was just a casual looking at his box rack, I didn't know who any of these people were. I didn't see him move up any weight classes. I mean, I was just a natural born genius when it came to boxing.
Hey, a smoke. What do you think would be a bigger fight or a bigger event? Canelo and Charlo at Dallas Cowboy Stadium, or Canelo Charlo at the new Rams Stadium right here in LA?
Yeah, it's definitely Cowboy Stadium.
Yeah, Cowboys.
Cowboy Stadium is that's the premier place that's the premier stadium period. Like if
I
you're
know, but
a
have you
rock
seen?
star,
Have
if
you
you
seen?
are,
Have you
just
seen
whatever.
Have you seen the new Ram Stadium that they're building?
No, I saw that they broke ground. I've been over to the casino that's over there, the Hollywood Park.
No, that's not there no more.
And saw it develop.
Yeah, that okay. The stadium is gonna be worth $5 billion when it's done.
Yeah, I mean,
It's
I hear you, but it's got to
state-of-the-art.
get done first. It's got to get done.
It's gonna be done
and
this
then
season.
the Rams got to play there.
It's
I mean,
gonna be done
it'll be
done
good.
already.
But right now, Cowboy Stadium and the Jumbotron is the gold standard in America, right?
That
Nah, the
Jumbotron
real
is
gold
that.
standard-
Hold on, Tanji. That Jumbotron is not the biggest no more. It's gonna be the one in LA right here. Way bigger.
Nah,
But it's
bro.
going to be. I'm saying right now it has to take the crown. First, it has to open up, and
It's
then it
gonna
has to
open-
get some stuff. Yeah.
It's supposed to be open already. As a matter of fact,
Bro,
hey,
July.
fellas.
It's supposed to open already.
Standard is actually some cruise ship in the middle of Qatar, but we just don't know about it.
Cutter. Oh, I
But
love
can you
the way
imagine,
did
dude,
it.
spending $5 billion on a stadium in COVID time? Like,
Bro, I'm gonna ask
Yeah,
you
no,
guys,
it's-
which of you have
it's-
been
it's
to a
been-
live like boxing fight, like a world
It
championship
started
fight?
like 2 years ago, or 2 or 3 years ago, building it. So
IBT, you been to a world title fight? IBT, Raider, you been to a world title fight?
a world title fight? What do you mean a world title fight? I saw fucking Mikey versus Easter.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
Tangible, you been?
I've been to football, basketball games, but no boxing matches, and I probably was going to go to one before the lockdown.
Bro, I'm gonna
Yeah.
tell you this.
Wait,
I had
what is it?
saved up to go to an event, and guess what it was? Guess which one I chose? And COVID fucked it all up. But guess which one I was actually gonna go to? Out of all the events I could have gone to,
Wilder Fury 3.
I was gonna go to Hergovich versus Forrest.
That is hilarious.
So
Uh,
we were
Is
going to
that
be at
fight
the
still on, by the way?
we were going to be at the
Sports
same event, bro.
Nah.
We're going to be at the same event on the same day, bro. We could have done a collab.
Collab.
Bro, I'm gonna tell you this, man. People come out to see Hergovich fight, man. When Devin Haney fought
No.
Antonio Moran, dude,
Oh my
most
no.
of the people in that arena were Croatians wearing the football jersey.
Hey, where are these fights gonna be at? These Charlo fights?
A studio.
yeah, I don't think they've announced the venue yet. But just real quick, guys, I got a jet. It was great being able to jump on for a second. Thanks a lot, IBT. Peace to the panel. Tangi, L Dog, Raider. You already know. Next time, guys.
Any final
peace out,
thoughts?
All right, peace
Any
out.
final thoughts?
Peace out.
All right, he's gone.
Yeah, I'm probably going to have to jet in a little bit too because I'm currently tremoring from the lack of sleep over the last 2 days.
Yeah.
Like, I've gotten probably about 9 or so hours over the last probably 70 or so.
That ain't healthy, man. You gotta get a good night's sleep.
I get 5 hours of sleep every night almost.
That sounds terrible.
Bro, I
I
get
go to
9.
sleep late, dude. I go to sleep late.
I'll make sure to go to sleep a long time tonight.
I go to sleep at about 11ish every night, and I wake up at 4.
Yeah, I used to go to sleep
4 a.m. Holy
I remember
shit.
when I used to sleep.
I remember
Yeah, it's because I work.
4 or 5 hours a night. I used to wake up miserable. I couldn't even walk. Like I felt like a paraplegic.
I mean, if you guys look in the Hangouts, you know how much wonderful, totally amazing, consistent schedule I have. That's like waking up at 4 a.m. just does not sound pleasing though.
IBT, you ever been to a
Yeah.
boxing event?
No, so I was actually planning on going to Jose Ramirez versus Victor Postal, but he got,
In
like
China?
triple.
Where the
He got
fuck do you
triple.
live?
No. It was
Oh,
gonna be in California. Then they're like, okay, let's move it to China, and then they postponed it like a second time, and it got postponed like a third time, and now they're gonna. It's just a big mess. And I was also gonna go to Virgil versus I forget if it was Odrosco or Solomon. I forget, but that one was pretty close, and tickets weren't that expensive, but ended up falling through.
man,
You know
I
which
gotta
one I
go
was?
to one of those events.
I was gonna go to the Harrison Charlo 2 fight because that was out
Uh,
here in LA, not too far. It was actually at the I think it was the Honda Center.
Hey,
I believe.
bro, I just wanted to say, man, boxing in the DMV is taking over, bro. You see how they're going to Oxon Hill, Maryland all the time. You got Devin
MDVA.
you got Philip.
Wait. Intangible. Hold up. You said the DMV. You mean MDVA?
Yes,
Oh my God.
including DC, bro.
How do I know the acronym to your region better than you do? You said DMV.
Dude,
Hey,
DMV,
DMV
salute to the DMV finest, man.
Virginia, dude. It means DC, Maryland, Virginia. That's
Why?
a real acronym.
Why
Bro, I
would you
thought it
do
was
that?
Detroit.
I thought you were talking about the Department of Motor Vehicles.
Yeah, me too. Who the
Hey,
hell knows the
haven't
DMV?
you heard the DMV
People fuck-
before? Bro, this is the DMV, man. Philip Hergovich, the DMV's very own.
Yeah, bro. Seriously though, we're taking over out here in the DMV. All right, Hergovich, Regis Prograis, Devin Haney. All right, we got the whole package out here. Come down to Oxon Hill, Maryland, all day. I'm gonna be waving the Hergovich flag.
Bro, you gotta buy a Croatian jersey, bro, and just wear it to that event. And then I'll be able to spot you. Hey, it's intangible.
Well, actually, I probably won't be identifiable. I'll probably look like every single other Croatian in there. I mean, I'm not a very distinguishable person.
But man, like that's the thing. The DMV shows mad love to Hergovich, man. He's a superstar over there. Yeah.
I
We're
love the
talking
usage of the word superstar. Well, I mean, intangible. We have a very clear image on how you look like.
Do you?
Oh yeah, remember that one time where he was on the video and he turned it off, turned it on, and turned it back off.
No, I
Saw
don't
your
remember.
face?
I was talking about this.
Yeah, man.
I mean, we
It's
know how.
entertainment.
I don't know how your shooter tactics are gonna work now that we know exactly how you look like.
Well, you can't
What
make
the hell
out
is that?
facial expressions.
You can't
Alright.
make out anything. It's just a shadow.
Yeah, it's well, actually, it's in a very dark room. It's
Yeah.
not actually a shadow.
You're over there
Might as well
Tro-
be.
trolling scammers.
Yeah, I'm out there in a dark room with my 7 monitors, 3 separate computers, and I'm just out here hacking people all day, every day. I'm an unidentifiable figure. That is the only evidence police will see of me.
Doctor
Intangible, you're probably just like a Harvard experiment gone wrong.
I
Not
honestly
even
think
real, man.
I think
You're like an AI.
I honestly believe that Jesus was nailed to the cross in Washington D.C. and he has never forgiven our sins.
Whoa. Don't bring blasphemy in here, bro.
Yeah, bro, my bad. Yeah, I honestly think I'm some Harvard I'm some.
This is
Harvard
probably where we should end the stream.
The stream just cuts off for no reason.
Yeah, I'm like a Georgetown experiment. I was just released from Georgetown University, and I just ran out like a wild dog, and now I'm here where I'm at right now.
So,
Now you're out here on this boxing, bruh.
do people travel across America often? It is quite a big country, man.
I don't. I've only traveled to the West Coast once, I think. Yeah, once.
Sometimes you got like hippies that be doing that all the time.
Yeah.
You get like hippies that travel from state to state. They have like trailers and they just park them somewhere and they live there for a little bit and then they move.
They're just like Deontay Wilder opponents, just like bums on the road. I'm just kidding. I'm joking.
Bro, I was gonna say, you mean Team Fury or something?
Team TF, boy.
That's where they get their Wilder opponents from Skid Row in downtown
Yeah,
LA.
They just kind of wait at deserted highways and freeways, and they go, oh, look
Bro,
at that
where
guy.
the fuck do they find half of Tank Davis's opponents, bro? Tijuana or something?
They go down to like the 43rd ranked WBA super bantamweight opponent.
Yeah.
I can't even speak straight.
They
Rank-
go to Home Depot.
yes, they do.
They go to the Home Depot and they ask for the best drywall guy, the best.
Hey, are
Yeah.
you guys still on like a lockdown in America?
Yeah, we are.
Basically, yeah. Although things are easing up. In fact, pools are opening at this juncture of all junctures.
You have
Oh,
you have Al Heyman and what's the other dude? Watson? What's the other dude's name?
You know what?
Sam
Al
Watson.
Heyman and Sam Watson.
Yeah, Watson. They go over there and they go to the Home Depot and they look for a drywall guy. And
Sam
they step
Watson,
up
not Al
and
Heyman.
they we want the best drywall guy, the fucking best. That's how they pick Tank Davis opponents.
Bro, Tank.
None of
Look,
that cheap shit.
do you guys believe Tank Davis will ever fight Lomachenko?
No.
No, he's gonna probably retire if he's offered that fight ever, and he's ever in a position where Floyd actually is considering that fight. He'll retire from the sport of boxing and just go probably.
Because I saw today they asked
gonna
Tank
happen.
who he wants next, and he said the winner of Garcia and Campbell. But like, dude, this guy, yeah, he said he wants the winner of that, and then he said like he wants Haney, Haney or something. He mentioned everyone except for Lomachenko and Teofimo.
No, the thing is that it's gonna happen. There's gonna be a day where Tank Davis is gonna come and ask for that Lomachenko fight, and it's gonna be the day after Lomachenko retires. That's when he's gonna
Bro,
call
I'll
him
tell you
out.
this: if they ever do fight, I'm gonna have to pick Davis because they'll put it. It'll be after Loma's lost to say Loma loses to Teofimo, and then he has like a couple fights afterwards. You know, he's 36 or 38 years old. That's when they'll take it.
That's Tank Davis' next opponent right there.
Yeah, leaked information. Tank Davis's next opponent. Leo Santa Cruz has pulled
No,
out.
I know who his next opponent is, bro. It's Abner Mares. I guarantee it'll be Abner Mares coming out of retirement.
I hate that Abner Mares feels like he's a player at 130, 135.
Abner Mares is like
despise that.
200 pounds.
Because a lot of Tank Davis fans are saying that, Ryan Garcia ducked Abner Mares, so they obviously think highly of him, even though he hasn't fought. Like, when was the last time he even fought?
You know what? Have you guys heard that on those other channels that Leo Santa Cruz is like a tough opponent for
Yes
for Tank?
Champion
Like saying, yeah, it's like, oh, they're doing all the accolades now, throwing all the accolades that Leo Santa Cruz has ever done.
Who was a harder fight for Tank? Luke Campbell?
And they're saying, oh, Tank probably made a mistake with this fight.
Yeah, dude, they're all saying that so that when he knocks him out in sensational fashion, they go, "Oh, Tank is the best."
I'm gonna have
the shit out of Leo Santa Cruz now.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to jump off now because I'm tremoring in very serious fashion. I gotta go to sleep. I'll return to regular form in later days, hopefully. Have a good night.
All right, peace out. I'll see you next week when you wake up. Good night.
Next week.
I'm gonna say like that's what they're all saying. They're like, man, this is a great fight. Tank Davis, man, he's daring to be great and all that. Like,
exactly.
Oh, miss me with that bullshit.
Pound for pound, 4 division champion, 2 wins over Carl Frampton, 2 wins over Abner Mares.
Dude, I would rather him fight Luke Campbell at 135.
Of course.
Hold on.
That's a harder
Leo,
fight.
Leo Santa Cruz has one fight at 130. Like,
and it was okay. Here's I'm gonna reveal my Leo Santa Cruz database I made. Let me pull it up. I put work into this right here.
I'm being serious, man. I'm taking all bets.
Look at this. A top 10 opponent at bantamweight. Top 10 opponent at bantam. 2 top 10 opponents. Super bantamweight. 1 WBC champion. A top 10 former long-time reigning former champion, right? Featherweight. These where we get to the big boys. Top 3, top 10 championship fight versus Abner Mares. Beats Kiko Martinez, a future Gary Russell and Josh Warrington victim, and already a Carl Frampton and Scott Quigg, twice Carl Frampton victim, and he came up and he won former IBF title. Very nice. Look at this. Carl Frampton moves up and he loses majority decision. Then he fights Carl Frampton in a rematch and wins a majority decision. Wow, and this was when Carl Frampton was undefeated in title fights and undefeated, and he was the world just coming off a loss. What adversity! He fights Abner Mars again, even longer resume this time because they had fights in between. Then he fights Miguel Flores at 130, who's done absolutely nothing.
Bro,
This
I'm
is all.
telling you
This
guys,
is all I could get on my database for Miguel Flores.
this
Look what
this
I have
is
for Abner Mars. Look at this absolute paragraph versus this is what he's done at 130.
Yeah.
He fought a guy that already had 2 losses, never been in a title fight, doesn't
The,
have any
the
notable
only
opponents.
the only chance I give Leo Santa Cruz is if Tank makes that 130 because Tank. I mean, let's face it, Leo doesn't have the power at 130, right? He doesn't have no power at 130. The only thing he's gonna have is endurance, right? He's gonna
Volume.
go 12 rounds. Hopefully, we're gonna see how his chin is. If he can go all 12 rounds, and I don't know if Tank is gonna be able to go 12 rounds with all the punches that Leo's gonna be throwing. Like I don't know if he's gonna match that punch landed count.
Didn't
That's
he
probably
throw like 9 punches around for like 3 rounds in that Gamboa fight or something? I think he threw like
he doesn't
7 punches in 1 round.
he doesn't throw that much. Leo Santa Cruz throws like 100 punches a round.
Do you
I
guys
mean,
think Santa Cruz's rate will drop because he's just going to be shelled up the whole time or something?
Bro,
nah,
Santa Cruz is a PBC shill, man. He doesn't even want this fight. The only reason he took it is because Al Heyman told him to.
yeah,
Also, it's pay-per-view or something.
Oh, I
yeah,
don't even look. He has no chance in hell of winning, bro. This is like Mikey Garcia to Errol Spence.
I think
For
this is
some reason,
legitimately worse. I think this is worse.
they love like Al Heyman and the PBC love to bring up these Mexican fighters to like the smaller guys to lose to American fighters to build them like a fan base or something on pay-per-view. It's like the
yeah,
Floyd method. It's the Floyd used to always fight Latinos.
yeah.
Smart.
Well, this is a big fan base, you know. We
They
Mexicans, man,
do, man, but like
I'm gonna fucking buy the Tank one just because fucking I love boxing and I want to see that fight anyways. But
nah.
I'm gonna
Well,
buy it.
you
Yeah.
know, this may sound very random, and I don't know how much longer I have on the stream. I basically haven't eaten today. I'm starving. But one thing that always bothered me about the Pacquiao versus Floyd Mayweather all-time standing, I personally have Pacquiao above, but you hear people say, well, Mayweather had a decisive victory over Marquez, whereas Pacquiao struggled 4 times and very competitive, right? People love to talk about how certain fighter has rehydration clause, how certain fighter has catch weight. They did this with Cotto, they did this with Canelo, they did this with Mayweather, they did this with Pacquiao. But when they bring this win up, they don't mention how it was supposed to be a catch weight, and he utterly missed it. And this was also him pulling up Marquez up several weight divisions. That's
bro,
all.
you're just a racist hater.
Just oh my damn it! You know what? You caught me, man. You caught me.
That's what it always comes down to, man. Like
No, I
this is
think
like the YouTube boxing community. There's only a few channels I'll speak to anymore because just people don't have the maturity. Like, I like to goof around, but some of these guys, the difference is they're actually serious with some of the bullshit they say.
The thing is that some of these dudes they don't even really care about boxing. They make it like a race thing. You know what I mean? Some of
They
them.
do. All right, so this is a narrative I saw the other day. People were saying that why don't you support the fighters where you're from? But my whole theory on this, and tell me if you guys think I'm wrong, but boxing's an individual sport, and the promoters to promote the fight focus a lot on the personality and the personal lives of the fighters. So people tend to support fighters based on their personality, whereas a team sport, we can't possibly keep up with all the individual personalities on a team. And even if we don't like one person, surely we'll like another person on that team. So that's why people don't support by nationality. They support on personality, who they like more.
there's a lot of people who will support on nationality on the basis that this person is not just like, oh yeah, I like this person, but it's the fact that this person is representing their nationality, their race, their people, whatever they stand for, right? They may have similar experiences growing up. For example, someone who is a Mexican American is maybe more likely to garner Mexican American fans than someone who is born and raised in Mexico, who's more likely to bring Mexican fans just because of relatability or similar struggles or the way they have pride in their country or the way they represent, right? That's a lot of times where it comes from. For example, you hear guys talk about Jamal Charlo, Errol Spence, Tank Davis, right? But you don't really hear that same energy for Gary Russell Jr., Terrence Crawford, or Demetrius Andre. It wasn't until recently that Demetrius Andre was getting a lot of talk. Before they were just saying he would be a Jamal Charlo victim, and now they're saying that Canelo's ducking him. Not everyone says this, and doesn't mean everyone who says this believes this, right? But I'm just talking about this specific narrative that's being pushed, where it's nationality behind fighters, right? You have guys like Marquez Barrera Morales who get a lot of love from Mexican fan base, but like Black and Brown just said, Chavez Jr. gets no love. So to an extent, it is like maybe nationality, but the true like method of seeing if people like you, right, is you try to represent that and they don't care and they still hate you and they call you disgrace, right? Case in point, Chavez Jr. So I think that's where that like people being proud of their nationality comes from. But then some people take it too far, man. I can say I really like uh, Mikey Garcia and he's cool and I am Mexican and he's Mexican. But that doesn't mean I'm gonna start fanboying for him or say, yo, Anthony Joshua is not Mexican and Mikey is. Let's go, Mikey. Like there's skill set, there's size, there's experience. Like I can say that I don't like Tank Davis. However, if I'm going to be doing a fight prediction analysis, resume analysis, I can separate myself from that bias. You know what I mean?
Hey, Black and
I
Brown,
can't.
I didn't see the game. You were asking
Yeah,
me.
but
I
I'm
didn't see the
saying
game.
like people say like why don't people support their own all the time? But it's because people this is an individual sport. People support people they personally relate to or like. Some
Well,
people might
here,
not like the attitude of Tank Davis. I personally don't.
here's
I
the
just
thing too.
I can't
I
relate
mean,
to him. I
I
don't
don't
like
see
him.
no problem when supporting your own country or whatever. I don't see no problem with that. Though. I see a problem when you support your own country and you shit on everybody else or on another nationality or whatever, another race. That's where the problem is. You can. I don't have no problem with you like your own, like support your own fighters. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. But when you start shitting on other fighters because they're not your kind or whatever, that's a problem.
To me, one thing I really like about you, L Dog, is even though there's random things that I don't understand, such as I joke about the Lomachenko Gary Russell thing, right? Or the hip hop language will make jokes about that, but you are very transparent with if you have an agenda with certain fighters or not. You,
But I'll
you,
tell you
you
straight up, there are some fighters I hate and I will never give them credit.
yeah, exactly. I think
Uh,
that's at least that's cool that
Let me
I,
guess,
I'm not
Tank.
gonna be one of these people who like the Canelo guys, man. They drive me nuts. They criticize him, say he's ducking everyone. It's like, oh no, I don't hate Canelo. I'm just saying, he should do
just
this,
say it.
this, and
Just
this,
say if
and
you
this.
do, say if you
Yeah,
don't. I
exactly,
respect it
man.
more. I respect it
I
more.
don't like Tank Davis. I don't like Deontay Wilder. I don't like Ryan Garcia. There, three fighters I will never give credit. I don't care what they do, man.
So who do you got between Ryan and Tank if they fight?
Draw.
Who do I think would win?
Yeah.
Me, because I get to see one of them lose.
Draw.
But then somebody's gonna win too, though. So you lose that way.
He's
Okay, who
looking
do
at
I
the
honestly
positive.
think would win? I think Tank Davis would win. I think he'll clip Ryan early. I'm not a big fan of Ryan. He's a very basic fighter. He does the same thing every fight. He stays in one position and he'll try and bait you into that position and hit you with a left hook. This is why I think Luke Campbell is going to beat the brakes off of him. He's going to
Um,
identify that Ryan Garcia has transitioned, put his weight on the front foot. He's trying to draw in an attack. He's going to try drawing the attack and transition his weight to the back foot, throwing a left hook. Look, good trap, but it's the same thing every time, and it's so basic. Campbell's just going to feint him. He's going to draw that left hook out, and he's going to attack afterwards.
If Luke Campbell loses that fight in any capacity, controversial knockout decision, competitive
He's not getting
non-competitive.
any credit. I'm gonna say Luke Campbell
No,
was never the same after fighting Lomachenko, and that Lomachenko has devastating power, and it damaged him physically. There,
I was gonna say that either you're going to be repping Lomachenko even harder, or you're gonna be gone for a few weeks and just come back out of nowhere.
Well, what about
right?
this way? What about if Ryan Garcia gives him a clinic? He doesn't knock him out, doesn't knock him down, just gives a clean boxing clinic,
He'll say
12
that.
rounds.
He'll say, "Can I make a prediction?"
Also,
He'll say Luke Campbell was never the same after the beating Lomachenko gave him. He
no,
wasn't
no, no,
able to
no.
drop Lomachenko. Ryan Garcia's power is overrated.
I've
Uh,
got multiple. I've got multiple excuses ready. Right? If he does that, I'll say, well, this just reminds me of Kovalev Canelo, man. Golden Boy obviously set the man up to lose. This was a fixed fight.
Or
I
or
told you,
or,
man.
or you can
If
say
look,
or you
if
can say
Teofimo
Ryan.
knocks out Lomachenko, I'ma say that was a lucky punch, man, and the inactivity got the better of Lomachenko. If he wins a decision, I'll say Top Rank robbed him.
And also too, if Ryan wins that way, you're gonna say Ryan is exposed. He has no power.
Hold on. Black and Brown asks, our dog, why do you hate Ryan Garcia? I don't know. I just do.
there's no
Sometimes
actual reason. Is it just because his skill set, his attitude, the way he portrays himself? Like,
I
what is
just
it?
don't like him.
His smug face.
That's
That's what you're saying.
no. Look, I just don't like him. That's all there is to it. I have no good reason not to like him, but I just don't. That's what I'll
He
say.
tried to
Like,
take a picture with Ryan Garcia and he walked away. That's what happened.
Ooh, it was
I'll
an
say
autograph. It was
this.
an autograph.
Do you guys think Ryan's gonna beat Campbell? Eh?
No, I think I favor Campbell at the moment. But I
I
feel
haven't
like
decided.
the left hook I think is gonna give Campbell issues, unfortunately.
You should check Fout's film study on this.
Oh, well, I
Fuchs
know him. He's
Fout.
cool.
He did a good film study on this man. It's the same thing every time with Ryan, bro. He's g- he's basic, bro. He's basic. I think he's gonna get exposed. Ryan stops Luke. All right, black and brown. Right. Look,
uh,
Ryan Garcia doesn't have the ring craft to compete with Campbell.
Black and Brown is a avid young fighter. The way
Fan,
you are, you are to your Eastern Europeans. He is to young fighters.
young fighter. Yeah, he likes prospects and young fighters.
Yeah,
I'll be honest, the reason I support Eastern Europeans is because when I started watching boxing, that was like the Eastern Euro wave. So I just supported a lot of those guys. I like their fighting style. You know, they don't really have a fan base either. So, I mean, I'll
it's
support
just
them.
easy to rep. You're saying.
Why not? Yeah, exactly. I haven't got anyone to rip from New Zealand.
The Eastern European fighters kind of have kind of similar kind of
But they have
to
no
like
fan
Mexican
base.
style.
They have no
Like come
fan base.
forward.
That's the thing.
No, there's some that go in the back foot. I feel like there's this one. There's this one like I think there's different values, right? For example, I think weirdly enough, British fighters and Mexican fighters will sometimes have a similarity with the body shots. With British fighters, it's really hit or miss sometimes. But like Ricky Hand's a great body shot, right? Mexican fighters are kind of known for the left hook to the body. Then you have Eastern European fighters. I don't know if it would be jab or footwork. L Dog, what would you say?
What?
What is the
Eastern
like?
European fighters.
What is the marquee like the value?
Conventional stance, right? Hands up. Just conventional, What
Textbook?
the textbook. Yeah, the hands up. Good fundamentals. Primarily focusing on the jab and using it to control the space. And just basically using that jab right hand in the conventional stance with an emphasis on footwork. Not much inside game and a little robotic at times because they overthink things, and
Mm.
I think it doesn't make them as fluid. But that's what I would say is the Eastern European style.
Okay.
Now, the Ukrainian style is a little different because the Ukrainian style typically focuses more on angles and body work.
What do you make of Derevyanchenko have a, in my opinion, distinct style from the other Ukrainians? Do you think it's because of him training with Andre Rozier?
No, I think he still has the Ukrainian style, the body work. If you watch some of Lomachenko's amateur fights, that's how Loma used to fight. He used to really go to the body and switch it up on the inside a lot.
I don't mean the going to the body. Sorry if I said that, but I mean the fact that he prefers to fight on the inside, where I feel like the others are more comfortable at mid range.
That's because he's shorter at that weight
Uh,
class. He's shorter. Like, he is quite a short, compact guy. I just don't think he can fight on the back foot when everyone's got the reach advantage over him.
yeah, that's fair.
And I think Derevyanchenko is going to beat Charlo.
When's that fight happening? I need to make. I'm gonna
September
do.
26th.
Okay, I got some stuff to do, man.
So who do you guys have in that fight?
I got
no comment right now.
look, my preliminary thoughts. I'm leaning towards Derevyanchenko. The only fight I've made a solid prediction on so far is it is Fulton versus Angelo Leo. I'm really confident that Stephen Fulton is going to beat him on points.
What about Rosario and Charlo?
I think Charlo's going to stop him.
Really? Rosario's kind of big, dude. He's a big ass dude.
I don't know how much
So is
bigger he
Charlo.
is than Charlo. I need to check.
But we
Let's
got a
find
lot of
out.
good fights coming up,
They're
man.
both 5'11", aren't they?
Rosario looks huge.
5'11", 70-inch reach. 5'11", 70. Jermel is bigger supposedly. Because Rosario's more he's more stocky than Jermel, so he looks bigger. But Julian Williams is he's a bigger junior middleweight, but he's 5'10", and he's generally more lean. He's
I
a big
guess he
guy
is
too.
5'11".
Now, from the odds, I get $3.60 for every $1 I put on Rosario.
Say it
Yeah.
again. You get what?
$3.60.
So he's
Wait.
plus 360 right now.
Yeah. Dude,
Yeah.
I'm actually pretty hyped for this. I didn't think that this fight would happen for a while. I knew Rosario's team wanted pay-per-view, and that I kind of was I actually put some smoke on Rosario and some props to Jermel because he wanted to fight, and Rosario was saying, "Oh, let's wait, let me get some defenses or whatever." But I think the fact that it was on pay-per-view kind of convinced him to take it, especially since it's a double headliner with Jermel versus Derevyanchenko. But just going on BoxRec, and normally if I wanted to look at Rosario and then Jermel, I had to click the world rankings and then go to Jermel. But I just scrolled down a little bit and there's the yellow highlighted Jermel Charlo. Like the fact that it's gonna happen, I'm actually looking forward to it. I don't know if to make a prediction live or prediction video for each big fight or just make a video about the whole card. Or I guess both cards.
What I'm doing is for each major fight from now on, like I'm making a prediction on the main event on Twitter. I'll just post my prediction.
And the little video thingy, or
Nah, just post a tweet, man.
just a tweet? I know what's that thing that people are doing where it kind of looks like StreamYard, but it's just like a little. It's your picture, and then you can put just like a voice clip.
That's what
Hey.
Tangible's been doing.
Yeah,
Hey, how many people can be on StreamYard now? Is it still
10.
6?
It's
Oh, it's
10.
10 now? Damn. Because I know I've seen some with like 10 or like 8, whatever. And I was like, what the
Mhm.
fuck?
Yeah, it's trippy, huh?
Yeah, it's like kind of weird.
They still
So-
haven't even released any odds for most of the fights, so that's what's bugging me.
Yeah, they haven't. Dylan White and Povetkin is plus 245.
That's not bad.
I
don't
got
think you-
plus 360.
for Povetkin.
Yeah.
Oh,
Plus
Damn.
36. That's good. Yeah, so that means a lot of bets were going in on Povetkin's way then.
no, Whites.
No, Povetkin. When the money drops, then that
No, like
means a
there's
lot of
more
people.
money to be made on it. Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
man. Like
So for
I bet
instance,
$100, I get 360.
Oh, you're
yeah,
saying
yeah.
you're saying
So what I'm
cents
saying,
and then. Oh, okay. Yeah,
yeah.
that
So
makes sense.
what happens is, say it was plus 360 for Povetkin, right?
If a lot of
So
people
a
put
lot of
money
people
onto it,
start,
the odds go
yeah,
down.
a lot of people are betting
Mm.
betting money on Povetkin. So the money drops down to right now it's plus two. What did I say? Plus 245.
Plus two. Yeah, I
Yeah, so,
misinterpreted you. Sorry.
yeah, nah, it's cool.
I'm gonna tell you what, like I think is,
Katie
she,
Taylor too. Katie Taylor is minus 325, and
dude. Most
Pursuit is
people
plus
thought she
250.
lost that fight, right?
Yeah, so
That's what they
Pursuit
say.
plus
That's what they
250.
say. I don't. I don't. I didn't think that fight was a robbery at all. People were so pissed. I don't get the thing where it's like I feel like generally boxers do better in the rematch, and Pursuit is not a boxer per se, right? Not of the two, anyways. Like Katie Taylor has a higher ring IQ and more skills, but Pursuit just really roughed her up. I don't know, like, oh man, that's just like a weird thing to me. I don't know.
I'm not really a fan of women's boxing. I'll be honest with you.
There's
I'm
some
waiting.
there's some good ones.
I'm waiting on the Gallo and Chocolatito
If that
fights to
fight
come up.
happens, my channel will act just complete propaganda. I'm changing my picture, my name, my banner, everything. I'm just going to hard rep Gallo. That
That's right.
I'm coming out now. This is the warning. I'm not going to be biased in my analysis or prediction, but I will totally just be blatantly repping one fighter, even though I like Chocolatito.
Yeah, so do I. I like Chocolatito, but I think Gallo's gonna. Man, just and Gallo's last performance, what he did to Rungvisai was fucking masterful
Wasn't his
boxing
last
class.
fight Beeman?
Or yeah, I think Beeman. But
Beeman
no,
and Rungvisai were both.
what I remember was Rungvisai. That last fight with Rungvisai,
That was
fucking
that
that
was
was a
like
masterful
Intangible would say
class.
that was a biblical performance. Like
Yeah, that was.
legitimately put on a boxing clinic.
Yeah, he did. That was fucking awesome, dude.
I'll be honest.
Awesome.
Great performance, but what the fuck was Rungvisai thinking?
Uh, he was probably confused that he was getting dominated.
Yeah.
Like, why did this guy switch orthodox, bro? Oh
I
my
don't know.
goodness. It was the dumbest idea I've ever seen.
And I actually had Gallo beating fucking Chocolatito the first fight.
Yeah, and that wasn't even Gallo's natural weight class. He actually went down to fight Chocolatito and then went right back up afterwards. So he literally went down just to fight him, moved up again.
Man, Chocolatito beat Guy Estrada in that first fight. I don't know what Raider was watching, bro, but
What?
Chocolatito beat him, in my opinion. I think I had it like 8 rounds to 4.
Oh my! I forget L Dog in scoring. I nearly forgot.
But alright, some of the crazy scorecards that I've had. I'm trying to think of like.
Okay, let me tell you scorecards that I've never heard from anyone except you. Lomachenko 11-1 Gary Russell Jr., Korobov 8-4 Jamal Charlo,
Well, I'll be
Chocolatito.
honest on that Karabov one. I did slip in one extra round to piss Icy off. There was one round that I saw was like a somewhat close, and I was like, fuck it, I'm just going to give him that round. But in all honesty, 7-5 Karabov.
Okay. I scored it. This is my second time scoring it a draw now.
Maybe an unpopular one is 7-5 Golovkin in the second Canelo fight.
That's a little. I had 7-5 Canelo, but I know a lot of Triple G fans had it 7-5 Triple G.
Yeah.
It was a close fight, man.
Trying to think, I've had
I
some.
think the
where I've-
first one was closer than the second one.
Oh, that's right. I had Whitaker winning yesterday, 4 rounds to 1.
Yeah, that blew my mind.
Dude,
I thought Darren Till arguably won. That was so weird. I knew he wouldn't win, but I was like, oh, I have him winning 3-2. He's gonna lose 3-2.
Whitaker,
I didn't
bro,
watch none of the fights yesterday.
It
Whitaker's
wasn't that
boxing
entertaining.
is shit. That
Good.
guy throws punches with awful technique. For fuck's like,
He's a pretty good complete fighter, I would say.
I'm gonna say the best boxer I've seen in the UFC is Stipe Miocic. That guy,
No,
bro,
Rose
his boxing.
Namajunas. Rose
Bro, I
Namajunas.
don't watch women's fighting.
You should. Okay, there's some really good ones.
I watched like,
Zhang Wei
look,
Li versus Joanna Jacek.
I
That was
saw that one. All right,
okay.
that
That
was a
one
good
was
fight.
godlike. That one was
But I
so
don't
good.
look, man. I don't care, man. I'm talking about men.
Oh,
And Miocic,
excuse me. Excuse Rose Namajunas would box the head off of some of these guys. Rose Namajunas maybe outboxes Rung Visai if she weren't just
uh,
smaller.
put her
If
in
she
there with
weren't
Stipe
smaller.
Miocic and see who wins in a
We're
boxing
talking about
match.
pound for pound. Stipe Miocic got crumpled by DC in the first fight.
Man,
Knocked out.
that was an eye poke, bro.
Okay.
Hey, you know what? This is driving me nuts, man. No one wants to talk about the eye pokes.
No, people talk about that all the time. We're talking about.
Nah, bro. People I know in boxing, they're like, you know, D Jefferson, Johnny Boy. They're like, nah, that didn't happen. I'm like,
There were
ah.
eye pokes, but I don't.
Who do you think is gonna win the trilogy?
What about
No
the girl
no.
Atkins?
What?
Atkins.
A lot of people were really upset about that, but she didn't seem too upset. Maybe bad match. No, sorry, not maybe. Bad matchmaking. Objectively poor matchmaking. But Estrada deserves it. She came off of a tough fight, and it's just a return. She got some headlines. You got like LeBron James posting her on his story, so that's cool, man.
Bro, I'll tell you
Oh yeah,
this
he
much,
did.
man. Someone's gonna get killed if they keep that type of matchmaking up.
Yeah, legitimately terrible matchmaking, but she ended up being fine. She wasn't even bruised. She was like happy afterwards. She was walking around the venue just fine, no damage. So terrible matchmaking. We got lucky this time. Don't don't do that again.
That looked like a straight up street
This
fight.
is why I don't like women's
You know what I
boxing.
mean?
She was ranked 50th out of like 150 people after the loss. Like,
But
is
that
the talent pool that fucking low?
No, but the top girls are good. So you don't have to watch like the B
Because I
level
watched
women's
Clarissa
fighters.
Shields for a couple times, and I think she's not even technically that good.
I
She,
would say I think the MMA women's
for
scene is
a
better.
for a girl or a woman, she's got skills because women don't have skills like the guys do. You know what I
There
mean?
also isn't as much
that's
of an
because they
amateur
just,
background.
y-
They're barely getting to
yeah.
the Olympics right now.
But what I'm saying with females is that the talent pool is so small, they don't have the opportunity to spar as much, different styles and learn. Like
And probably
Clarissa
spar
Shields,
dudes.
Yeah,
Clarissa
they
Shields'
spar
weight
guys.
class is like 20 people in it.
Yeah, I think they spar dudes. You know.
Like, let me
It's
check
kind of
this.
weird for the guys. I imagine. I don't know how much you can like put into it. You
Oh
know.
man, you know it's late when Tommy Temper says well, good morning.
Yeah, dude. Whenever Tommy Temper says good morning, I just kind of like I get a little bit sad. I'm like, oh, what am I doing? Well, it's only 11 though. Okay, it's
Yeah,
not
it's
even
only
8 p.m.
11. Yeah,
All right. Tommy's up early.
But
yeah, he
how's
is.
this? Clarissa Shields is 50 people in her weight class. Like,
I
come
didn't say
on,
you have
man.
to follow the entire divisions. There's some good fights to watch, and for example, on the undercard of the Masvidal Usman, Rose Namajunas versus Jessica Andre, that was a great fight. The Zhang Weili versus Joanna Jacek, that's a good fight. Amanda Nunes is legitimately complete fighter, the best women, the best female combat of all time. I can say I'm not very educated in the topic, but that's how I feel.
It's Ronda
Valentina
Rousey.
Shevchenko is really talented as well.
I know nothing about the UFC.
Hey, I'm gonna
But
say
I'm a
Valentina.
casual fan. Misha
Hey,
Tate's good.
Shevchenko,
Ronda
she should have
Rousey
a
had
kid
her
with
run.
Lomachenko, man, because that kid will be a fighting machine.
Yeah, that
The
sounds
only
kind
thing
of
I know
suspect,
the,
but I get what you're saying, man.
the only thing I know about the UFC is that Nick Diaz doesn't fight, and I don't understand why.
Nick Diaz doesn't fight. What do you mean?
Well, he's the I haven't supposedly he was good, but he doesn't even fight in the UFC. I don't know what the fuck happened to him.
Okay, so Nick Diaz at one point didn't fight in the UFC, and then when he transitioned to the UFC, he did really well. But unfortunately, he was competing at the same time as possibly no, sorry, like consensus greatest MMA fighter of all time, George St. Pierre. But he did have big money fights with him, and he's very appealing personality, he could probably come back to fighting today and he would be a big star still. He
I
competed
like
in
Jordan
Pride
St.
and Strike.
Pierre.
Yeah, but why is he not fighting though?
Right now, those guys are like chill. I don't know. He probably made his money.
No, but Nick Diaz, no, not
Bro,
Nate.
weed. They're
Nick.
getting all
Yeah,
those
I'm talking about
CBD
Nick.
sponsorships.
Yeah, that fool didn't fight for a long ass time.
Hey, IBT, who you got in the trilogy, bro? DC or Stipe?
I'm rooting for DC. Like I said, I'm more of a casual in MMA. I'll say
Bro, why are
I'm
you rooting
biased.
for DC?
DC's from he trains out of my city, man.
Nah, bro.
My uncle actually saw Khabib walk into his store. It was pretty cool. And the
I
whole
mean,
entourage was there with him.
but you think Stipe is gonna win, right?
No, I don't know. I gotta do some film
Because
analysis. I guess, but
I've been watching all of the UFC fights for both of them, and man, from what I'm seeing, like DC is good, but I think he's just past it now, man. What I saw in the last Stipe fight, he's just not as physically there as he was, man. When he fought John Jones the first time, beast, absolute beast. But now you can tell he's not as physically strong. He's definitely doesn't have the stamina he used to. Like when Stipe hit him with those body shots, man, he crumbled.
well, he did. I do think that the just glaring weakness to the body shots really surprised me. The lack of defense towards them. But let's not forget what happened in their first fight, right?
Right, it was an eye
There's
poke.
also
As soon as he got
nah.
poked in the eye, it started swelling. He couldn't see, bro, and he got
Oh,
hit with a
okay.
shot.
So let's ignore the knockout punch in the first round. Do you remember the fight where DC took it to the ground? Sorry, the round where DC took it to the ground.
What in the second fight?
Yeah.
I think it was the first, right?
First or second?
Bro, Stipe can wrestle on DC's level because he's bigger.
No. Oh, no, he can't. DC is like world class for sure.
Yeah, I know,
Stipe
but
is good.
Stipe's
Stipe is
size
good,
negates that.
okay.
He's
Who
a
won
good
that round?
wrestler and
Who
he's
won
got
that round?
size.
Who won that round?
Wow, in my opinion, Stipe.
Oh no. Okay.
Nah,
Uh,
I'll admit it. DC is a legend, bro. DC is an
yeah,
all-time great.
yeah. Okay. I think
Hey,
both of those guys are real good.
I don't hate DC. I'll be real here. He's an all-time great, but Stipe, man, that's my favorite combat sports athlete.
Who wins in a fantasy matchup, and then we'll get off MMA because I don't know how much Raider knows here, and it's probably just like we're speaking different language. Right? Stipe Miocic or Mirko Krokop, prime for prime.
Ooh, that's a good fight, man. That's a good fight.
I got you. I just saw your header. I didn't know you even followed MMA. So
I mean, I don't follow it that much. I've followed it loosely, but
yeah, like
I'm gonna have
casually.
to
Right?
go with Stipe because Stipe, I think heavyweight wise, it's him and Fedor at the top.
I'd say Kane. Kane Velasquez deserves to be up there.
Yeah, but it's those three really. Stipe is definitely a top three, arguably number one best heavyweight of all time, because he has the most title defenses in a row.
2. The same with Kane. He
3.
has 2 twice.
No, he has 3.
Oh, you're right. He has 3. I forgot.
And he
about
beat
the.
Ngannou when he was the underdog.
Yeah, I was gonna
So
say.
I mean, that
forgot
was
about
actually a
the
big
Ngannou
win.
fight.
And now he's a 2-time champ. He beat DC, who's one of the greatest mixed martial artists of all time. Like,
Yeah, he has a great resume.
but
hey,
yeah, man.
IBT, who you know how you were saying about your uncle saw that dude DC or whatever,
He saw Khabib.
or Khabib?
Yeah.
Who's the most famous person you've ever talked to? You think? Like actually, like a conversation, like talk to.
Conversation or just like brief interaction.
Yeah, like a brief interaction, just like a talk, like hey, yeah, blah blah blah, whatever.
I had more than one sentence interaction with Santana.
Oh really? Damn, that's a good one. Where at?
Carlos Santana. It was some random catering. I was just helping out.
Oh shit, that's dope, dude.
Yeah.
What about you, Aldo?
Bro, I live in the middle of buttfuck nowhere.
Lucas Brown, the
The
GOAT.
most famous person I've ever spoken to. I mean, probably Joseph Parker.
That's cool, man.
Oh shit, that's dope, dude. You talk to that dude?
Yeah, he's a nice guy, man. Like he's fucking so down to earth. Like he'll talk to you. You won't even feel like you're speaking to someone who's actually kind of famous.
Yeah.
Or maybe Israel Adesanya actually, because a way back I used to see him at a lot of local shows. Like I just used to remember him because he kind of sticks out in New Zealand as a unique character.
Yeah.
But I remember way back he used to just be some random kickboxer. I used to just think like, oh, there's that kickboxing guy. Like, I never knew he'd actually go on to become like a fucking superstar. It's kind of crazy.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy.
One weird one thing that I think's kind of strange about me is I follow MMA loosely, like casually, but I'll still watch fights. I'll even tune into like Wednesday cards, so I'm not just like big pay-per-views only, right? I'll follow the rankings and stuff like that. Some of the history, I'm not super well versed. It's not that deep of a history though in comparison to boxing, but I just never in my life have I watched even a round of kickboxing for whatever reason.
I've watched a couple Tyrone Spong fights.
You know who I've talked to?
Who?
Oh.
I've talked to Gilbert Arenas. You know who Gilbert Arenas is, no? No, you guys don't know who he is?
I
No.
don't.
The basketball player. Well, he used to be back when him and LeBron went at it in the playoffs.
Actually, I take it back. Steven Adams is quite famous, isn't he?
Steven Adams?
Basketball
New
player.
Zealand basketball player.
Oh,
You
I
see how
don't know
many
who he is.
followers he has on the IG.
I talked to Gilbert. Oh, I talked to the lightweight and welterweight champion of the world, also.
Crawford.
No, Mr. Danny Trejo.
Ah.
But he not in the pros in San Quentin. I'm
What
serious.
the fuck?
No, I'm serious. They have championships, so they used to have championships back then.
Dude,
Boxing in
it's
the prison.
hilarious. The way you
Bro, isn't San Quentin like a prison?
Yeah. Danny
Fucking hell.
Trejo, he was locked up.
yeah, I just think it's hilarious that you said Danny Trejo, lightweight
Yeah.
welterweight champ. Like that's what he's known for at all. Like not even close.
Well, a lot of people don't know that,
I
But
mean,
he
I
was.
admit,
That fool was,
I admit,
he was known, man. That fool was known in there for fucking or boxing.
That's hilarious. That
I,
was
I,
funny. That was good.
I met
Yeah.
Chavez Jr. Man, I had to. I saw him at like 2 p.m. eating cereal in his underwear.
Actually, when I talked to Danny, I was talking to him about boxing, and he says that he one of his like his boxers, or I guess whatever, because he's still like into it, is Senisa Estrada.
Oh, really? That's funny.
Yeah, and I told her, he's like, hey, you know Senisa? I was like, hell yeah, I know Senisa. And this is before like this fight, because I follow her because she's from around here in East LA.
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, I watched her fight against Marlon Esparza, I think.
Yeah,
That
sponsor.
girl, yeah, from Houston. I was like, man, they don't like each other. He's like, yeah. He's like, that's a good fight. I was like, hell yeah.
I think Estrada's gonna get a title shot soon versus Bob, so that should be a good fight.
Yeah.
That Esparza fight was actually a good one.
So the cut. Yeah.
Yeah, that cut was so I did not like I liked watching it, but I didn't. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But that was a nasty cut too, It's like
Yeah, it was bad.
what was that other, remember that cut that fucking Jojo Diaz had? That shit was horrible too.
Badu Jack had a terrible one.
Oh yeah, Badu Jack too.
Oh, dude, that looked like a vagina on his forehead.
Yeah,
bro.
like
Who,
It
Badu
did,
Jack?
bro.
Who, Badu Jack's?
Yeah, I'm gonna
Yeah.
put it up on screen just for a second.
Oh, put his up and then put JoJo's. JoJo's looked like he had the third eye, like
Jojo-
half his.
Bro,
third eye.
yeah, JoJo's was bad, man. He
Let's
looked
see
like
which
he
one-
had
Let's see which
Tevin
one was
Farmer's
worse.
fucking eye or something.
He had half his third eye.
let me open him up so I can put him. I don't know if I can show this.
Are you guys
Yeah,
still
you
cool with
could.
Hefe?
Yeah, I'm cool. Yeah.
I have not even heard. I have not heard anything.
Yeah, I'm cool with him too. Like,
He's just lame. That's my main thing. He's just
nah, I just sometimes I just think he's just trolling too much.
what's the JoJo Diaz? I think dude, the Body Jack one has to be worse. No way. Yeah, it's so much worse.
Bro, that
It's so
fight should have
terrible.
been
The JoJo
stopped.
Diaz one is
What
terrible.
about swollen? Which one's one of the worst swollen ones? Remember Fernando Vargas had a Nino swollen one against, I forgot against who though.
He did.
Oh, what's
So
that guy's name?
the fight I
Oh,
was talking about earlier, the women's fight, Raider. Let me pull up the opponent of the Chinese girl, Zhang Wei Li. Her name is Joanna J. I don't know how to spell her last name though.
Oh, what about the UFC one?
It's yeah.
Oh, her, not Jerenstrik or whatever.
Joanna Jacek.
the
Yeah, her
worst
and,
I've
and, and
seen
the
is
agent, no?
Yeah. Wei Li Zhang.
When they were just boxing,
That was that
badass
was
fight.
ugly. Let me try to get the
Jersdick or something like that. Her name is
you
Joanna
guys.
Jacek. Yeah, I just don't know how to
You,
spell her name because it's you know
you guys must have forgot about Lebedev.
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 Google search Dennis Lebedev.
Okay, well I'm putting these all in one.
You know who he is, right?
Let me
Nah,
check.
nah. I don't know.
Cruiserweight world champ. He fought Gassiev.
Oh yeah. Oh my god, I'm brain farting.
Search him up and have a look at
Yeah.
his swollen eye. That is disgusting.
Let me pull it up. All right, I'm putting them all in one terrible slide. Yeah. I remember this. I remember this one. Man,
That's terrible,
this
right?
one is awful.
I want to see all of them.
Okay, I'm putting them all on my high budget, high quality MS Paint. Here you go.
MS Paint.
Okay, boom. You guys see it?
Nah.
It's on. I screen shared.
Let me see. Hold on.
Dude, Diaz looks like he has
hold
a
on.
small
No wonder.
scratch in comparison.
Oh snap!
Look at that. Oh my god.
Yeah, which one was that one on the bottom?
That's the one he was talking about, Lebedev.
Damn, that's bad.
Yeah.
That is bad. Yeah, Jurgic, that was bad too.
I don't think this photo really does it justice. When she actually had the blood on her, she looked like no offense. I don't think you can take this not offensively, to be honest, but just straight up like Schmiegel. Just
What?
just looked
A
at oh
Schmiegel?
here's one where it's side by side and she has blood on it. It's real bad. Okay. I'm gonna delete these now. Oh, I can't. Okay. Here you go. You see this?
Damn. Wow. That's like
Hey, compare
hemorrhage,
that.
huh?
Yeah,
Compare that to Lebedev, though.
Yeah, but this is like her whole head has increased in size.
Yeah.
Lebedev is at least
That must have been the worst headache of all time.
oh
Yeah. Put
jeez.
that one, the Lebedev one, like big screen. Let's
Big
put them
screen.
all big screen one by one.
Okay.
Big
Let me
screen. Can't even really see,
let me
especially if
Dude,
you're on
that
your
is
phone. Yeah?
fucked.
No, I'm on my computer. Oh, since you're
No,
on
I'm
your
talking about one of us about on the phone. Right? You be able to see that.
okay.
I got like a 20-something inch monitor and I still can't see it.
Okay. Oh Jesus. Let me get the full image of Lebedev.
If you're on YouTube, you can't see that on the screen share, or you could.
Yeah, I put it on there.
That's weird. I couldn't see it. Oh, maybe because there's a lag.
You see it now?
Oh yeah.
That's bad.
That's terrible. As you can see from this section here that I've highlighted, his face is completely broken.
That's pretty bad.
Hold on. How could that have happened without a blunt object in the gloves?
You know what? You're so that was a factual fact right there.
Hey, put Fernando Vargas.
Vargas is one? Okay.
Yeah, Fernando Vargas. He had a bad. I don't remember again too, but his was bad too.
Let me put you.
Bro,
Okay.
Derevchenko looked pretty messed up after the Golovkin fight.
Yeah, I was gonna bring that one up, but then when we started bringing up
But
Lebedev
you
and
know, some
JJ,
people who have been on this stream in the past, not gonna name names, they think Golovkin won 3 rounds at most and got his ass beat.
yeah, definitely.
But that was a close fight. I thought Derevchenko won.
Yeah, Vargas had a bad one too. Oh wow, this is dumb. Someone said Vargas not saying eye to eye for Mosley rematch, and it's just his eyes all messed up. There you go. This is the last one. I think I'm gonna close it down after this. We totally strayed from the subject, but that's all right. I had fun.
Hey, can't we just like cut the last 3 hours
Oh,
off?
yeah.
Why
Oh
would
my
I
God.
do that though?
Yeah, fair enough.
Down's
Yeah.
bad too.
Ugh.
Blunt.
Bro,
That was definitely a blunt object inside the glove. A foreign object.
You
You know-
imagine if he didn't. Imagine like if he got in a street fight and that dude didn't have a glove and he hit him with his bare knuckle like that. Would have been a fucking way worse.
I
dude,
think.
But
you
that's
know
that's
what
probably
old school
accumulative
trainers
punches, though,
used
huh?
to do?
Yeah.
They used to, because they would fear the referee would stop it, so they'd slice it with a razor and let the blood just ooze out, but it would get
Yeah.
infected. That's awful, bro. That's nasty.
Yeah, that's a way. That's a way to alleviate a cunt.
A cunt.
Swelling, I suppose. But
sorry, swelling. Yeah, my bad. I'm
That's
totally out of it.
awful, man.
What's
You-
what's the most recent fight where that's happened? I can't.
That what?
Cutting. What are those called? Cutting, swelling.
Where they
boxing.
cut the swelling to take the blood out or what?
Oh, did they do that for? Like what's a fight where they did that?
I've never seen that.
You never seen that where they cut open the swelling so that the blood can come out,
No.
so it's not so bad.
Yeah, no.
I don't
I
think it's allowed
I,
anymore.
I
No,
see
it's
why they would do it, but I don't think I've never seen that. Like I'm saying, I don't think I've never seen them do it. Have you guys seen them do it? Have you guys seen them
I've
do
I've
it?
never seen
seen it. I've seen it before. I don't know what it is. The hematoma, basically they'll just cut it, and it'll all the because the swelling is all the blood is kind of like stuck there, right? The
Yeah, that's
blood.
all it is. That's what swelling is. It's
So they'll
just blood.
just cut it. It's never cut in your face, oozing blood. But now instead
Well, they
instead
gotta
of
stop
you
the
instead of
cut.
you
That
can't
sounds
open
like
your
it would
eye.
do more bad than good.
Yeah, instead of you can't see through your eye, it's your eye is covered in blood now.
What? What's worse, having a fucking swollen eye, or having blood like coming down?
You know what I'll
That's
tell
one.
you? You know what's worse actually is having both.
Yeah, that's true.
That would be pretty
Look at this
bad.
guy. This guy's life is just misery. Look at this guy.
Oh,
Oh
He's got the
shit!
swelling, the cut on both eyes and the nose.
How can you
that's
fight
bad.
like that? You know, you can't even see what you're fighting. You can't even see the punches, dude, coming at you.
I challenge you guys to ever, if you or maybe you've experienced this, but when you're boxing, like doing shadow boxing, you have a really good get a good sense of your range, and then now close one of your eyes and try doing it, and I just feel so much less sure, even though I should know what's going on. It
Man,
just gets
some
real bad.
fighters they cut so easy. They gotta fucking find a way.
Gabe Rosado cuts on the way into the ring.
Bro, Lomachenko was pretty bruised up against Pedraza as well.
Yeah, he
It
was.
wasn't that bad, I suppose.
That's the picture a lot of people use to kind of make fun of Loma, right?
I mean, I don't get it, bro. The guy had like, never mind. Anyway, guys, I'm gonna head off, man. I gotta make some dinner.
Oh, dinner. That's funny. All right, I'm
Dinner?
gonna.
Yeah, bro.
What time is it over there?
27th of July, 7 p.m. pretty much.
7 p.m. It's 11:52 over here in LA or on Cali.
But
PM.
you're the 26th, right?
Yeah, we're at 26.
For like 8 minutes.
Damn, bro, I'm a full day ahead of you guys, man.
Yo, can you tell me? Can you tell me if the Estrada versus Chocolatito negotiations?
It's been cancelled, bro.
No, you're kidding.
Robert Gonzalez has announced he is Tank Davis's next opponent,
I'm
and
going to
everyone
St.
is saying
Kitts
this
now.
is a super tough fight.
He's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, they're saying that this is like his third multi-division champ he'll be fighting. He's daring to be great.
Facts. And with that, we're gonna sign out now. Peace, everybody.
Peace out.
All right,
Whoever-
man. Peace out, homies.
Yeah, peace.
Wait.